Hello everybody, welcome back to the 2025 British Chess Championships, coming to you live from St George's Hall in Liverpool. And we have a very interesting situation. We've got two players tied for the lead in the 8 times British champion Michael Adams up against the up-and-coming rising superstar Shreyas Royal, but they're playing different opponents today. Michael Adams is black against Gawain Jones, who's the reigning champion. Overall, Nick, so I'm joined here by Nick Pert, who's 2021 British champion. Overall, Nick, I think Michael Adams has a plus score against Gawain Jones, but in recent years, Gawain has started to equalise that score a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very tense situation now at the top. So obviously, Mickey and Shreyas are leading the tournament with 5.5 points, and there's actually 13 players stacked up behind on 5 points. So it's incredibly close. I actually noted quite a lot of the players actually haven't played any of the top 3 seeds, so we might potentially even get a champion who doesn't have to play any of the 3 big players. But as you say, the 2 key games really are the games involving Michael Adams and Shreyas Royal, as they are leading, and if they either of them manage to score 2 out of 2, then they will be the champion. I don't think Gawain's played maybe quite to his full potential this tournament, but also Mickey has shown some signs of vulnerability as well. He didn't maybe finish off quite as smoothly as possible against Shreyas, and he missed a couple of wins yesterday against Fernandez, so normally you'd expect him to be converting that game. So like you say, they have played each other many times over the years. Both of them have, won several games. So that is quite a hard one to call, actually. Gawain obviously is going to have to go for the win. And the other one, which is quite interesting, is obviously the one which you can see on the screen now between Stuart Conquest, who was the last champion in Liverpool all the way back in 2008, and Shreyas Royal, who's, I think, looked quite impressive this tournament overall. So that is another quite interesting game. How do you see both those games going?
I agree with you. I think Gawain Jones' game is quite tricky to predict. I'll be honest, I'm kind of leaning towards Gawain more just because of that overall better recent record. I think he'll have a lot of confidence playing against Michael with the white pieces. Or they did lose. He did lose to Michael in the recent English Championships, but Michael Adams was white. If we look at the Stuart Conquest matchup, yeah, I would say that Stuart is an experienced player, but you'd have to say that Shreyas is the favourite. He's looked very impressive the last 2 rounds. After that loss, he's bounced back incredibly well.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think Shreyas will be looking to try and win with black here, because he won't want to really let players like Vitiugov or Michael Adams back into contention. If he can beat Stuart, and if Michael Adams avoids defeat against Gawain, he might potentially not have to even play Gawain in the last round. So yeah, I think Shreyas will be looking to win. In terms of Mickey's approach, he tends to be a bit more pragmatic, so I don't actually think that Mickey will be going all out for the win today. I think he'd be happy to draw today, maybe try and win tomorrow, and hope that 1.5 points is enough to at least make the playoffs.
Can we get a screen share on that laptop so I can see that? Otherwise I have to keep looking. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay, so basically, I think, I don't know if you agree with me, Nick, but I think we were discussing this last night, and I think Nikita Vitiugov is quite likely to beat Siva. Siva has played okay, but he hasn't really played anyone of that calibre. And the players have a chances against him, like Amit, but Amit had a position where if Nikita gets that type of position, he's going to punish Siva.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think Nikita's going to be going all out for the win today. He can't obviously afford to drop any more points. In fact, everybody on 5 points needs to score 2 out of 2. There's no way that 6.5 is going to be enough for a playoff. So you have to score at least 7 points to have a chance of becoming the champion. I agree with you. I do think Nikita's quite a big favourite for that game. You see Michael Adams there on the screen, always turns up on time.
Yeah. He's the ultimate chess professional. I know he was adjusting his opponent's pieces. Do you do that? Do you I tend to not. I never adjust my opponent's pieces at the start of the game because I think it's their job to adjust it. But I do adjust my own pieces. What's your take on adjusting pieces?
Maybe he's a bit of a perfectionist. I always adjust my own pieces, but I'm same as you. Don't like to touch their pieces. I think some people can get a bit annoyed if you're adjusting their pieces as well. So unless they put it, clearly, in the middle of 2 squares, I generally wouldn't touch their pieces.
I mean, he's got a chance to make some kind of history here, Michael Adams, because if he wins the next few games, it's quite likely that he'll win the tournament. If he wins the tournament, he's only one behind Jonathan Penrose's historic record of 10 British Chess Championships. I keep drumming on about this. Very impressive record by Jonathan Penrose, who's no longer with us. There's also a tournament named after him in this event, the Penrose tournament, as a Atkins Open. So he's going to join these historic names of these people like Atkins and Penrose if he wins 2 more British Championships, which is certainly possible for him. By the way, we've got a very interesting scenario as well in the lower boards, because we've got people who are on 5 out of 7. They effectively, Nick, they need to win both games. If they win both games, you're looking at a playoff.
Well, certainly they can't afford to drop any points. And like I said just earlier, some of them have been up the top, but other players actually haven't played any of the top seeds at all. In fact, if you look down the list, I think there's quite a few of them that haven't played any top players. Stuart hasn't played any of the top 3. Amit hasn't. He's been on the top boards, but he hasn't played any of the top players. Same Peter Roberson, Marcus Harvey, and my brother. I think not
Your
even
brother Richard, yeah.
my brother Richard. I'm not even sure if William Claridge Hansen has played any of the top players either. So there's at least 6 of them that potentially could be going onto a huge score, 6 out of 8, without actually facing any 2600 players.
Having said that, then they're very likely to play a big boy, a big player, shall we say. And even if they somehow sneak through the 7 without playing anyone, it's very likely they're going to have to do a playoff. It seems very unlikely to me that you're going to get into a playoff on 7 out of 9. It seems very unlikely that you're going to be able to win it outright on 7 out of 9. I think so. The best case scenario is they win both and they get a playoff. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think certainly we should get some attacking chess because they're just going to be going all out. Oh, Stuart's opened with 1 B3 in his game.
It's crazy.
Yeah, well, I think if I was Shreyas, I'd be quite happy to see that. To be honest, I mean,
Very happy.
I don't want to have a theoretical battle against Stuart. I'd probably just imagine he'd be backing himself just to outplay Stuart in a long game.
Shreyas has played knight f6. I saw a game the other day. I think we mentioned this game on the stream. I think a good line for black is actually sacrificing pawn. After e3, e5, bishop e5, knight g e7, which looks like a blunder. But after bishop takes b2, you win the bishop pair. And after white effectively has to take, Nick, because obviously you can't drop back because b5, trapping the bishop. So bishop takes, knight takes, hitting the bishop. And when the bishop drops back, sorry. I think it is. It is. Oh no, not now. Okay. Yeah. So black will get a lot of compensation on the lights first. However, that's not happened.
Yeah, I think you showed that line to one of your students, didn't you? Or some of your teaching.
Possibly, quite possibly. Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely an interesting line. But I think Shreyas seems to have his own setup ready. I mean, yeah. So knight f6, obviously bishop b2. Is he just going to play straightforward move like d5 here, or is he looking for a kingside?
So Nick wants to play d5, take the central squares into play.
It's actually a bit funny how he played knight f6 very quickly and then
now he's thinking.
because obviously white was going to play bishop b2.
Yeah. So he's probably trying to remember the theory. I mean, he must have looked at this because to play at that level, you've got to have some inkling of what to do against bishop b2. I must admit, I haven't really studied bishop b2 myself. I did have a game recently against one of the players in the tournament who's actually got a very interesting. I played a game against 1v3. Marcus Harvey played, and this is another sensational player in the tournament who's impressed a lot of people. Who's Supratit Banerjee. He's only 11 years old. Potentially could get in a playoff with 2 wins.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Supratit's analysis in his game yesterday against Amit. I thought it was very strong. So. This actually could go either way. I mean, I could see either player winning this game. It's really should be an interesting one. Marcus obviously always fights hard for the win, so I can't imagine him taking any kind of early draws. I think that both players are just going to go for it.
So c4, you effectively black by not putting pressure on the e4 square and not inducing white to play an early c3. Because, for example, if you went let's just imagine that black plays d6, Nick, and after d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight f6, you're putting immediate pressure on e4. So generally white plays knight c3. However, after g6, Knight takes, knight c6, c4, bishop g7, bishop e3. Defending the knight in his position. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think knight f6 is quite a common move there, isn't it? But Marcus has chosen to play queen b6 instead.
So he's creating pressure on the d4 knight. He's also creating pressure on the b2 pawn. Knight b3 was played, which defends the knight, withdraws the knight from attack. However, b2 is obviously not hanging because the bishop takes b6. So black withdraws the queen, and then we have the move queen d2, knight f6. So it's now super tick to move. I would probably predict the move knight c3. What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I wonder, he didn't play knight c3 on the previous move, but I wonder if he was scared of bishop takes c3. So if you just go back one move, I personally don't care if they give up that bishop for the knight. I really like the dark square bishop. In fact, I would be quite happy, even if you end up losing a pawn. We have weakened pawn structure, because that dark square bishop is just so powerful. But obviously, he's played queen d2, maybe just playing it safe, but surely after knight f6... Well, actually, you have to be a little bit careful, because now there's some knight g4 moves to worry about.
So maybe he might, maybe he should go f3, and if black decides to attack the pawn here, well, for a start, there might be some problems with the c file getting pinned later, but also white could simply play knight a3 supporting that. I think we should look at the top board, because we haven't... Okay. Wow, we pretty much got like a B. Maybe this is a B3 theme tournament.
The theme tournament. I'm shocked. I mean,
Very shocked.
I thought maybe Gawain might go for some... he might have played c4 or maybe d4, but yeah, b3 is very unusual.
He's basically saying that Mickey's preparation he thinks is very deep and very important. And b3, however, with the idea, of course, of bishop b2, is a little bit of avoidance strategy, in my opinion. I agree with you. I think if you need to win, then surely you've got to take a bit more risk, and rather than going for some kind of quiet variation where you're putting... But the old theory was that you actually keep tension. The way to play for a win is not to go down a long theoretical line. The way to play for a win was to keep the tension. But
I think bishop g4 might be an interesting move here. What do you think of that move?
Yeah, I mean, I know there are lines where you do allow this, bishop b2. So what Nick is saying, you take this, and then you can... I've played many
Not g6.
Not g6, because the bishop takes h8, the rook is hanging along the long diagonal. But you can go knight f6, and you get some kind of weird double pawn position. I often go g6 in these kind of positions, Nick, and... bishop goes to g7 with the idea of bringing the knight to h5 sometimes. You could get a variation like this, castles, f4 for example, maybe even knight h5, or e6 I'd probably play, d3. A lot of my blitz games seem to go like this, knight h5, and after bishop takes b2, I take the knight back. Of course, this is conjecture, it's probably what we want to get in the game, so let's think about... Michael was thinking, let's come back to that game, move on to some other games. Obviously, there's a lot of theory to get through, a lot of games to get through. Let's have a look at the board 3 game. Let's just go through them one by one. So we had a look at the Stuart Conquest game. Shreyas has played c5, e3 is being played. And let's quickly move on to the Vitiugov game. I was a bit worried we were going to get b3 in that game as well. But fortunately, that hasn't happened. We get a bit more of an interesting game. Knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, a6. Bishop a4, knight f6.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Vitiugov, he can obviously play many openings. We saw him play the Sicilian early in the tournament. He's a bit of an expert in the French. So for his opponent, it's quite hard because you never know, which opening they're going to play against you. Whereas he can normally target his opponent's variations.
Sure.
And this is all very standard so far.
Just keeping the tension with
kind
David
of
Jensen.
Breyer type setup.
Yeah.
This knight b8 looks like a straight... When I first saw knight b8, I thought it was a bit of a patsy move, to be honest, because you're just undeveloping
Not
the
today,
knight.
you mean at some other time?
Yeah, years ago when I first saw it, yeah.
Well, Boris Spassky, I actually played a game against the great Boris Spassky, who's former world chess champion. He was world champion between 1960 and 1972, where he lost his world title to Bobby Fischer in Reykjavik, very famous match. Boris Spassky died quite recently. But that actually inspired the whole English chess boom, ironically enough. That's why we have these players like Michael Adams and Nigel Short and John Nunn and John Spielman and, Tony Miles and so on. However, yeah, Boris Pasta used to love playing the Brea variation. I think I actually had a game in that variation. It ended in a draw. But after, there's also Shigorin variation as well here, which also should be mentioned. So I think there's something like Knight A5, Shigorin variation, named after the famous Russian chess player Mikhail Shigorin. After C5, D4. I learned something about Shigorin recently, that apparently he played the second World Chess Championship match against, who would have been?
Steinitz was the first.
Steinitz. He played the second World Chess Championship match against Steinitz, and it was in Havana in Cuba. And they were explaining how one of the reasons why Shigorin lost was because he was taking a boat in choppy seas and he wasn't used to that, and he didn't spend enough time acclimatizing to the island. He should have got there earlier. So that was quite an interesting snippet of historical information.
I think sometimes people, they find these reasons why they lost because they don't want to admit their opponent's better than them. So,
having said that, I was playing through some Shigorin games, and it was a very interesting and dynamic play. Anyway, we haven't had that. We've had the Brea variation, and this is very, very fluent. So it looks weird to play like this, knights, as Nick said. But the point is that on c6, you're blocking the c-pawn, which is an important way that black can gain space by moving the c-pawn. By going knight b8, d4, you're now still defending the pawn, but now you can, importantly, you can move the pawn to c5. Also, when the bishop goes to b7, it's not getting blocked by the knight on c6. So we've had this, and again, I'm pretty sure this is theory.
in the Shigorin variation, which you just discussed, where the knight goes to a5, it quite often comes back to c6 anyway. So it's almost like this knight on c6 is misplaced and black has to try and find another square for it. But it does look a bit strange to waste two moves in the opening.
What is the opening here? So the theory says, Nick, that knight f1 is by far the most popular move. Very typical manoeuvre in the royal pairs. You bring the knight out to g3, so you can have variation like rook e8. Now, could we see? I think he might avoid rook e8 because isn't there like some line where you can go knight g5 and pretty much force a draw?
But in this position, black's got the move c4. So it's different.
C4,
if your pawn isn't on c5, then you can go for those drawing lines.
Yeah, so what Nick is saying is basically there are lines where you go rook f8 and then white comes back and tries to make a draw, but c4 kind of nullifies that whole idea because you're hitting the bishop, and when the bishop retreats, now you could just kick the knight away. So going back to the game, he has played a move actually. I presume he's played knight f1. Okay. Move on the board, or are you still thinking?
I think he's still thinking.
Okay, let's move on. Let's quickly get through as many games as possible. We've got next four. We've got Peter Roberson, who's playing against Amit Ghazi, who had an interesting battle yesterday with Supratit Banerjee. Peter Roberson is also quietly doing well in this tournament. Who did he beat yesterday? I forget who he beat yesterday.
Oh, I think he beat, is it the FM Fava or something?
Oh, Lorenzo Fava.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah, I remember that now. Okay, so knight f3 was played, and g6, c4.
This is sort of going back to Amit's roots now, isn't it? With King's Indian.
Yeah, I think when you're under pressure, that's a good thing to actually stick within your comfort zone. So obviously it's a high pressure, high stakes game. Realistically, these guys are on 5 out of 7. Do they think that if they win both, because obviously if they win as well, like let's say Amit wins, he could potentially play white against Shreyas or something like that, right? Or he could play, or whatever colour, he could potentially play something like Mike Adams or Shreyas. So he could still decide his own fate effectively.
I think everyone who's entered this tournament has come here to win the championship, so I'm sure that both players will be playing for winning this game.
Well, you say that, but I've had so many Britishes where people have started wussing out at the end, and you know, I've started halving out when.
But at least you still had a chance to win the tournament. But when you're on 5 out of 7, and you're one of 13 players on 5 out of 7, you've got to go for it. And we have noticed, obviously, Amit has messed up some quite good positions in the last few games, so. He seems to be quite good at obtaining strong positions, but he just is struggling a bit to convert them. Yes, it's interesting. So White's played this h3 move. He might be considering playing g4 again to clamp down on that f5 break.
Black 95, Nick?
That was the idea Supatic used actually in round 1 against Vitiugov, was this knight h5 move.
Actually, the main move here, by the way, is knight a6. Sorry to interrupt. And then you get a kind of bishop g5. And black has several moves, one of which is queen e8 and knight d2. Very typical King's Indian stuff. So,
but then as soon as black threatens f5, so if black played knight d7 here, which I think is the main move.
right.
No, in that line, sorry, after queen e8, if black plays, say, knight d7 here,
Yeah.
then I think white would normally play g4, or I would be tempted to play g4 anyway to try and slow down f5.
So strategically, white is taking some risk. I must say, I don't really have a great record in these kind of positions online, when I play these kind of systems, because it's a little bit overextended, and somehow black always seems to get some kind of counterplay in the King's Indian. That's what he has actually played a move there. So I'll just go back to that game quickly.
He's played the main line, knight a6.
Okay, so he's gone for knight a6. Hang on, he's gone knight a6. So we could see this happening, this line with bishop g5. We'll see how well prepared Peter Robertson is. A very interesting situation. Let's quickly move on to the game with your brother. This is huge.
I was going to say just quickly about Peter Robeson's game. I thought he was normally an e4 player.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
So
he normally is. So he's out of his comfort zone as well. He doesn't look very comfortable, actually. And he hasn't played on... This is maybe one advantage that Ami has over Peter in this game, other than the fact he's a very strong player as well, is the fact that he's used to playing on these demo boards. Whereas Peter has kind of been just outside the edges, I would say. Is it fair to say?
Yeah, I think Peter does prepare very hard, but I think Amit will just have... Amit does have a little bit more experience in these kind of positions, and that's, that could be useful.
Okay, so the next game, I'm not surprised at all to see that Daniel Fernandez has gone for a slightly rare system. This knight c3 stuff. It was actually mentioned, I was talking about Bobby Fischer earlier. It was actually, they did a dossier on Bobby Fischer before the 1972 match, and they gave it to Boris Spassky. They said maybe one of the lines that Bobby Fischer would not be familiar with is after knight f6 e5. Bobby would not be that familiar with, although Boris Spassky never really went for this. I think it was well that against e4, Bobby moved around a lot. He also played lines with an early sort of like knight f6, like the Ilyikin defense. But anyway, so after e5, the main point is that you take, and then you get this solid setup. So a6 is one of the moves that Rich has relied on. And the point is, I think, Nick, that after g3, you go queen c7. And I think Richard would not... There is a lot of theory on this, actually. And after, say, for example... There is a weird line. I could be wrong here, but I think, well, firstly, your knight's attacked by the queen, right? So you've got to deal with that problem. If you go queen e2, they go knight c6. And when you take, they take with a queen. After rook g1, I believe maybe the top move is something weird like h5, or maybe I'm getting confused about this. But I think there's also a line where you can go, maybe I'm getting mixed up, you can go d4. Maybe I'm getting mixed up with this line, Nick. You take, and after knight c6, you trade skis, and then you go bishop g5, and now here, I believe the top move is h5, which makes no sense whatsoever.
So what's the idea after queen takes rook?
Well, queen takes rook is possible, but then you run into castle's queen side, intending queen d8.
Looks quite dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah, thank you.
Dangerous. Yeah. I don't think Richard will go for something sharp like that. I mean, when he was growing up, he was he's not going to go for this position.
No.
When he was growing up, he was a Sicilian Dragon player, so he's probably relying on that knowledge from childhood years.
I'll just check that.
But I think in more recent years, he's played a lot more openings, so he hasn't really played it as much in recent years. Yeah, I don't think Richard's going to go in for any system where he's on the defensive. He's going to be looking for... He'll be the one sacking the rook, not the one taking the rook.
Yeah, but he's black, right?
I just can't see him playing any line like this where he's, got to play a defensive position. He'll be trying to find some way to play aggressively.
Yeah, it seems like he's got a good position, actually. Daniel is very typical typically gone his own way. He doesn't tend to like big Ferrec or battles. So he's gone for something a little bit more offbeat, I should say. I think we should have a quick look at some of the women players as well, because the ladies' prize is hotting up.
Do you want to just finish off the last few players in that score
sure,
group? So
sure.
the next one was Super Tit.
So we looked at that. Didn't we look at that game earlier?
I think there's one other player, and it's actually slightly hidden. I think William is also on the same score group, but he's playing on the bottom board against Yang Fan. So maybe we have to go to the bottom board. Is that a live board or not?
What about these guys, Sawpaw? We haven't looked at them either.
But William's actually one of the leading players.
But aren't they the leading players? Or they?
Shawpaw is as well, yeah.
Yeah. So
Shawpaw and Yishen.
Yeah, we need to look at these. Is it just because his dad's in the audience? So
it'd be nice to show his game, and also he's in with a slim chance of becoming British champion.
Yeah, I mean the question is whether 7 out of 9 is going to be enough, which was a phenomenal score in its own right, but it may or may not get in the playoff. We are yet to. So we're getting a Petrov defence, and so that Petrov is knight f6. You're attacking the e4 board. After d4, black decided to take bishop d3. This is an old invention. Knight c6 is an old invention of Vishy Anand, like tactical genius Vishy Anand. And the point is that when you take, looks like a blunder, you've blundered your knight, but after bishop takes e4, black goes d5, and after bishop d3, you push the pawn on with a double attack, Nick. I believe.
Can you also look at the line d5?
d5 is the other idea, yeah. So d5, hitting the knight again. So if the knight retreats, obviously you take skis, you're doing very well. I mean, maybe there's an f5 there, but I think it's too loosening. You know, something like 95 surely is good for white. So, but what you got a very clever move here. Maybe the audience can think about, before I show, they could think about this position. What's a good move for black? Anyone got any ideas? What's the best move for black here? Or anyone watching at home?
Have we got the chat?
Sorry? Knight c5 is the move. So basically, it's all theory. And when you take on c6, you go e4. And you're going to win that one of these pieces back. So anyway, that hasn't happened in the game. Sawpaw has played pretty well, actually. He's gone for, in this tournament, has gone for a slightly different line. So knight c5 played. So I quite like White's position here, Nick. I think Castles is one. He's actually got bishop c4. He's got a nice space advantage here. What do you think?
I think Yishen seems quite comfortable, though. I mean, he's still got a lot of time, so he's probably still in his preparation here, and he's actually been, very solid this tournament. I don't know if he's been in major trouble against anyone. He was maybe slightly worse against Vitiugov.
Sure.
But I don't think he's been in major trouble in any of his games. So,
but in terms of getting a GM norm, I think he probably needs to win this game and do well in the final round as well. And the same could be said of Chorpor. I think they're both well prepared. D6. This could end up. He's played the Petrov. I think he's basically signalled that he's quite happy with a draw, actually. When you play the Petrov, it's known to be quite a drawish opening because the pawn structure is symmetrical. What do you think?
Yeah, I imagine he probably needs 1.5 out of 2 for GM norm. So he probably doesn't mind too much with a draw. But also, you probably play, against your opponent because your opponent maybe needs to win. So if you play something solid, you maybe anticipate that they will do.
What's his rating perf before this game? Is there a way of finding that his rating perf?
Maybe he's drawn with strong players, hasn't he? And then he's won against all of the lower rated players, so he must be close to 2600 performance at the moment.
Oh, okay. Let me check out their rating perfs. This is very important because this is what players do during the tournament. They'll be checking out their rating perfs. What's my rating perf? What's my flavour? Tell me what's my flavour.
But he also needed to play foreign players, didn't he? So actually playing against Chorpor is probably quite a good pairing for him.
No, we had this conversation yesterday that in the British Championships you can get a GM norm.
No, but I think if you're like English, you don't need them. But if you're foreign, you do.
Oh,
need
Chorpor,
them.
you mean?
No, I mean Yishen as well.
Oh, Yishen. Right. I get you. I hear you.
So I don't know who else he can
play. Okay, Yishen is performing at 26.01. You're absolutely right. So 1.5 is probably going to be good enough. Sawpaw is performing at 24:30. No, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Only 25:12. Wow,
Unfortunately,
that's insane.
we don't have the chat up. I'm sure somebody knows, but we'll
I think we're going to go down to Mr. William Claridge Hanson's board, which
we'll see how he's getting on.
he's been put into the. Hang on, is this the round?
I think he's on bottom board.
This isn't the round, is it?
45, board 45.
Board 45.
Keep
Right.
scrolling.
I'm scrolling down too far now. Okay,
There
board
you go.
45. Now, the reason why I believe Yang Fan has been put on a special board is maybe has, I don't know if he has a few ticks during the game or whatever, but let's not go into that. But Yang Fan's a really nice guy, by the way. But in this game, how is Yang Fan? Yang Fan must be doing quite well himself, right?
I don't think so, because I think Yang Fan's up floating. I don't remember him playing any of the top players.
Okay.
But he seems to have quite a big advantage on time here, so it feels as though he's actually got his preparation in.
C5, C3, knight C6, castles, trade on D4.
It's like a French defense with your bishop outside the pawn chain, which is in theory quite good, but black, has a bit of lack of development.
So after knight A3, A6, white traded on C6 and black took back the pawn. So this actually looks pretty solid for black, to be honest. I think this is actually quite a reasonable position for black, in my opinion. But I'm not sure if it's still theory, and it's not theory. But visually it looks okay for black to me, Nick.
Yeah, I mean it looks solid, doesn't it? It looks like you can. Well, you just have to get your piece out. I guess White's going to try to play a move. Can you play a move like Queen A4, or just try and play some move to make it a bit awkward for you to develop? If Black can just simply, move his knight somewhere and develop his bishop and castle, then Black's probably just better.
I hear you.
So White needs to do something quickly to try and upset Black, and he has got that lead in development. Yeah, I mean, it depends if he's still in his preparation. If he's still in his preparation, then he might know the best
So
plans.
William Claridge Hanson currently is performing at 24:36. So he's on for an IM norm. Has he got any IM norms? He's got two. He needs to get rating above 24. Has he been over 2400 before?
But this would be massive an IM norm here, and would put him a bit closer to 2400 as well. So
Yeah, so good luck to William Claridge Hanson. That was his dad in yours. What's your name again, sorry, sir? Hanson. Yeah, but what's your first name? Hanson. Hans Hanson. Okay.
no,
Okay.
I think 1.5 is probably what he requires.
We're going to switch back to the board one. And by the way, we've got some guests potentially coming from the audience. Is that right?
I don't know. Yeah, a very sort of solid opening choice. Now, Mickey, he did actually play that bishop g4 move that we suggested on move 2 against b3. And
so we had these moves.
yeah, one advantage of playing bishop g4 is that you can put the knight on d7 rather than putting the knight on c6, and that prevents White from pinning the knight with bishop b5.
Pinning and winning.
So that's why you can go for that move order. And then he's not gone for your fianchetto, but just a very solid setup for Black here.
Yeah, h6, Nick, and then knight h4, just going for some exchanges. Actually, this reminds me of a position. I'm trying to remember what position it reminds me of. Didn't somebody have something like this earlier in the tournament? Hang on, wasn't it Simon Williams' game early in the tournament? Really early on in the tournament.
I can't really remember it, to be honest. I mean, presumably now Black has to trade off the light square bishops, and then yeah, is White going to try and play f4? I don't know. It's hard to see what White's main goal is if he's not going to play for f4. I mean, presumably Black has to now take the bishop, but he's still considering his options here. Queen takes, and yeah, the knight on h4 is slightly vulnerable, but you haven't got any good moves with this knight. If you could move this knight somewhere good, then obviously your queen would be attacking h4. That could be quite strong. So he might consider a move like bishop e7. I guess it's a choice between bishop e7 or bishop d6 to try and put pressure on the knight. Gawain might be able to just castle kingside and just play calmly. And if Black castles, I wonder if F4 is his idea. What do you think? Is that a
Yeah,
plan, just
this
to
is a
try and
typical
mix it up a
idea,
bit?
Nick. You got to bring the knight in, and then you're gaining space. The knight's coming in to e5. What do you think about the body language of both players? Like Mickey there looking very pensive, Gawain looking very relaxed, looking back at the demonstration boards. What do you think about
I think they're both probably okay
he's
at the
played a
moment.
move,
I mean, I think Mickey,
trade skis?
he probably, won't be too scared of this position. I mean, obviously, he sort of knows he's been surprised, but at the same time, it's not a really dangerous surprise.
Cool, cool.
I think we just have to go on a short break quickly.
Danny is placing the bets at some horse racing tracks. There's a comment come up on YouTube referring to
Someone knows you well.
gambling addiction. Right, okay. Welcome back, everybody. So, in this position, Michael Adams is thinking. So, what do you think he's thinking about? What's his candidate moves, Nick?
Well, certainly Bishop E7 and Bishop D6. He'll be deciding between those. I mean, I don't know if he can go for kingside fianchetto. That seems slightly unusual. I guess it is possible, but
maybe expanding, right, and hitting the knight. So the knight's going to retreat and then put the bishop there.
yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think G5 is Mickey's idea. I thought he might play G6 rather than G5, but I think more likely he'll play Bishop E7 or Bishop D6.
Yeah, I would say that one of the problems that White faces here is he's not really sure on what side that White's going to castle. It doesn't seem clear to me whether white's going to cast on the king side or on the queen side. So you want to stay flexible, possibly. Maybe go bishop d6, Nick.
I think white's definitely casting kingside here. I think queenside casting looks really risky. I'm not sure if Gawain. Well, I guess he's got to win this game, but I don't really think Gawain's going to risk casting queenside. Black can get quite a fast attack with a5, and yeah, I think white's going to cast a kingside and play f4. That's his main plan. So the question is, what's black actually going to do about it?
Well, let's say I went f4, Nick, because I'm going to stay flexible. You know, it's like this Kramnik rule about no castling, right? It's almost like maybe I'm going to wait for you. This might be a bad strategy, by the way, but e5, which would be the normal counter-attacking move, could be met with knight f5, right?
I mean, black would have to castle first if you wanted to play e5.
Okay, now I castle. I know, now maybe I'm going to castle here and then I'm going to go g4, g5. This is the sort of thing that I'd be worried about if I was black.
I feel like queenside casting's too loose. I mean, black can just play a5 and...
Really?
I mean, obviously, if Gawain's prepared all of this, then it's more worrying, but...
Should we do the... I know every day we do the evaluation game. I think you'll get a bit bored of it, right?
I think casting queenside...
Maybe you're getting a bit bored of me in general. I think
there's only 2 more days to go.
Oh, thank God for that. Right.
I think casting queenside, I would personally rather be black here, but...
Yeah, you're right, man. Your evaluations are spot on. Okay. So what happens in this position? Is it still theory? I guess not. No. And you've, probably the evaluation would be about equal.
I think so, yeah.
It's gone bishop d6.
So he's played the main move. Obviously, he was probably debating between bishop d6 and bishop e7.
I think Mike Adams will be quite happy with this position. What do you think, Nick?
I think so. It's quite solid. I imagine Gawain will either castle or play f4. He'll probably just castle first and then keep his options open.
Sure. Okay, we'll come back to this game because there's not a lot going on at the moment. I think they're going to manoeuvre around for a bit. Let's move on to board 2. So we've had a very similar setup in this game. We mentioned that earlier. White also went for the fianchetto of the bishop to b2. Current position on the board. It's white to play. I guess white's going to go for c4, Nick.
I mean, this one's transposed into more of a d4 opening, but it's almost a symmetrical position here, so it feels quite a sort of drawish position. I'm not sure if that would really suit either player, to be honest.
I quite like white. I think another move that I would consider is knight e5, very seriously consider, because one strategic idea is if you go c4, there is the issue that queen c7 might be a problem, and you can't go into e5 because then I can win a pawn with knight takes e5. Just show that to the viewers. I'll have to go for everything now, Nick, because apparently I'm not dumbing down enough. So
you can also play c takes d4 in those positions as well after c4.
Yeah.
And then after c takes d4, e takes d4, you just sit there with the pawn on d5. That's like a little bit awkward for white because he's constantly got to worry about d takes c4 in every single move.
This is some kind of... Didn't you have this in the British Championship in Hull, like in the first round, a similar kind of structure, right?
Yes, it's possible. Yeah, and I mean, the idea of playing for knight e5, which you suggested, if we go back to the live position, so Stuart might not want to play for c4, but sometimes they have to play a3. So let's not play c4. Let's look for other options. Yeah, sometimes they're worried about knight b4, so they might want to play a3.
Yeah.
But then he probably concerned about queen c7. So if he wants to play knight e5, he might have to do it now.
Stuart tends to be one of these people who has big tanks, doesn't he? When I say big tanks, I mean like big things. I think they're actually both kind of eating up their clock quite a lot already. As you said, it's quite...
There's one positional little trick, if I can remember here, actually. So knight e5 is the main move, yeah. So bishop b7, and then a3.
Just to prevent maybe knight e4 in any position, right?
Yeah, that's it. I think there's a trick. I'm trying to think how it goes. There's some position where you bring your knight to e7 and you play b5. Yeah, it's probably knight e7 now.
Right.
And then f4.
F4, yeah.
Yeah, knight e4 is quite a common idea. I'm trying to think where I'm getting this b5 idea from now. It might not be here.
We need to.
Probably queen e2. But or perhaps it's in a position where white somehow doesn't play with a3.
Yeah.
And then you probably wouldn't play b5 then either. You probably play knight b4. If white tries not to play a3, so if after bishop b7, let's say white tries to save a tempo and play f4,
Yeah.
which is quite logical. You have to deal with this knight b4 idea. I guess black could play knight b4. But maybe you just play bishop e2 and then you play a3 and you get more or less the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think Shreyas will be quite happy with this. I think that both players actually be quite happy with the outcome of this opening. You've got kind of a strategical, rich, strategical middle game battle developing. It's going to be very exciting, this game, I'm sure.
I think Shreyas will be more happy than Stuart, to be honest, because it feels like white's got no advantage at all and it's still quite,
Yeah, but
double-edged
when you
position.
go 1b3, you're not really expecting an advantage, are you? So,
Yeah.
okay, so they're well out of theory by this point. Black's just gone bishop f8. He's keeping the tension with David Jensen.
Yeah, it's obviously all the pieces still on the board, so there's a lot of options for both sides. Is there any chance white could try and create some sort of kingside attack, or is that just being way too optimistic?
So Black's just gone bishop f8 with the idea probably of bringing a bishop to g7, which is very solid. Now, what Nick is saying is maybe white has already got plans on the king's side. Okay, there's a couple of moves. One move is to play knight h2. So often to attack your opponent on the side of the board where the king is, you need to push your pawns forward. So one way to play is to play move f4. That looks very thematic, Nick. And there's also maybe another plan, which is to go bishop h6, simply exchanging off the dark square bishops. I think that might be a little bit straightforward. I quite like the move knight h2 here.
There's also, you could consider h4, h5 as well.
I think
So it's
Siva's played
slightly
pretty
unusual.
well so far, right? So far, this position looks quite promising for white. Would you say?
White's got some options he can go for. I would probably try and... You could also consider throwing in bishop g5 as well. Black just played bishop f8.
Oh, you want
Try
do
to
that?
encourage f6.
Right. And if I just ignore that, or maybe
You have to do something because your queen's under attack.
No, sorry, I mean ignore that in the sense I don't want to go f6. So I did notice. Yeah, sorry. So I'm being here too long.
We're dumbing it down.
Yeah, dumbing it down. So yeah, so that's also an option. I mean, I would probably evaluate this as, I would say plus 0.6 for white this position. What would you say?
Yeah, I feel objectively black should be okay, but I would rather be white here.
Oh,
That's
close.
good. That was good
Yeah,
estimation.
it was a better guess, right?
Bad point.
Maybe I'm improving.
That's good. Yeah, so Siva's probably quite happy with this position, and
Rook E, yeah, that was another plan I think I saw, just to double it, very Bobby Fischer style, you just double on the A file. It was a very famous game actually that Karpov played against Unsicker. I think it was in Nice in 1971. And he played this amazing move, bishop a7, to control the A file, so then he could double rooks or triple stack, our old favourite triple stack.
I mean, I would probably try and attack on the king side rather than doubling on the A file, but the computer's a bit more positional.
What do you think these players do at night? Because I've not seen any of them around in the city. Maybe they've got like a secret portal where they can avoid, do you think they just eat in a hotel, or what do you think they do?
Yeah, probably just go back and start preparing.
Right, we're going to go back to Peter Roberson game, because this is heating up as well. Just B3 by white. F5 screams at me, Nick. What do you think?
F5 is a bit of a double-edged move, though, because, then white can play G takes F5.
Right, just play that.
And, well, either you could take again, yeah, you have to take back, or you could consider Rook G1 as well.
Rook G1 with the idea of bishop H6. And if I just slide out the way and say I don't really care. He's played a move, Amit, but he hasn't gone for you. Maybe he agrees with you. This is high-level stuff. He's just gone bishop D7. He's playing a waiting game, so that the pressure is on. I think Amit looks quite confident here, quietly confident.
Well, I think, like we said earlier, Amit knows his positions quite well, so he probably knows the ideas. Whereas I'm sure Peter's obviously studied some of the theory, but probably isn't quite so familiar with the ideas. So, having said that, Peter's used basically no time, so he's probably still in his prep. He's obviously heavily prepared, isn't he?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I would say that if Amit gets into the playoff, if there is a playoff, let's pray that there's no playoff. But if there is a playoff, then I would say that Ami would have as good a chance as any because he's a bit of a rapid play and blitz specialist, right? He's one that I noticed that I looked him up and he actually won the British rapid play when he's age 13. So, Super Tit is trying to win the British Championships at the age of 11. That will be a phenomenal achievement. Let's quickly switch to the Super Tit Banjery, but not before we chicken in on your brother. How's your brother doing? Let's get some brotherly love on the board. Are you rooting for Richard? I mean, I'm Team Ami all the way. Team Ami, Team Dan Fernandez. But obviously, I'm conflicted.
But I thought Richard's one of your oldest friends, and you're rooting for other players. I always
against my friends. We've actually got Keith Arkle playing in the seniors. A shout out to Keith Arkle.
You want him to lose as well, do you?
I love Keith. But he's got a tough game actually. Keith is playing against John Merriman from Liverpool area, but I think Keith is quietly confident of getting a result.
John Merriman's a good player, isn't he? I mean, in this position, knight FD7 is interesting. Obviously, he doesn't want to leave that knight on E5, and I guess the thinking was if he attacks the knight by playing knight BD7 last move instead, then White might just ignore it. So if in this position here, if Black played knight BD7,
good point. Yeah.
White might just not do anything about that knight,
and maybe then play a developing move like Rook E1 or Queen E2, or even A4, Nick.
Yeah.
Bishop F3 is another option. It's quite good. So this is a critical move because you're threatening the knight. Obviously, a move like Rook E1 would be a disaster because take on E5 and Black just wins a clear piece. So a very important point. Knight C4 is a line I would calculate, but after B5, Bishop F3 hitting the Rook, there's Rook A7. I don't see a great way for White to continue. If you go Knight E3, I think you can play something like Knight E5.
Yeah, I mean, this looks fine for Black, doesn't it? Even Bishop B7 as well as Knight E5.
Yeah, so important moment for Daniel. I think he's played a bit of an insipid system, but we mentioned before, this is kind of his style that he tends to play, go his own way.
It feels roughly balanced at the moment, would you say?
I agree with you. I think the evaluation would maybe be a tiny bit in favour of Black, actually, maybe 0.18 or something. No, even more than that. Wow. Yeah. So Richard's got a serious chance to win the game. That's very interesting. Let's quickly switch to the Super Tit Banerjee game.
I mean, the one thing I'll say about the opening choice of Richard is that it is an opening he would have been quite familiar with from childhood days. So he probably just decided against someone like Dan Fernandez, who moves around a lot, just to stick with the lines that he knows well.
So let me just check. Is Richard got a chance of a GM now? Because
he probably would need at least 2 out of 2, because I think he dropped points at the beginning of the tournament against lower rated players. So I'm not sure if he does have a realistic chance, but I think he would definitely need 2 out of 2 to have a chance.
Okay. He needs 2 out of 2 and then hope that somehow that's good enough, right?
Yeah, I'm not even sure if that would be enough, but I think as a minimum he needs 2 out of 2.
But if he wins, he's probably going to play like a 2600, right? Because he's pretty much avoided them all so far. Sometimes that's a Swiss system, isn't it? You know, some of the players have played a lot of the 2600s, like Yi Chen, for example. Sorpo, I think, has played 1 or 2 at least. But, you know, some of the players on a good score, like you mentioned, like Roberson would be another example, have pretty much avoided all of them. But you can't avoid them forever. At some point you have to play them. Anyway, I'm babbling again. What about this position?
Yeah, so Marco's played this quite standard idea of playing A5, A4, Queen A5, which comes up quite a lot in these Morozzi bind type positions.
Yeah.
And you quite often would continue with moves like Bishop E6, Rook FC8, just develop your pieces. I think it looks like quite a standard position. White probably castle, move the F1, Rook to D1, play B3, those kind of moves. And it's pretty balanced. I expect White's a tiny bit better here, but there's not much in it.
Okay, right. Okay, let's quickly move on, and we're going to quickly move on to Sorpo games, see what's happening. Maybe we could. Actually, I think the other thing we need to be doing is looking at some of the ladies' games, because we've got Lan Yao playing against Brandon Clark. How did Lan Yao get on? Is he lost against?
I think she lost. I think the person leading the tournament is Elmira.
Right,
She's got
right.
half a point more than Lan Yao.
Okay, we'll quickly look. This is a dragon variation, typified by bishop e3 and queen d2, knight c6, castles.
Yeah, so castles and bishop c4 are the two main moves there.
Yeah, yeah. So d5, Nick, very typical idea. There's lots of moves that white can play here, but queen e1, for example, is a move. Try to take advantage of the x-ray, so you're setting up a trap, which is that. It's very good for white. However, in this position, after d5, white could also take on d5. That's why I'm in the game, right?
I think this is the main line, isn't it? So it's considered to be slightly better for white, but it can lead to quite double-edged play.
Yeah, exactly. It's very sharp. Gawain's played this sort of thing as black. I know, you know.
It's worth noting also after bishop c5 on move 13, I know you just skip past that move quickly. Black does allow the exchange sacrifice with move bishop e6, but it's quite dangerous for white to take.
I should have mentioned that, yeah.
Quite dangerous for white to take.
You're realising that I'm not dumbing down enough, right? Bishop takes f8, and then queen takes, and then actually there's a trap here. Firstly, you've got very good compensation. That knight on d5 is terrific. Rook's going to come to b8. But there's also transparent trap threatening bishop h6. So that's not really a very good variation for white, I don't think. So white tends to play knight e4. I think we're still in theory. So I think we'll come back to that game. I think Elmira, let's have a look at how sees. And we also need to check in on Bodhana, because Bodhana's a big game. Also Stanley Badasconi versus Simon Williams.
Yeah, but
where's Elmira?
She must be higher up.
I hear she's playing against. Yeah, she's got a tough pairing against. So she's playing black against Bazakusta, who's a very good young Ukrainian player, one of the best players for his age in the world, I would say. Bishop f4.
He's not having a great tournament, and he's gone for the exchange Slav, which is very solid. So she'll probably be quite happy because in the ladies' championship, she's half a point clear. If she can get another half a point here, that would be massive because she knows her main rivals. Lan Yao's playing against Brandon Clark. Bodhana's playing against Mark Hebden as Grandmaster. So she's probably hoping that they won't score too heavily. And she would be delighted with a draw here, I imagine, if she can make it.
Yeah, I think she's got good prospects of doing that, maybe even more, who knows. But yeah, I quite like her last move, you know, maybe focusing on some kind of knight c4 ideas. I know her partner, Elder Gasanov, is also a very strong player, so he's probably helped her with preparation. Anyway, this doesn't seem to be anything seriously, you know, doesn't seem to be anything seriously wrong with Black's position, so that looks very solid. Let's have a quick look at Bodhana's game. And
that's quite an interesting matchup, isn't it, Mark Hebden?
That's a very interesting game. So a big clash here of two, you know, a current British chess legend in Mark Hebden playing against a possible future British legend in Bodhana. So Mark plays d4 as he always does. He's always been a d4 player, more or less. I think he actually, you know, back in the day played e4.
He used to play Grand Prix attacks a long,
or we discussed
time
before
ago.
the toilet variation, right? Let's not go into that now. Yeah, so we get this kind of semi-Slav. This is a semi-Slav structure, but Bodhana didn't go for the typical semi-Slav, which I think is taken on c4 or playing h6, which would be the Moscow variation. So he went knight bd7.
We're taking on c4 leads to incredibly sharp positions, and I don't think that's really Bodhana's style, is it? So she's playing this kind of Cambridge Springs system where you play knight d7 and then queen a5. There are some little tricks to watch out for after e3, queen a5.
By the way, Rouser, I mentioned that Rouser, you know, the old Russian player, sorry to go off on a bit of a tangent. The guy used to do 16 hours a day on chess. He did even more hours on chess a day than we do, you know. Right, Queen b3 used to play because he thought out refuted the Cambridge Springs because after Queen a5, now you can drop the bishop back to d2. But of course that gives black other options after Queen b3. For example, you could take on c4. But sorry, you were saying, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, after Queen b3, taking on c4 is quite normal. But if you play bishop d3 instead of c takes d5,
yeah, very good point.
Then that's one of the main moves. You have to watch out for knight e4. And now if White's a little bit careless and plays, for example, Queen c2 to defend the knight, Black can take the bishop, exactly.
This could be painful.
Knight takes in a standard trap.
takes. Yeah, this is the whole point. One of the key points of the Cambridge Springs is the Queen is very active along this fourth rank or fifth rank, as it would be for White. So it's a very good point, Nick. So okay, so in the game, the C takes D5 was played. That's the main line. I think the other main line is knight D2, but C takes D5 is the most typical move. Knight takes D5, Queen D2, Bishop B4.
I think Kramnik played these lines for White, didn't he?
Yeah, it's all standard theory, right? I think this is all standard theory. Now, B6 is a typical idea. So you might say, well, what B6 looks weird with Queen on A5, but Black has a very typical strategic plan, which is to bring the bishop to A6. So White played Bishop D3. I've actually played Queen D3 here, Nick, just to prevent Bishop A6. I remember the computer said that was an interesting way to play. But Black wants to play Bishop A6 and exchange off some pieces. And we know that Bodhana is a very good defensive player. So this is all going to plan so far for her. Rook E8.
Yeah, it's worth noting, obviously, if White tries to play C4, then Black can exchange the Queen. So otherwise White would play that move. So
and then you take, and then probably some move like E5 would be perfectly reasonable for Black, I would imagine, because after D5 there's a knight C5, Nick.
Yeah, exactly. I think Black's main plan is trying to swap off a couple of pieces just to take the pressure out of the position, because Black's got less space. So when you have less space, you want to exchange pieces. White would like to keep as many pieces on the board as possible and try to maybe create some kind of attack. There's a nice little trick here if White plays the move Rook E4, which would be a little bit unfortunate.
So what's Nick saying is you want to go there with the idea, bring the rook across, create an attack down a G file, but Black can snap off that pawn.
Or even better than that, Black can play knight
C5.
C5.
Sorry, I can't take that pawn. I'm bloody.
Black can play knight C5.
Sorry, yeah. I told you I've been here too long. The fatigue is starting to wear on me. Knight C5, really obvious trick. Yeah, so in this position, it's White to move. I quite like the way Bodhana's played it. I think Mark might be a bit tired now. He's a bit one of the older players. So obviously, same could be said of Stuart Conquest. You don't have a rest day in the British Championships. I think it favours the. We'll see if that plans out. But I've got a theory that it's going to favour the younger players. Shreyas is obviously in contention. I think we see Freddie Gordon on the camera. We might go to that game in a minute.
I mean, White could play a move like Queen E4 potentially and just try and bring the Queen over to the King side.
So if I go C5, Nick, how are you playing? Maybe a move like Queen G4, eyeing up a bishop takes H6 sack.
Yeah, I think you've just got to go for it now, haven't you?
Queen E4. So let's say, well, look, I'm afraid of this. I'm just going to park my king here. Like, how are you now making progress? Because this is an important question. Like, how is Mark going to make progress in this position?
So maybe Queen H5.
We could get a repetition. I think it's very unlikely to see a Mark Hebden is known to be one of these kind of.
Okay, let's go Rook E4. Okay, we're all in here. We're sacking the A2 pawn.
Yeah.
Just going to go for me.
Yeah, that's actually a nice idea you've come up with, Nick, there. Here.
Probably Rook E1, yeah.
Is there an F5, I'm wondering, actually? That might be a bit of a spanner in the works.
Yeah, that's slightly annoying, isn't it?
It's more than slightly annoying. But you do have Rook H4, and your attack continues. My plan was after takes. I take with a knight, and then... That's the thing. When you're getting attacked, guys, one of the things to remember is there's always defensive resources. People panic when their king side's being attacked. But when you analyse the computers, they always show you defensive resources that are there in the position. Okay, this is a mess at the moment. I think we'll come back to that game, Nick.
It would be quite interesting if you tried an attacking line like that, though.
I also want to look at Simon Williams' game. Simon Williams, good friend of ours. So clearly I'll be rooting for his opponent. But he's playing against Stanley, who's a well-known figure these days on the chess scene with his brother Frankie. Also their mother Alison is often seen at chess tournaments. And yeah, so in this game, Stanley tends to play fairly aggressive. I don't think he's got a great record against Simon, by the way.
I remember a 4-cell game where Simon beat Stanley.
Yeah, because they're both quite similar styles. They're both quite attacking players. And often when you have a similar style against somebody, you often tend to have quite a bad score against them if they are slightly stronger than you. So if a positional player playing against a tactical player and they're a little bit stronger, then there isn't necessarily going to be that much difference in the score. But often some players can have a crushing score against players if they've got a similar style. Do you ever find that? there's players that maybe are similar to you, but a bit weaker. You've got a very big score against, or maybe players that are slightly stronger, but again, similar style. You've got a bad record against. Is there anything like that?
Well, I definitely have players I've good and bad records against. I'm not sure whether the style was the reason or whether it's just
Yeah,
coincidence.
yeah. I'm probably over.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've had H6. Of course, Stanley's young as well. He's going to improve. I mean, so this is what Simon's been struggling a little bit in this tournament. In that he's been playing one junior after another, and obviously that wears on you. You know, I thought this recently, Nick, that, you know, you're playing games and tournaments sometimes, and I'm in my late 40s, and you sat there and you're thinking, you know, half my opponents are like 14, 15 years of age. Starts to get a bit depressing after a while when you realise you're giving away over 30 years in age.
Yeah, I mean, who has Simon played? Maybe we can have a look, because I think he was complaining about playing lots of junior players.
He's not doing very well on rating. He's losing about 14 points. I think Stanley might be losing a little bit as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many of these players are juniors, but I imagine quite a few of them are. I mean, he did play Nigel Davies, who's an older player, but he's played Super Tit. He's played a few of the younger players.
Golding is quite a young player. Rishi is a junior. He's like 14. So he's played a number of juniors. I think the player in the first round is a younger player as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's just tough now. Basically, most of your games are played against people who were born 2009, 2010, if you're lucky. And, yeah, so we're getting a very double-edged game here. They're both going for it, 100%.
Can we look at Bishop takes H6?
Yeah, they're kind of screaming at me. But I think Simon's idea, I could be wrong, is to go F4 maybe, Nick. And the idea just
sacrifice the pawn. And
it feels a bit dubious, I'll be honest. But it's a typical Simon idea that he just wants to go for the full, you know, the full English and G5 coming. The more you look at it, it doesn't look that clear. H2 maybe? Or...
Yeah, it feels quite interesting, doesn't it? Double-edged position.
Yeah, so if you don't take, what are your other options, Nick? Could you go knight h4? I think knight h4 would run into f4. So that's probably not a great option. The idea that if you take, queen takes h4 is pretty good. But I think taking on f5 is also super critical, because in some variation after you take, I think rook takes looks a bit too shaky, giving away too many squares, and you still have this problem with pawn. But after pawn takes, now maybe I grab C's, and I feel like if you go f4, suddenly you're giving me more squares, right? And knight can jump into e4. I'm not entirely sure. What would be your evaluation of the position after f5? How would you assess this?
Well, I think, yeah, white should be slightly better here, but I guess Simon's just trying to get some active play.
I think white might be clearly better. So I'm just going to go against you, right?
Probably be like +1.
No, I think you're spot on. I would say slightly better as well. No, clearly better. Yeah.
+1.1, so not too far off.
So you can actually do this, and just to show you what white can do. Again, a lot of people would panic here because your king side's coming under attack. Computer finds resources. It thinks king g2, and it thinks this could be a big game. This could be a big game. Really, Simon can't afford to lose this game. So let's move back. Some interesting developments. We're getting some big pushes. Gawain is better against Mickey. So that's also a big push. You know, I was backing up what I was saying earlier, that you could have, you know, Gawain is a position. If he beats Mickey, he's probably going to play Shreyas. He could go win-win and almost win the British by force. But then I would imagine that maybe he might play a playoff against Nikita. What do you think?
I think, Mickey would be happy to draw this game, wouldn't he? But Gawain,
I think he'd be delighted.
Gawain just has to go for the win. Yeah, maybe Mickey's not quite played this correctly then, because he was equal. I mean, Gawain's played this idea of f4 and castles, which we were discussing. I think that's definitely the most logical way of playing.
The last move that probably the engine didn't like so much. Actually, because of the space advantage.
Yeah, he probably preferred bishop e7 over. Because if you're gonna play this idea of knight e8, why are you putting the bishop on d6? Because he could have played going back to the move where he played bishop d6 or move 9. If you go back to move 9.
Ah, right.
If he's going to play this knight e8 idea, why didn't he play bishop e7 here and then try and do it with the castles?
So what Nick is, that's a very good point. Yeah, very very observant. And then if you go knight e8 with the idea, there's two ideas here. One is to attack the knight, obviously, but the other idea that I think you've got in mind, Nick, is to maybe play bishop f6.
Yeah, it still slightly prefers white, doesn't it? Here.
It's just a space of computers love space. We mentioned that before, like F498, computers love space. G3 apparently has given white a very nice position. I'm going to make a big shout, and I'm going to say Gawain wins this game. What do you think?
It's definitely possible. I mean, was H6 competing? And we are sort of going back quite far now.
Back to the future.
I'm trying to think, well, why is white actually better here?
Martin McFly's going to turn up any second.
Yeah, but yeah, I think Gawain will be quite happy. He's slightly better here, and he's got this pawn on F4, which means he can obviously try and get some sort of kingside attack later on.
I think as well we need to have a little look at our William Claridge Hansen game, because that was a crucial game for the standings. Let's have a quick look, see if there's any development there. I'd say this position actually looks about equal at this moment. The problem that Black has in the Karakarnik is the last problem of the opening, I would say, is developing that kingside, because like, how do you get these pieces out? At some point you want to move the bishop on F8, but like, how do you finish bishop G6? I don't know.
I think this is actually slightly uncomfortable for Black. I wouldn't really be that happy here because...
Right, that's interesting. Yeah.
Well, you just got to... I mean, White Yang Fan obviously had some theoretical ideas, and now you just got to get your king out of the centre, which is not that easy.
Maybe bishop G6. How do you... Oh, no, hang on. It's white to play. Sorry, yeah, that's a big difference.
Is Black considering the move C5 to try and get the queen? But the king's then stuck in the middle, but... In fact, you're just going to lose. No, you're not going to lose a pawn, are you? Okay, but it's White's move. White could just maybe improve one of his rooks, and
I'd probably rook C1.
I'm a little bit nervous for Black here.
C1. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I mean, it's the engine is saying slightly better for Black actually. It's C5. Oh no, it's not C5.
C5 loses. E5.
E5.
But maybe not rook C1 then. Maybe rook E1 or something. Or is it wants to take on D5?
It wants to take. Apparently, the best move is taking.
It says White's only very slightly better here.
I think the main point is you lose some coordination with your structure. If you take out a pawn, then you're going to have big development problems.
It's one of those positions where if you're Black, it's all about getting castled, isn't it? If you manage to get castled, then you're happy. But until that happens, you're a little bit on edge.
If you take with a knight, then you've lost. Well, C6 is where you've taken with a queen. You've lost some kind of No, you can't take with a queen. That's a bad move. You can take with a knight, but you lost a little bit of flexibility in structure. I mean, White could even consider maybe just taking.
I think Black would be delighted if you took that pawn. But knight takes bishop certainly looks playable. And
nice edge for White, maybe a nice little edge. But if Yang Fan doesn't find that line, he could be slightly worse. So this is an important moment for Yang Fan.
I think the next maybe 5 moves are going to be crucial to this game. If Black can consolidate, then obviously be happy. If his king doesn't get out of the centre, it's going to be a lot of suffering.
So, what game do you want to look at next, Nick?
Should we have a look at Nikita's game? See if
absolutely.
We haven't looked at Stuart Conquest recently.
Oh, we haven't. Right. Okay. What you mean physically looked at him?
Well, we're seeing him now on the screen.
He always looks like these days. He looks like one of these 1960s lifestyle.
Actually, you were talking about that Back to the Future. He looks a bit like the who's the
Doc.
Professor? Doc. Yeah, that's it. He's the Doc.
Who played the Doc? Actually, I think it was Christopher Lloyd, wasn't it? He was also in that film, very famous film called One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest with Jack Nicholson.
You're the film buff.
What can anyone name the year that was released? One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Sorry, you're very close. I think it was 75. And who played Nurse Ratchet? You're getting more and more obscure, these questions. So he won an Oscar. Actually, I've forgotten myself now. Anyway, let's go back to the game, right? Yeah, I think I quite like White here. I just like the attackingness of
I mean, the only thing is that normally Black would have he's played this move Rook C8 and he's lost that tempo, which you might have been able to use to play Knight E4. So if you can't play Knight E4, I actually wonder about Queen F3 from White to try and prevent Knight E4.
Yeah.
Maybe you just carry on and play Knight F5 anyway and just don't care.
Somebody YouTube got it right. I've actually forgotten. It's Louise Fletcher. I think she died recently. Okay. And Nurse Ratchet was the one who kind of tormented the Jack Nicholson character, which is something like McMurphy. Randall McMurphy. It was written by Ken Casey.
I've just seen an idea.
Oh, okay, let me mind read you. Do you want some? You don't want C4, do you?
I'm trying to get C4 to work. Maybe you have to go Queen C7 first.
So what
probably
Nick
have to play
is
Queen
saying,
C7 first.
C4 is a move but the problem is
I think you have to play Queen C7 first.
you hit the bish, but this is losing a pawn, so you might regain that.
If you play Queen C7 first, though, not C4, Queen C7 here.
Right.
Then if the white queen moves away, you can play Knight E4, and if it doesn't, then you can play C4.
So this is like a strategical battle, what Nick was saying. If you go to H3, then Knight E4 is an option. And, Knight E4 at first glance doesn't look like a very good move, but the point is that, say we get a variation like Knight takes E4, D takes E4, Bishop C4, Nick. You've taken some of the heat out of White's attack. Although it does sort of, still have some bite. Maybe the Bishop F6 is hard to play because, I think this game could go either way. I mean, I genuinely feel that Shreyas is probably the favourite, but also I can see a scenario where Stuart ends up winning the game.
You might have to throw in B5 in this kind of position. I keep trying to play this B5 move all the time. I'm sure you can play it somewhere, but I haven't quite worked out where you play it. But maybe Black should have played Queen C7 instead of Rook C8. I'm not sure. But it's up to White, first of all, whether he wants to go for Queen F3 or whether he wants to do something else.
Sorry for all the yawning viewers.
I think we're just off the game now.
It's been a long, okay, so let's have a look at Siva. And he's gone. He did go for the top line, which is Rook EA1. So after Queen C7, Queen C1, Rook A B8, White is now thinking. Vitiugov is not Vitiugov is not in great form in this tournament, but he's still there. He's still there fighting. This is what good players do. Somehow they can fashion a score, even when they're not 100%. It's the same thing with Gawain. Gawain's not playing like unbelievable chess compared to what he can do, but he's still there. He's still there pitching, right? And he's got a chance to maybe win a tournament in the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, I think Vitiugov has played quite solidly. He's not really put his opponents under enough pressure. We saw that game with Mickey where he turned down the kind of critical line, the Queen E2 move. Went for something a bit more simple. He's played a bit more solidly. He played solidly against Matthew. Played solidly, I think, against Shreyas as well, didn't he? So he's not really putting enough pressure on his opponents.
If I just trade skis and go Rook A7, Nick, how does Black make progress? Because it feels a bit uncomfortable. It feels like I've got you tied down the Queen side. I can start shifting to the King side. With moves like Bishop H6, you mentioned this move H4 earlier, H4, H5, maybe Knight H2. It just feels like White has all the promising options here.
Yeah, it does feel slightly better for White. Can Black try and trade off those rooks, or?
Yeah, I think that's a good move. Rook A8, and you want to at least get rid of one active. I definitely think that would be on Vitiugov's radar. But I think in general, I've always been a fan of the Royal pairs as White. I've got quite a good record, I think, as White, because I kind of understand the positions. I sort of studied them when I was younger. Studied a lot of these Kasparov-Karpov games from 1980s, and I always prefer White because it always seems like that White has a safer king. Black can maybe try and open up with F5 at some point, but White always has this kind of counter-attacking opportunities. So he's thinking about it. I think he's about to play a move.
Yeah, it does feel slightly more comfortable for White.
Should we just stay with this game for a little bit?
I don't know, he's thinking for a while.
Still got that massive jacket on. Maybe he's got more than one jacket. Maybe he's got you assume that people are wearing the same jacket, but he might have like several jackets at the same time. Right?
Well, he's wearing 3 jackets, you think?
Yeah. Okay.
It looks quite thick, doesn't it?
I don't like Black's position. I think this is like +1 for White already. No, that's an exaggeration. No, yeah. A bad evaluation again. Okay, let's go to your brother's game because he seemed like he was better. And yeah, but I do think maybe trades might be happening soon. One idea is maybe just to take. But the problem is like White is under a little bit of positional pressure here because Black's active on D4. If you trade, then where do you put your knight and where it's not going to get harassed? Like black will start gaining a lot of space on the king side, maybe a move like e5, Nick.
Yeah, I think structurally black's got very slightly better position with the extra central pawn and that variation.
Daniel's thinking. Got to see Richard with his, seems fairly relaxed. Got Marcus there on the next board. Also deep in full. Everyone's taking it really, really super seriously. And any interesting comments on YouTube? Somebody mentioned, sorry, the quotations from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest are flying or something like that. I don't know. Danny DeVito was also in that film. Do you remember that? What was Danny DeVito in? Twins, actually. I saw an Arnold
Schwarzenegger.
I saw an Arnold Schwarzenegger lookalike earlier today. Maybe he's one of these famous lookalikes, you know.
Whereas that's his job, was it? As a
lookalike? Yeah. I mean, Arnold Schwarzenegger is from Austria originally, the Austrian Oak. That was his nickname.
He loves chess.
He loves chess. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so let's go back to the Marcus Harvey game as well. Actually, it's not really progressed much since the last time we saw it. Bishop E3 was played.
Yeah, well, I noticed obviously against Amit that Supertit did get into time trouble. I mean, he was obviously able to handle it very well, but you don't really want to be getting into time trouble every game. And Marcus is actually quite a strong blitz player himself, so
sure.
I think Supertit he probably just isn't familiar with the ideas here. I don't think Bishop E3 was necessary. Was there some kind of trick that he was worried about?
So let's say castled. I mean, what you're referring to. If the pawn was on f4, I think knight takes e4 would be good. But the idea that if you take with a knight, queen takes d2 is winning for black after knight takes d2, bishop takes d4, check. However, with a pawn on f3, that tactic I just don't think works because you could simply take back. So I agree with you. I don't quite understand. Sometimes you can over elaborate here.
Yeah, I think he's kind of, because he played this queen d2 move early on, and just the way he's playing it, he's a bit scared of, he's sort of seeing ghosts a little bit. I think he's a bit scared of Marcus's ideas for no real reason.
Well, what's black's next move? You want to go bishop e6 or?
I mean, the standard plan is bishop e6, rook fc8. But I guess white can play castles on b3. There's not really anything to worry about. I mean, white could maybe even play with knight d5 later, but you castle first.
Castles, rook fc8.
I'd probably play b3 here.
b3, and if I trade, take back.
Yes, yeah. I think.
Sure, you wanted it again. Sorry, it's been a long few weeks. Burning the midnight oil. He's played a move, Marcus. He's played a move.
I mean, black would like to get b5 in that kind of position. I don't know if it's easy
got
to or not.
A very interesting move, Nick. Knight d7. I guess with the idea of bringing the knight around to the queen side, or possibly putting on e5 and putting pressure on c4. Now, if I go knight d5 here, I guess Marcus's idea is simply to go queen d8.
He could take the queen because of check.
He could take the queen, but I was a little bit concerned like how I would defend the pawn on e7. But I guess actually this pawn is also hanging. I should have mentioned. Let's say king d2, because the point is that I don't really want to go rook e8 because of knight c7 with a double attack with a fork. However, there is bishop takes b2 as a move. Maybe that's just not that bad for black.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like how much I like this knight d7. I don't know if I like knight d7 that much. It seems a bit slow.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I would have just gone bishop e6 there. Bishop e6 is the top move, but knight d7 is up there. It's spicy. I think also another idea that black has, which often happens in these kind of positions, Nick, is to possibly at some point play with f5 later in the game and try and undermine white's structure. Or again, bishop e6. And knight on c5 is creating some annoying pressure. I've got a gut feeling that Marcus is going to win this game. What do you think?
I don't know. With Supertit did seem quite good in analysis. I can see it going either way, to be honest.
We're getting a significant advantage on the, it seems like, maybe I'm jumping the gun a bit, Peter Roberson seems to have a significant advantage against Amit Gartzi, but of course that's often the case in the King's Indian, often the engines like white.
Yeah, also I think Roberson played his opening moves very quickly, so he's obviously incredibly well prepared. But now he's on his own terms in an unfamiliar position. Now he might find it harder to find the best moves. So,
I didn't like my
no,
F5
that doesn't like your F5 idea.
I think it's just too early.
But up until this point, I think Roberson's been just playing off theoretical knowledge.
Yeah.
So now he's got to try and find some plans himself.
I agree with you, yeah. So it's actually, I mean, the downside of White's position, yes, so you've got a lot of space. The downside of White's position, Nick, is that the king is in the centre. So your king is not completely safe.
Yeah, you have to be very careful with your king because there's nowhere really to put it.
I mean, you could plod on king f1, king g2. I don't really know what it does. Doesn't look. But as soon as you put it over on the king's side, Black will start to think about playing moves like f5. So apparently knight d2 is the best move when White has a nice advantage. And I think one of the ideas is, Nick, that again, this f5 move. I mean, I love pawn breaks when I'm playing because I feel like I need to do something. I hate not doing something. I hate plodding around, manoeuvring around. So I want to go f5, but again, this is just not good at all.
Well, even bishop h5, yeah.
Bishop h5, you spotted a good one there. Bishop h5, very typical idea, hitting the queen. And
I think Black will have to prepare f5, just play king h8, and maybe just play it a bit more slowly.
King h8, f5 is
maybe f5. There's still this bishop h5 thing to worry about, but yeah, Amit can. I mean, White also has to come up with plans as well, so Amit can just shuffle around a bit.
Just go here now, Nick. Maybe that's what it wants to do because the engine. Because like, what do you actually do with that knight? Do you go queen d8 or c5? C5 feels.
It's quite a committal c5, isn't it? It shuts out your whole queen side. Yeah.
And also, I'm thinking about h4. Maybe, and really challenging you. I feel like once you go h4, you possibly have to go f5. He's played a move, by the way.
Yeah, it's true. h4, h5 is quite a good plan. He played it, did he?
He played it. Wow.
Good move.
This is clutch stuff from Robo.
Yeah, but
Team Robo as well. Team Robo. Don't forget Team Robo. Team Robo.
I thought you were Team Amit.
Yeah, well, I'm also Team Amit. But Robo, Peter Roberson, I call him Robocop, but he is also a teammate of Amit's, I believe, in the Four Nations Chess League. There's both sharks under the great Ben Purton.
Someone says you need a cup of coffee.
I need a cup of coffee. I don't know if we have a break. We'll have a break in about 40 minutes, and then what do you reckon? Break and yeah. Sorry? Half an hour? Half an hour and have a break? Yeah. So,
do you want to have a quick look at are there any other games we haven't seen from the leading group? Maybe have a look at Matthew Wadsworth. We haven't looked at his game.
Absolutely. We haven't looked at Matthew. I think he's playing against Frederick Gordon.
That's quite an interesting game.
Commonly known as Freddie, who is also the grandson of quite a famous mathematician, a German mathematician. Yeah, coffee. Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Tea, yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Cheers. B6. Yeah, so we're getting this Queen's Indian set up. C6. It's kind of slightly unusual, but fairly solid. D5, knight C3, bishop E7. It's played castles. Knight E5. Very typical move, put some pressure. Open up. Great move there by Matthew Wadsworth. Open up the bishop on. I'm also Team Wadsworth, but unfortunately, I don't think he's going to win the tournament now because you lost yesterday. I think that's once you lose a game at this stage of the tournament, it's not going to happen, is it? So, but he's still got a chance to have a good tournament. It's all about consistency and having a good tournament. Bishop A6.
There's still prize money to win if he can finish on 6.5 out of 9. Then he could
100%,
probably get quite a good prize.
So we should discuss that. Certainly tomorrow we need to discuss that as well because prize money, I think the first prize is $6,000. So obviously when you're going in as a sort of if I was to play in the British Championship, it's partly one of the reasons why I wanted to do the commentary with Nick, was you're going in as a sort of 2400 player, and you can't necessarily be confident of winning a decent prize because you think like the top 3 players are probably going to finish in the top 3, or they're certainly going to take 3 out of the top 5 prizes, right? So you're basically looking for maybe a smaller prize. Anyway, okay, so Black won a pawn. Black decided to take a pawn. Interesting decision. White went rook d1, knight d7 was played, rook c1, rook c.
I sort of quite like it for white. I feel like you got quite a lot of initiative for the pawn here.
Yeah, but Black also has some assets, like he's gone h4, by the way, a very aggressive move. I was saying Black has some sort of assets due to the control over the dart squares, and yeah, I agree with you. I mean, it's kind of like it's quite a straightforward position as well. Like you're probably just going to go knight c4 and e5 at some point, maybe, or that does block the bishop. The other idea, I think, he's got it. He's sort of hinting at playing g4, g5, Leela style, and just going all in on the king's side.
Yeah, so he had this game against Harriet Hunt. Do you remember where he was 2 pawns down and he had a bit of initiative? And
but this is a better version of that.
I think this is a better version. So he seems to be quite happy playing those positions, 1 or 2 pawns down, but with a bit of initiative.
I think if you'd gone g4 immediately, that would have given Black other options, like for example, maybe even h6 is possible. So h4.
H4 is a bit less committal, isn't it? Because it's not really such a weakening move as g4.
So g4 is, I don't know if g4 is a good idea or not, but I have a feeling that, let's say Black played a move like rook fd8, which looks fairly normal, bringing a rook to d file. Now White has some various candidate moves like knight c4, but I'm wondering if g4 actually is an idea. I mean, what does the Indian say? g4 is one of the top moves.
G4 and knight c4.
It's quite promising. It's quite promising for White. So quite a lot of problems for. Let's go back to the top board. I reckon this is quite crucial. Obviously, this is a huge game. So Gawain played the top move, found the top move g3, but bishop e7. He's now trading on f6, trade skis. So I guess Black's going to take back on f6 somehow.
It's interesting to note after g3, bishop e7, White played king h1. So he was actually offering a pawn sacrifice, which Mickey declines. So Mickey could have taken the knight here.
So that's a good point. Yeah, I should have mentioned
but that's obviously quite a risky way to play for Black. I don't think he's going to fancy those positions.
I feel like it's too scary.
Yeah.
You're allowing this kind of stuff.
Especially in this kind of tournament situation where he's, in the leading group.
Yeah, there's some stuff you can't calculate everything, Nick. So some stuff you just have to dismiss on intuition.
Yeah.
You could spend like 20 minutes calculating this, but then, I think intuitively I would just say, look, this doesn't feel like it's practically comfortable for Black.
Yeah, there's no way I'd play this as Black.
I agree with you. So I think I like the way Mickey's played. Bishop f6, very solid move. Vitiugov, his style is very hard to beat, Mickey. He generally outplays people in the middle game and end game because he's just such a strong chess player. But Gawain is obviously a serious player himself. So he's taken on f6. What would you recapture? It doesn't seem obvious. What I would probably take back the e knight, I'll be honest. But I think he's got some idea of putting the knight on d6. So maybe he might think about.
He might be thinking about the queen even. Do you think?
Queen takes, absolutely.
Then would White play? Would White play for e4 now?
E4.
Or would you hold that back and try and play g4 later? I don't know.
No, I like.
You can't play g4 straight away.
I like e4. I like e4. Just gaining space. You're not really threatening anything, but it's a slow build up. It's like a sort of like, Napoleon's march on Moscow. It's a slow build up. Does anyone know which year that took place in? I'm really going off a tangent, going deep into history.
Someone said it's £5,000 for the top prize.
Which year was the famous Napoleon's retreat from Moscow? Or was it only £5,000? I thought it was £6,000.
So apparently, if you lose in the first round of Wimbledon qualifying, you get £15,500.
Really?
More than the first prize.
We should have been tennis players, mate.
I know. Yeah, it's unfortunate. They need to find some more sponsorship. I think some of the American tournaments have got better sponsorship these days.
I heard it was Adam C. Taylor playing in this tournament, right? And the reason he's called Adam C. Taylor, there's also an Adam A. Taylor, who's also a good player. I think I heard, was it last night, that apparently he's now working as a golf coach or something, right? Which is slightly...
But Adam C. Taylor's the IM, isn't he?
Is he there's one who's like the better one. Or,
They're
they're both quite good, but
they're both quite good, quite similar.
the one who was good first, right?
Yeah.
The one who had that website like making grandmasters. Which one's that one?
I think it's Adam
That's
C.
Adam. Yeah, he's the one working as a golf coach because he used to date like golf. Some female player was a golfing semi-professional, so he's quite good at golf, right? Are you any good at golf, Nick?
Not really. No,
No.
I could play a little bit. What about yourself?
No, I'm rubbish.
You just bet on it.
I'll just bet on it and just watch other people be good at golf.
Yeah.
But, okay, so Bishop E7. It feels like they're on a par 5, and this could take a while. I think we'll come back to this game because, it feels like a phony war. There's not much happening, which is good for Mickey, actually. He just, he'd be very happy with a draw. But, of course, if he gets the opportunity, he might end up, he's not going to back down. He's going to try and win the game.
Yeah, I remember in Leicester when he had a similar situation, he was tied for first. And he said he would be happy to make 1.5 out of 2, so he doesn't really push the boat out. Whereas I think Shreyas will...
He will gamble.
If he saw Mickey was winning, he would just be going all in, wouldn't he?
Absolutely. Or even drawing. This is his opportunity. If he wins this game...
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Can we just see what happened there? He played this B5. I've been talking about B5 for ages, and he's actually found a way to play it.
I don't remember you mentioning B5.
Really?
I think I don't listen to half what you say now.
I kept trying to play B5 all the time.
Wow, that's
I was trying to find a position.
Suggestion.
I was trying to find a position to play because I kind of remembered you're supposed to play it in those positions. But the reason why he was able to get away with it was because then if White captures on B5, if White captures on B5. Then the C2 pawn is weak. So potentially could take on D4.
Yeah, totally.
And then after they recapture, Rook takes C2. I kept trying to... I remember that you were supposed to play B5 at some point. So Shreyas obviously has worked that out. And obviously one of the main ideas behind B5 is to try and play C4. So, yeah, White now captured on C5. Bishop takes. I wonder if this is... not necessarily theory, but just that Shreyas probably knows the ideas of this position.
We've had a comment in the chat that said, stay safe, UK chess players, and pray for Danny Spanner. I'm slightly confused by that comment. There's a protest, apparently, in the town. We're not going to get into the politics, obviously.
So, yeah, apparently someone's put the prize fund out. First prize, 6,000, second, 3,000, third, 2,000.
It's a lot of money, isn't it?
Well, depends what you compare it to. But these top guys, I mean, people like Mickey and, Nicky, they don't really care about the prize money, do they? They're here to win the title. So.
Are you saying they're rich and they don't care because they're rich?
Yeah, but it's not like their top priority, is it, to win a prize?
I don't think they're struggling financially, but, even very strong players now, don't earn much money from chess. So, yeah, it's a tough school, but I think I agree with you, even some of these top golfers, like Scotty Scheffler say they don't play golf for the money, but it's easy to say when you got $60 million in your bank account. B4 hitting the bishop, bishop B6 has been played, so it's now conk, it's known as the conk. I would think about King H1 here, Nick. I don't like that bishop being on the same diagonal as the king, so I want to get that off the king. But now
Yeah, to be honest, I actually quite like Black's position here.
I agree with you. This is a fighting chance for Shreyas to jump ahead, because I'll be honest, I don't think Mark Adams is going to win that position today. He may well draw it, but he's probably not going to win. So really, this is a great opportunity for Shreyas to win the game in a double-edged position and potentially become British champion, because then he's going to get White in the final round. He's probably going to win that game. He's probably going to avoid Gawain.
Yeah, and he's got more than 20 minutes on the clock. So, yeah, he's actually, I would say at the moment, he's the favourite, I'd say, right now.
Wow, that's a huge shout.
Would you not think so? I mean, he's got a good position here, more than 20 minutes up on the clock.
I agree with you.
And Mickey looks like he's probably playing for a draw. So we'll see.
Sorry? Oh,
Okay, do you have a look?
Richards.
Let's see how Richard's getting
Wow,
on.
Richards could.
Richard might stop Shreyas. Might come
Oh,
along.
he's come out with his C4 move, very aggressive move. But Daniel Fernandez is often, I'll never write Daniel Fernandez off because he's known for getting dodgy positions, but he's another one of the players, a bit like Gawain, who's very good at turning around bad positions. He doesn't look particularly perturbed at this point in the game.
I don't think Richard's got a great record against Daniel Fernandez, actually. So,
No.
that might sort of play into it. But this certainly looks like quite a good position for Black. I mean, if White takes on C4, then he's got a lot of problems with the B2 pawn. So I don't think he can take on C4. I mean, his queen side's coming under a lot of pressure. So just to quickly show that, I think this would be a bad move now, because then when the knight moves away, it's only really got this square, then Black could potentially take on B2.
Completely agree with you.
You can't take on C4 because
He's already
now
maybe losing, right?
this knight's under attack. So White has to probably move the knight straight away. I guess knight D2. And now
Looks ugly though. I could
it
just
does
take
look a
on
bit ugly.
D3.
You can take on D3, and yeah, that's horrible actually, doesn't it?
This is bad. This is bad already. So
What about, but even knight C1 feels a bit ugly. I mean, that defends the pawn, but your knight's then out of the game.
Daniel Fernandez kind of got away with it a little bit yesterday against Michael Adams, but
Can
maybe
you play B4 knight? What about, I want to play queen A5. There might be some problem with it. This knight's actually, because the B pawn's pinned. So what are you going to play here? C3?
It's
Probably
just
have to
all
play
looks
C3.
bad. All looks bad. What take?
It might just about be hanging on here.
Keep me hanging on.
Yeah, it might just about be.
Yeah, I mean, Richard will be delighted with this.
He's still got to find that killer blow, doesn't he?
Well, I mean, C4. I guess the engine of ours is like plus 1.5 already for Black.
Yeah, good call. Just knight D C5 he wants to
I
play.
think the whole opening is very insipid. I said to a student earlier, and I said to her, look, when you play against the opens, against the Sicilian, you got to play D4. You got to play D4. You can't play all these avoidance systems. C3 or Bishop B5 check. It's absolute garbage. You got to go for it. This is how you get good at chess. Get complicated mainline positions. But Daniel is kind of a little bit allergic to mainline theory. He looks uncomfortable here. Generally, he's Mr. Smooth. He's like the James Bond of chess. By the way, Supratic looks like he's about to make a move. So let's quickly switch to the Supratic game. There's probably not a lot going on here. Bishop E6 was played by Black. Maybe some ideas of hitting C4. But of course,
this is quite a common idea. So the idea now, Marcus' idea of moving that knight to C5 is that he has slowed down B3 from White, which would be quite a standard move. But yeah, Bishop D4, just to trade off the dark square
solid
bishop.
move by Supratic, but it's not a great move, I don't think. I'll be honest. I think it's just equal at best for White, I'd say. I slightly prefer Black here, if anything. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty equal at the moment. But I'm not sure Supratic played it correctly because he moved his bishop from D4 to E3 and back again. But he obviously put the bishop on D4 at this stage. Doesn't make sense to trade off the dark square bishop.
Yeah, I quite like taking and plonking something on C8. What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, the black queen might also come into B4 at some point.
Very good option, but I can defend that for now. With either maybe Queen D2. Queen D2 does drop C4.
You could play knight D5 and go in for the end game. I'm trying to think who's better in that end game. Black will take, presumably.
Do you want to take? I can't take with the queen because B2's hanging. I could take with the E pawn. That's not completely inconceivable. However, that does allow possibilities like E5 maybe. Could be sexy for Black. It's about as sexy as it gets at the British Championships, right? And then if you take on D6, take on B2. Looks good for Black. However, C takes what I think is what Nick has in mind. And then the question is, who is doing well here? I think probably about equal disposition.
I'd probably agree with that. I mean, Black's knight on C5 is quite hard to move that knight, isn't it?
I've seen some plans sometimes, Nick, where Black will go G5. You know, I think I've had training games even against the engine where it would go like G5 and then maybe even F5 and it would take over the dark squares.
Yeah, I mean, possibly it's just an easier position for Black to play. So White might not necessarily want to go in for that.
Okay, I think we should switch to another game. Let's go back to the Bodhana game because that's really quite it was looking quite an interesting opening. And I think we should also have a look at the Stanley Berlusconi game as well. And also maybe Peter Wells' game against, another Berlusconi. We've got a surfeit of Berlusconis, like a surfeit of lampreys or whatever. Was that the famous king died from a surfeit of lamp? Who was the famous king who died from a surfeit of lampreys? I'm really going deep into the history today.
I think so.
Okay, we had this. Sorry, let's just go to the position of the ball because we did discuss the opening earlier. So March has played Queen H4, which actually looks like a pretty decent move.
Yes, it's trying to create some sort of kingside attack. He went for that Queen E4, Queen G4 idea we discussed.
Yeah, we left it here, and then Mark went for Queen E4. Nick spotted this idea of switching the Queen, also attacking C6, kind of forcing some C5 looked very good by Bodhana, and then trade G6. She's actually gone H5, so she's not worried about weakening the squares. And actually, I think she's defending here because there's ideas of going Rook C8. I mean, there's a lot of long-term... This kind of reminds me of some of Karpov's old games. And Karpov would often allow his opponent an initiative. But somehow he would defend, and then he would win with his better structure. Because Black has a better pawn structure here, I would say, Nick. Would you agree with that?
Possibly? Yeah, the knight on D7 is quite passive. That's the only thing. And... Yeah,
is there an idea going D5 here, Dick? And then when she takes, just going full ball with E6? Because that is something that her lack of experience, he might not have seen this idea.
Yeah, he might give it a go because the main point is obviously your queen is putting pressure on the rook on D8.
Yeah. So
that's quite important.
So actually you can't take this because the queen takes D8. And then...
Presumably if the pawn takes, you want to recapture, do you?
Well, I actually didn't see the. I just wanted to get this.
Well, you could play Rook E6 maybe. I thought that
was actually. Well, obviously this is looking good now, right? I mean, it's not the only move. There's also maybe Queen G5. I'd least Queen G5. Noticing there's Queen D3, which is kind of annoying. So I like your rookies. Not the end of the world. Maybe actually Bodhana could play Queen D3 here, and that's probably just about okay for Black.
Yeah. So this is risky for Mark as well, sacrificing the pawn.
It's very risky. Not really his style, but I think he would think about moves like H3. He would think about moves
G4
like
straight away.
G4. Actually, that's a very good suggestion. G4. So your idea is if I take skis. Sorry, hang on, I've messed up the board. If I take after G4, if I take, I'm gonna go Knight G5. I think that's your idea. But is this breaking through after Bishop G7? Starts to get very interesting. What's your thought on Bodhana's ceiling? Do you think she can get 2600 plus?
I think so. I mean, she's probably as strong at her age now as Judith Polgar was. And Judith Polgar was a 2700 player, so I think she can...
I think this just wins here. You can't play this because, I think so. Judith actually reached the only female player to reach 2700, and Bodhana is potentially maybe heading that direction, we hope. But of course... Not every junior player lives up to their full potential. This looks winning for white. So your G4 move could
be quite dangerous, actually.
Could be quite crushing. Because I think the problem in the black is if they have one move and they go here to here, or go Queen D3, that's two moves. G4, you would consider a queen here. This is another option for black. However, there's Rook B3 in the queen.
That's a good move, isn't it?
But maybe, Nick, maybe you can just go here, and when I take, I don't know if this is defendable.
But can we attack that queen before we take?
We can attack.
The only problem with Rook C3 is that we wanted the bishop to come out to B4 sometimes, but we could try it, couldn't we?
Yeah. And then take. Yeah, it looks very scary for black. Yeah. So is there an easy solution for black after the move G4? Other considerations, Bishop E7, but that doesn't look.
Bishop G5 probably against that.
Queen B7, Nick. Let's try that move.
Maybe just play your Rook B3 anyway.
Rook B3.
I quite like Mark's position here. I feel like this could be 1-0.
G4 is probably top move, by the way.
It's just completely crushing.
It's just game over. So basically, this position is just bad.
She should have played King H8, which is the move
that's
you
what
suggested.
I suggested. Yeah. Like G6, I think was too weakening. I need to coach Bodhana. If parents are out there watching, my services are available. I think I'm going to get her to 2600 very quickly. Let's have a quick look at the Gawain game. It is actually looking quite good for Gawain. So let's quickly switch back to that game. And then I think we should go on a break.
Yeah, that's a big blow for Bodhana in terms of the ladies' prize if she loses today.
I think Mark will find G4. And also, you know, I mentioned about the energy. Obviously, Mark, as an older player, is potentially a little bit short on energy at times. A lot of older players, you know, it's very tough. You play 9 games and you don't have a rest day. But the sort of position where you could just win quickly.
Exactly. He doesn't want to get drawn into some long end game, does he, against Bodhana? So he'll just try and finish her off.
Okay, so knight c7.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice for the knight to put it on c7.
Yeah, it looks a little bit ugly. I mean, you took on f6 and Mickey, with his great instincts, played your move, which I'm sure must be the top move. Queen takes, yep, correct. I wanted to take without the knight, so my instincts aren't quite as good. Maybe that's
after queen takes, it was actually e4, wasn't it, that the computer suggested?
Ah, yeah, e4.
Which
yeah,
is what
you
we
were
had
suggesting
discussed.
that. Yeah.
But Gawain went for c4. I'm not sure about knight c7 though. I mean, I understand why he played it, but there's just not really much prospect for the knight, is there, on c7? I mean, where's it going?
I agree with you, but there's always a reason. I think his reasoning partly is, I mean, I can't work out everything, but I think it's partly his reasoning that knight d6 is going to be hit with e4. So he thinks that on the knight on c7, I can recapture on d5 with the knight, but I'm not running, you know, I'm not running to e4.
Maybe white can just play e4, can they?
One of the things I think the great skills that Michael Adams has as a player is he's very good at keeping his pieces away from his opponents. I've noticed in his games very.
I haven't heard that one before.
No.
Keeps his pieces away from his opponent's pieces.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. That's why he's called Tricky Mickey, because I think he's very. What I've noticed in his games, you know, on a subtle level, that he seems to be very good at just keeping the opponent at arm's length and making it difficult for them to attack his pieces, attack his position. And this is maybe a typical example of this move, knight c7. That e4, black still has a lot of space. So Gawain's thinking here is in the tank, both in the tank.
Yeah, I mean, Gawain probably has got a slightly easier position to play here, doesn't he?
It looks nice. Should we go on a break anyway? Because we're going for a long time, and then we'll come back and have another look at what is happening in the chess, maybe in about 15 minutes.
Okay, sounds good.
Hello, everybody. There's been quite a lot of developments in the uh, essentially the British Chess Championships, which is currently taking place in Liverpool. And one of the big swings is this board four, Ami Gartzi versus Peter Roberson, sorry, versus Ami Gartzi. And Roberson, this is why I said earlier, Nick, that Black could end up in trouble if White starts pushing the H board and the move F5. I wouldn't have actually played knight A8 now. I would have gone king H8 so that after H4, F5. Now maybe it's bad. The engine says that White is better, but at least you got some play. I want to play chess, right? I want to, I hate not having any chances myself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised with the way Ami's played this position. I mean, Peter Roberson has managed to sort of achieve the sort of thematic goals of the opening, really. He's pushed up his H pawn. Black's played C5, so blocked out his knight. His knights are really stuck out of the game completely at the moment. The one on A6 is going nowhere. The one on C7 is going nowhere. So it feels that White's really kind of achieved everything he wants to achieve out of this opening and probably quite happy with the position. And by the way, we have actually had one result. I don't know if you noticed.
Oh yeah, I think Yang Fan. What was the result of that game?
I think Yang Fan drew with William Claridge Hansen.
Right, so we'll just see how that game, because we felt like it was only about slightly better, and I think that maybe that suited William to have a draw in that game, because now he might get White in the final round, but of course we don't know.
I mean, William potentially could have played to become British champion, so it's a bit surprising that he took a draw in a way, but apparently he needed 1 out of 2 to achieve his final IM norm, so probably from a tactical point of view, he just thought he'd take a draw in this game, White in the last game, probably get another draw in the last game and get his norm that way.
I think we left it around about here, and Black played quite cagely, just played E5, expanded, and he offered a draw.
Yeah.
I think White could take though, Nick, and after knight takes, can you not take on D5? I don't quite understand why Yang Fan accepted, actually, to be honest.
But maybe you're just happy to swap the queens off then, yeah.
Oh, and even at the expense of a pawn, yeah.
Yeah, but maybe, why not?
I agree with you. So we could get a variation like this. And although White is maybe a little bit better, the problem is that maybe White isn't better here. I'm not sure, but
Yeah, I
it's
don't think
quite
White's
complicated.
that pawn on E5 is quite strong.
Black is better.
Yeah, but Black may be better. Black's catching up in development.
Even actually, Black isn't a pawn down. Sorry, why isn't Black a pawn down?
Because Black was a pawn up,
Ah,
but
right.
behind in development. So sometimes that happens. You sacrifice your extra pawn to catch up in development.
Yeah, I think Yang Feng did not play the right moves, and actually Black. Well, this didn't happen because I think after E5 he offered a draw, right? I think you should go for it though. You only get one chance. There's something I discovered in my career. I thought I'd get so many opportunities and I'd be British champion in a matter of course, but it never happened, right? And he'll get the IM title anyway. That's not really that important.
Yeah, I agree with you because I mean I think today was a good chance to win. He actually
Massive
was
chance,
playing against Yang
massive
Fan, who
chance,
hasn't
right.
been up amongst the top boards at all. He's got quite a good position, or certainly he's got a position. He probably didn't know he was better, but he's certainly got a position where he's got winning chances anyway. And if he'd won that game, then he's only one game away from getting to 7 out of 9. So yeah, I think it was a bit of a mistake to take the draw.
Okay, let's go look at the your brother's game because apparently he's a huge advantage here and possibly could set himself up with a big monster pair in the final round against someone like Michael Adams, maybe. Who has Mickey not played yet? I think Mickey's pretty much played everyone. So I think Michael Adams versus Richard is possible because I think Shreyas, if he gets a good result, could potentially play Roberson. Obviously, we're jumping ahead here, or I'm jumping ahead, as I always do. But anyway, focus on the position here. This looks really, really terrible for something's gone horribly wrong here for Daniel.
Yeah, he's still got to win this game, haven't you? I mean, Richard is the wrong colour to play Michael Adams, but he did. Interestingly, he recently played Michael Adams. I had a chance to win against him. He had missed a tactical opportunity. I don't know if you remember seeing that game.
That was in the Cambridge Open. He lost that game, but then he did manage to stop the right. He had a very bad record against Michael Adams. We keep going on about this, most players. That's why I thought maybe Gawain actually today might actually do well because he's one of the few British players with not that bad a record against Michael Adams overall. Whereas Richard had quite a poor record against Michael Adams, but relatively it wasn't that bad because obviously Michael Adams is Michael Adams. But He did draw with him in the last tournament they played in Cambridge, having lost to him the previous year. But actually, the previous year was the game you were referring to, where he missed a tactical win. And anyway, 94 was played. So in this position, Nick, you've got a number of good choices. You could just simply take on D3. Richard's starting to look a bit nervy because obviously, you know, the opportunity has arisen. The opening has gone extremely well.
If you take on, I mean, it's one of those positions where you have to be a little bit careful. When you release all the tension, you might give up your advantage. So if you take on D3, let's say, well, is there an opportunity where knight takes C5?
You're not
So knight takes, and then knight takes D3. Just trying to get rid of all of these poorly placed pieces.
That's a very good point you made there, Nick, actually.
And then maybe just something like
although you might be worse,
although
you might be worse, this is a sort of variation where Daniel might be hoping to survive.
Yes, he might be able to just get an okay, black could play bishop f6 and still be a pawn up.
Also, rook d2 might be an option, and after queen e7, maybe b2 is hanging later on in certain variations. So I'll be very tempted rook d2 here. After queen e7, Nick, I want to just maybe take, and then maybe even just shift my rook across here and argue that this is horribly weak.
Yeah, I mean, Richard would like to get a kind of risk-free position. Obviously, anyone would like to get a risk-free position.
Like fairly risk-free to me.
Yeah.
But yeah, White might be able to hold it. That's the only problem. You're absolutely right. That the point you make is very, very instructive. That you could. Well, he's actually played a movie. Yeah, he's chopsies. He's chopsies.
He probably thinks risk-free is good.
Yeah, I think this is more than risk-free. I think this is just very good.
Yeah, probably is.
But yeah, you're right. There are some hope. I think Daniel will take and go for that line, which is obviously not what he was looking for at all at the end. I think Daniel's, you know, we're seeing two players here who's, you know, I was Team Ami and Team Daniel Fernandez, and it looks like their hopes are fading fast, unfortunately.
But I mean, I did say before the tournament, Richard is playing quite a lot at the moment. He's playing quite well. And
playing really well. I lost him in a foreign cell a few months ago, and I was absolutely fuming. But then he told me afterwards that he'd been doing a load of work because he wanted to make one big push for the GM, one last big push for the GM title.
Yeah, I mean, he got a GM norm in that 4-0, so he did
get a lot of whites in that, which I was.
No, but even if you get whites to achieve a GM norm, with the deflation that's happening these days, it's really impressive.
Very impressive.
And he played players like Shreyas, he held Shreyas in that 4-0, and he's playing quite well. And obviously, because his children are into chess, particularly Max, very keen, and that really motivates him.
Can he get a GM norm here, by the way?
I think he had quite a bad start to the tournament, so I don't really think a GM norm's on the cards. But to be honest with you, I think he's probably more focused on trying to become British champion than winning a GM norm. Because if he wins this, he's
no, that's it. He's in contention. I think. I feel like I know you say wrong colour to play Michael Adams, but he could play Michael, he could play Shreyas. That would be a massive game. Obviously, he's still got to get past Dan, the man Fernandez, the future James Bond. Queen B6 by Mickey. Looking a little bit, I think D4 here, Nick. I think this is really nice for White.
Yeah, I mean, Gawain's probably quite happy. He's just got that space advantage and can just try and squeeze Mickey. And like you say, he's the one player who's not afraid of playing Mickey because he's got a good record against him.
He's got a good record. Overall, he has got D4. Overall, he's got a minus score against Mickey. But I think a lot of these losses happened in the early part of his... If you look at, the other three big players in English chess, obviously we've got Vitiugov come in as well. But David Howe, Gawain Jones, and Ludwig Shane, they had terrible records against Michael Adams in the early part of their career, but in recent years it started to equalise a bit. Where maybe Mickey isn't losing, but he's more 50-50, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's still quite a solid position, even though White's got that space advantage. I mean, it's far from over, this game.
Far from over. Unpleasant for Black, but Michael Adams is a great counter-attacking player. I think he'll be calculating the line C5 here. What do you think? Just to open up this diagonal to maybe put the queen on C6.
Yeah, it's probably quite a good idea. It's typical move you might play in the Slav. Try and play C5. I'll certainly be considering it.
Is that top move? Or have I bungled again?
You could play that.
C5
there
is
you
top
go.
move.
Well done. There you go. You still got it.
I've still got it. Come on, Mick. Mick the Slick needs to find C5. And actually, it says what black's fine. So I think if you find c5, he's going to hold. If he's got other options, f5 is interesting.
I mean, White still has the space advantage. I mean, Gawain will keep playing when he won't just take a draw.
But actually missed a big opportunity here, Nick, because he played d4. But the engine is saying horribly strong here was g4.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised by it. It felt like he played that move quite quickly. Was it just that we went on to the position at that stage? It felt like he just blitzed out.
No, he played out very quickly. You're right. And sometimes you have to make practical decisions. And g4 is also Gawain's style as well, just to play very aggressively. But I've seen this type of chess by Leela, where it just throws its kingside pawns up and it just dares you to try and find a defense.
So if you play f5, what's the idea?
I think after f5, Nick, yeah, I have no idea. This is probably what Gawain wasn't sure about. That after f5, yeah, I must admit.
There probably is something strong, otherwise
Maybe
the computer wouldn't recommend it. Pawn takes.
And then if knight e6, you want c5, but then is there a queen e7? Can I do this? And then let's say you go here, maybe a queen e7. And then rook g1, it looks, but there's queen c6 actually, that's annoying me. And rook g1 is met with queen takes f3.
Yeah, it was also the other move I wasn't sure about was after knight d6 was queen c5 from black.
Okay, I just come up with a ridiculous idea. It probably doesn't work, Nick, but yeah, I'm sure you're right. Rook g1 and just allow this with check and go rook g2. So I'm threatening mate now. I'm threatening mate. I'm also threatening the knight on d7. So
it's hard to think this is a winning try, but
well,
knight e8 maybe.
Knight e8. Oh, knight e8. What did it say?
Then you could just take it, can you? I think it's been knight takes e8, then rook f7. I don't know what's going on there.
What did it say?
It's winning.
It's winning, yeah. Top move is rook g1.
Wow, unbelievable. Yeah, the knight e8 line doesn't hold. But yes, but I thought after knight d6.
That's the top line, by the way. Knight d6, c5, queen e7.
That's incredible.
Rook g1, top line.
I just want to. Oh yeah, knight d6. What's it? Knight d6, queen c5 hangs the b pawn. Just look at that line again. So knight d6. So takes pawn takes knight d6 queen. We can't attack the knight with the queen, can we? No, we just can't. We can't. We can't. It's going to be queen e7 anyway.
Queen e7, yeah. He should have seen this. He had, this is a very easy line for Gawain to see.
This is really, really incredible that you saw that actually. That knight sacrifice.
Yeah,
that's quite good.
Yeah. Maybe I need to enter next year.
That's very impressive.
But
sacrificing the f3 knight with check.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you. Right. This is what we're here for, to prop each other up psychologically.
Yeah.
But no, I think d4. If Mickey now, okay, what's the difference? Like, let's say, can I still do this, or is this like?
Well, it just everything's kind of clarifying in the centre now, isn't it?
Everything's clarified. I think Mickey, if he finds c5, is doing really well. Like g4.
Yeah, but now you can just maybe take on d4. Can you? Are you that bothered?
Yeah, this doesn't look so scary now.
Maybe just take it and knight f6 or something.
Because also maybe
also
it's
rook
different.
e8. You can just take.
Maybe this is different now because I don't have this knight d6 move, right?
Yeah, but you don't even need to play f5, but it might be good anyway.
It might be good, yeah. Maybe a big opportunity missed there by Gawain, I would say. And Mickey's in the tank again. It's also consider f5 as well. He's looks like he's going to have. How much time has he got? 32. A lot of people would panic here and play a bit quickly, but Mickey is very good at time management, I would say.
So after move d4, I mean.
Yeah, after move d4, he's very good at time management. Mick the Slick. Someone mentioned my nickname. Mick the Slick. Never heard that before. Is that his official nickname? No, it isn't. I think I made it up.
I thought the Spider is his nickname.
The Spider. There's also Tricky Mickey. I'm sure I've heard Tricky Mickey before. I think Mick the Slick I just got from golf because there's Ricky Fowler is often called Rick the Slick, right? There's also Phil Mickelson, Mick the Slick, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, I think let's just leave it. And should we move on to this game, Stuart Conquest? This is also a massive game. And it seems like Stuart isn't doing that great, actually. Shreyas is putting him under maximum pressure.
Yeah, with that pawn on c2, obviously stuck as a backward pawn, versus the pawn on d5. It does feel as though the structure's in black's favour.
We've had a move, by the way. We've had, he's brought a knight back. I'm not sure which knight. Possibly the knight on f5 went back to d6. It looks very sensible.
Is he sort of...
Maybe he's intending f6 or knight c4.
Yeah, he wants to play f6. The only problem about f6, the e pawn might become weak, but maybe you can play it though.
Maybe you can just play it, right?
Because if he can start pushing these knights back, I mean, Stuart could be really struggling here.
I think the problem, Nick, is like, what's your plan as white? You know, you're all dressed up, know where to go. Yeah,
You know that feeling, do you, Danny?
yeah, it's a famous saying, but I mean, I just don't really see like how you easily, you know, this knight is a per piece on E4. It's really controlling. It's a sort of octopus knight,
I guess
or
objectively,
calamari knight.
objectively, it's probably like not too bad for white, but I would be really uncomfortable playing white here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a situation where you don't really have an attack. Could you go F5 here, Nick? I mean, is that maybe a move, or is that just too risky? I mean, there's also F6 I have to calculate, as well as just simply trade on F5.
I guess you got to try something.
Maybe you take.
It takes, the knight takes.
Knight takes, and the problem is queen takes. I'm hanging this guy.
Maybe rook takes is the idea.
Rook takes. By the way, I just want to quickly look at the Bodhana game, because there was a big development in that game, and I think Bodhana is about to lose, unfortunately.
Did Mark play that
Fortunately for
G4
Mark
move, did
Hebden
he?
fans.
Yeah, this is just over.
So essentially, that was a very important moment when he played Queen G4. That was much earlier in the game, right?
Move 21, I think.
Yeah. So basically, he had to go something like King H8. So he went G6. It was too weakening a move, because you're weakening these pawns. And you spotted G4. That was an excellent spot. And essentially, we got this line we discussed with Queen H7 and King F8, and we said, well, this is over. But Bodhana, I think he's been told not to ever resign.
Yeah, this has actually been.
You could resign it. I mean, I would resign it again.
It's been quite. There've been a couple of times actually she's come a bit unstuck, like the game against Gawain, this game where she's sort of looks a bit vulnerable.
I would say Super has looked more impressive in this tournament. You know, we look at these two young prodigies, and he's looked more impressive. But then again, the last tournaments he played, she looked very good.
I think she's quite good in the end game positions, and she's very strong in the end games, but she's still got to learn how to defend the initiative, which she seems to struggle with a bit.
Yeah, Rook D4, C6, and then that's a good point. Yeah, so he needs an initiative coach. Got endgame. A lot of these juniors have coaches for everything. They have coaches for openings. They have coaches for the middle game. They have coaches for the end game. Maybe we need it. I could be her initiative coach, or you could be her initiative coach. That could be a good one. So this position after C6, Rook takes B4. Yeah, well, it's just a Rook up here with an attack. So this isn't going to end well for
Yeah.
I mean, essentially, he's playing this on, but this is more or less close to forced mate. Like Rook D8. Do you agree with this policy of just never resigning? Because
I think for juniors it's quite good, but I guess it gets to a certain point where, you know, if you're playing against grandmasters, it's a bit different if you're playing against school children.
yeah, I kind of, I actually quite like this policy in a way, because I've actually had quite a few games in recent times where I've resigned too early, and then you kind of like, actually, what, you know, the game was never won by resigning, is that famous saying. As long as you're prepared to sit there and play out this really completely lost position and it doesn't affect you, I don't think he gets affected psychologically. So he's very mentally strong, Bodhana. So also we haven't looked at the Siva game. That's also a critical game for the tournament.
Yeah, Siva seems the problem with Siva is played in like quite defensively. Those knights were on F3 and G3, and he's brought them all the way back to D2 and C1. I'm not sure if I like that. I'd rather just go for it.
I mean, we go back to position here. I'm sure there were opportunities to.
Because we were trying to create a kingside attack, and look what he's done with those pieces.
I like your H4 move here, Nick, or even Bishop H6. What was the top move? Maybe Knight H2. My three candidate moves, I'm going to have three guesses of what the top candidate move is. H4, Bishop H6, Knight H2. None of them are.
No, Knight H2 and
Knight
H4.
H2 is...
And H4.
Yeah, oh, okay. But the top move was Bishop G5, which you actually mentioned before, just to soften up the black king side. However, Knight H2, I don't quite understand Bishop G5, Nick, because
there's no queen
my
there.
threat.
Yeah.
You know, let's say I do nothing. But yeah, I felt like it was, you know, Knight H2 was more testing, because the most testing, because you've got a clear plan. You know, I keep mentioning this, you know, I like to have a clear plan, but sometimes black can go H5, and when white goes F4, you go H4. Or in this position, you take. on f4, and then you go h4, and then e4 becomes very weak.
Yeah, I mean, f4 is a double-edged move. You don't necessarily want to play f4, do you?
But you wait for the h5, and then you come back to f3, and then you got these great squares on g5 to come back into. So the current position on the board, anyway.
But what I just don't like about Siva's mentality, he's just very negative, you know. He's just put all his pieces on it. I mean, there's knights on f3 and g. I would rather have my knights back on f3 and g3. He's brought them to d2 and c1. He's put all his pieces on the queen side. I mean, you've got to try and checkmate these guys. You can't just sit back because they'll grind you down.
Well, I think Vitiugov is the joker in the pack in this tournament now, because he's the one that is possibly now flying under the radar, having gone in as the favourite. And if he wins this game, he's still bang there with a chance, because he probably played one of the top. No, he's already played Mickey, he's already played Shreyas, but he could play a Gawain, or he could play like Richard, someone like that.
I think the problem is for Nikita is who's going to stop Shreyas now. I mean, that is the question.
You have to hope that he's going to be praying. He's going to be playing his moves and keep praying for Stuart on the. You know, you can turn around, you play your move, and you sort of like pray. You know that Stuart's going to hold. Again, I completely agree with you, because Shreyas in the last round. I mean, we're jumping ahead, but you know I love to jump ahead. Who do you think Shreyas? Let's say Shreyas wins today with black, which seems to be a legitimate possibility. Who does he play last round?
It might be Peter Robertson. Should we look at that game?
Let's look at that game. Absolutely massive game. This
it's interesting because Gawain, like Ami, the whole time he's been messing up these like quite good positions, and now he's got a bad position.
He'll probably win now. That's what chess is all about, right? Because okay, firstly, the first question is why can't you just win the exchange? Grabsy's on c8. Has he gone for it? He hasn't actually gone for it. I don't think he hasn't bothered.
I mean, it just looks horrible for black.
He's played something else. What does he play? Maybe put his pawn on h6. Yeah, he's put the pawn on h6. So he's basically relegating the bishop. This bishop is suddenly a horrible piece, strategically speaking.
Yeah, this is just, I mean, the whole, probably very good preparation from Peter Robertson. He seems to have worked out Ami's lines, and Ami just has a terrible position here.
In for knight b6.
This is a disaster.
You think this is lost?
Oh, do you not think it's lost?
Oh, I think it's lost, but I think from a practical sense, I'm not completely sure. I think he could turn this around. I agree. It's going to be a big ask.
I mean, the one thing about the position is it is quite blocked up. So with a blocked up position, you know, how does White actually make progress? That is the key question.
Yeah, I mean, what's the analysis like at the moment? Yeah, it's just a huge advantage. But I think, honestly, I actually wouldn't have bothered to grab the exchange almost. Yeah, I did like that move. But yeah, I still think Nick, he's got... I've seen Ami play so often. He's so resilient. He's so resourceful.
I mean, Peter must have sacrificed a pawn to get to this position.
Oh, okay.
So...
Right. I think, actually, can we quickly go to your brother's game? Because that's also a very critical moment.
Yeah, it looked like it was about to liquidate down.
Wow, b4. What was that? Okay. Right, makes some sense. Very risky move.
Can we just see what happened in the last couple of moves? So he took on d3.
Yeah, so
and then
knight e4. So we were discussing this, and you were suggesting that taking on c5 was good.
So he took with the pawn, and he didn't.
I would have taken with a knight. It said that was very good. He decided to take with a pawn.
Is there a trick after knight takes d3 here? So if
you'd probably transpose, Nick.
No.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I don't know if there's some tricks or not.
Well, what Nick wants to do is this, or maybe rook e7. I don't know. Actually, maybe rook e7 is your idea, Nick. I'm jumping ahead too quickly. That's actually a very clever trick, Nick. Clever trick, Nick.
But then, even this position, though, can you just what if you just play rook takes rook?
And then knight d3.
And then
what happens there? Oh, maybe f6.
Yeah,
sorry?
F6.
And if you take on e7 after rook e7?
Yeah, so let's play through that line. So rook. Yeah, it looks pressure. There's definitely pressure.
Pressure, but queen f3 is at the end of the game. So maybe that's what he was banking on. But Richard, anyway, has got rook e8.
Trying to keep the pressure.
Keep the pressure, yeah.
He wants to just win the d pawn for free, doesn't he? But then...
Yeah. I still think this is very good for black. He's got knight a4. He can't take... He couldn't... So yeah, this is now a huge threat. I think this is a horrible position still for Daniel, but
Yeah, still
strategically
suffering.
very bad.
Knight e2, is that a
Knight
move?
e2 feels like probably forced, right? He keeps his cool though. If you look at him on the camera, I was saying before, he very rarely tilts.
Is it time to triple stack?
Oh, Queen
Maybe,
e7.
maybe. But yeah, he's quite a hard player to finish off. There's also some knight b2 ideas as well, actually, to win the d-pawn.
You just want to go here directly. This actually looks pretty good. I think this is a winning position for black, but really the question, I don't think it's about the position. Well, it partly is, but I think it's more about the nerves. The same with the Roberson game. Are they going to be able to handle their nerves? Because I do think people like Fernandez and Amit Ghazi are capable of putting up utmost resistance.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones where you've got a good position, but you still got to finish it off. And it's not always that easy.
It's not like the Bodhana game where he can resign, right? It's not quite reached that stage yet. Let's have a look.
Can we just refresh the board? Because I think
Yeah.
Daniel might have. Has Daniel played a move or not? No, he hasn't played a move.
No, he hasn't played him. He's thinking it's a very serious decision. He's not got much time. I think he's probably dead lost here. No, he's still fighting.
Still
Rook b3 is a good try. Let's have a look at the Marcus Harvey game because it's also a very important game. I think we might. Should we bring Jack on as a guest?
Do you want to go through a game with Jack?
Yeah, this is actually looking kind of drawish, actually. Although actually Super is better. Let's bring on Jack if we can. Should we bring on Jack? Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Right, we've got Jack Rudd here, and is a regular guest on this commentary. Thanks for joining us, Jack.
No problem.
And you were playing against FM Dave Ledger today. I actually mentioned to a friend of mine today that I first played Dave back in the 1990s at 4NCL, which was in Washington, and I actually stayed at my old Uncle Lance's house. Who is no longer with us? My great uncle Lance, I should say, yeah. On my mother's side, but yeah, that was one of people didn't know me at the time, Jack, and I did beat Dave in a nice game, and he basically wasn't very happy about the game, didn't want to go over it, but he beat me later on, and we became friends. And obviously, the Ledgers are very famous names in the English chess world.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the game. So I'm babbling a bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
You were white. Have you engine checked this, by the way?
no.
Okay, that's good.
Just
That's what we
straight
want.
from the tournament hall.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
So,
Okay, so you went e3. Dave went bishop e6. Bishop d3 was a good move. Knight bd7.
yeah.
This is a very typical line that, yeah, I'm not sure with the bishop on e6 was that's common. Normally the bishop would still be on c8.
Yeah.
So knight h5 was played. Bishop takes, queen takes. You get a little bit of a dull position. I always hate this move,
Yeah,
from White's
yeah,
point of
it's-
view, because it gets a bit strategic, a bit dull, right?
Well, the rest of the game didn't end up very dull.
Okay, knight g7, knight f4, knight to b6. Of course, you could always kill that knight a little bit with a move b3, but then
do.
black might go a5, a4, create counterplay.
Yes.
King b1, triple O.
Yeah.
So, what was your thinking at this stage of the game? What was your plan? So, it's white to move. What were you thinking about playing here, and what did you eventually play, and why?
Well, I thought probably just a typical QGD exchange slight edge. I thought my knight on c3 isn't doing much, so I'll swing it around to c5. So.
Oh, so you went knight a4. Did you?
No, I went knight ce2.
Right. Did you consider the move F3? Just
Yeah, that's
maybe
a
intending
possibility.
Queen F2. Okay, you went knight C2.
Yeah,
Yeah, that looks normal. That looks
Yeah.
like a good move. Bishop C8, knight C1. Knight E8 again looks perfectly normal. Knight B3. Yeah, knight C5 now. This looks okay. Rook E8. All looks kind of normalish so far.
yeah.
Okay, instead of F5, what would you have done if David played knight D7?
I don't know. I would seriously consider B4 actually. Don't know if it's any good,
B4,
but
right. And if I pop a knight into E4, does that make any difference? I want to go like maybe B6 and soften this guy up.
yeah, makes sense. I don't know. Maybe I play bishop takes.
Bishop takes, pawn takes.
Yeah. Queen B3.
It looks slightly better for you, doesn't it, this
It
position?
does, yeah.
Okay, so maybe not decisive, but
Yeah.
after A4, F5 was played, B3, knight E4, B4.
B4 is probably me being a bit too optimistic about the position.
Right, so what do you think you maybe should have played instead? Could you,
Maybe just bishop takes C4.
and if he takes with a pawn?
Uh,
Because I want to go maybe a knight D5 at some point.
yes. Yeah, maybe I play A5 to actually force that.
And then knight D5.
And then swap it off.
Okay, rook takes.
I'll play rook DG1.
Rook DG1.
Yeah.
And if B6?
A takes.
Oh, hang on, am I blundering here? Okay, take back.
Knight A4.
Rook B5.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's a game.
It's a game, yeah? Okay. So let's go back. So that was one other possibility, but he didn't do that. He,
Oh yeah. No,
sorry, this is the
me,
game.
yes,
Yeah, you went B4. You felt that was a mistake, maybe.
I think so.
You took, you went A5, you went all in.
Yeah.
You went knight C4. Was knight C4 a good move?
I think so. Yeah.
Took.
Yes, and it was only here that I realised I can't just play knight takes E4, which was my original plan.
Oh, because of bishop F5.
Yes.
That's a very nice idea that Jack points out. That bishop F5, obviously saw in the game, and you can't anchor this knight with F3 because black's got pawn G4.
Yeah.
So going back to this position, you tried King A1.
Yeah.
Okay, and yeah, I just wonder if black could have played something else, like maybe it was B6 on the radar, or was that just?
You could do.
But then you take and go Queen C4, I guess.
Yeah, I think so.
Or you take first. Okay, bishop F5 again looks fairly normal.
Yeah, I knew this was getting hairy, but there was no other way to play it.
Okay, so this is really murky, and at this point you had a huge lead on the clock.
Yes.
Has that ever happened to you before?
Once or twice.
Once or twice. Okay, Queen B4 maybe is a candidate move, right?
Yeah, that's what he played.
Yeah, and you went Queen C3.
Yeah.
So I would be tempted to go Queen B5 and keep the queens on here.
Yeah, he went Queen A4 instead with the same idea.
What would you have done after Queen B5?
Probably the same thing I did in the game, F6.
F6. Wow.
That's-
Wow.
The discovered check looks very scary, but I can't actually see a way for him to pick up more than a pawn from it.
Really? I don't know. This looks super scary. What happens if he throws this move in first?
F7?
Oh, F7 and knight E6. But does that work? F7 rook F8?
So, knight E6.
Knight takes D4 check.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's the point.
I don't know. It feels a bit suspicious for you, this
It's
position.
very suspicious, but
Very suspicious.
I just had to hope that if there was a win, he couldn't find it.
I think Queen A4, I don't think I like that move so much, but just because what's the threat? okay, still maybe it's okay, but knight, great move there by Jack. So your intention is, because also now the knight's supported, so
Yeah.
this knight d4 doesn't necessarily.
Yes, so I'm stretching the old smothered mate, but
And also he's getting very short a time here.
yes.
Oh, okay, so right,
Yes, he can't go play queen takes h1 because of
queen e5.
queen e5 check, king c8, queen e8, king c7, queen d7.
Wow. So he basically only squares b8.
Yeah,
and then queen d8, mate.
Yeah.
So going back to this position, so at this point you're winning.
Yeah.
I'm assuming,
Yes.
and knight c5 was a little bit. I think maybe Dave.
Now, if you play queen takes a5 here, I was going. If you play queen takes a5 here, I was going to finish off with queen e5.
Queen e. Oh, very nice. And then knight d7 check.
Yeah.
And so going back to this position, so kind of maybe and then. So I think maybe should we have a look at that line with queen b5, because I have a feeling
Yes,
that's winning.
queen b5 is probably winning. So
Queen b5 was the top move. Queen a4
queen
was.
was also winning, right?
So queen b5, that line with f6, there was g5 was the top move, yeah.
Yeah.
And that was winning. But queen a4, what did you play?
I played f6.
He went f6. His best move is rook d7, which
Yes.
is kind of quite hard to see, like a quiet move, like rook. He went there, and then d5 was an excellent move, brilliant initiative move. Queen b5. So it's just like one of these situations where I think you've really used that lead on the clock, right?
Yeah.
And he's blundered there. He had
Yes,
to
has to
find
play
knight
knight
c5, and
Yeah.
so that's a good win for you, Jack. So are you gaily rated on this tournament?
I think I may just be breaking even after that win.
Right.
Something like that.
Ah,
I lost
sorry,
a lot of rating points in rounds 4 to 6,
And looking at the current games going on at the moment, what's your take on, say, the Michael Adams game?
well, a few moves ago, last time I saw it was a few moves ago, and I thought Mickey was better. Right?
It seems like actually the engine's starting to prefer black, which is very interesting, because we spotted a missed opportunity around about here that Gawain actually played in your style. He played too fast. Right? He apparently should have gone g4, which was far from obvious, and d4 actually allowed black to create counterplay with c5. So that game is looking.
Okay.
Stuart Conquest game is very much in a balance. Wow, Stuart's going all in on the king side. I like the way he's doing it. It might not be good, but that pawn on g6 is a huge attacking weapon.
He needs to win, and this looks like a good way to try for it. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Jack, it's very kind of you to come on the stream. Maybe you can come on tomorrow if you have another great win, but thanks again for Jack Rudd.
Yeah.
Yes, there's actually been a huge development in this game. Shreyas has actually blundered,
Wow.
and Stuart is completely winning now. So it's been a huge turnaround. I was just watching it whilst you were going through the game with Jack. So if I just go back to the key point, Stuart played this move f5, which you had actually suggested.
Yeah.
And the correct way to handle this apparently was bishop takes d4,
Right.
bishop takes d4, and e takes f5.
Yeah.
Leading to an advantage for
For
black.
yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, the main point being, I think after knight takes f5, white has options to maybe take on e4,
Sure.
takes, and bishop c5 with a skewer against the queen and rook.
Yeah.
So it was more important to take back with the e pawn, and then you always keep one knight controlling this square.
Sure.
And if white wants to play bishop takes e4, knight takes e4, and win the f5 pawn, black can then take on c2. And black should be just better in that line. But instead, after f5, Shreyas went for this move f6, and he just completely overlooked Stuart's move knight g6, which is absolutely crushing, apparently.
Wow.
So after h takes g6, f takes, knight g5, the only way to stop this queen h7 checkmating idea. Queen h5
Very
from
nice
white.
idea by Stuart. Wow.
White's
Still
now
got
going to
it.
play h4. Yeah, rolling back the years. White's going to play h4, and apparently, I think it's about I think when I checked for was like +4, +5 for white. This is huge.
I think it's nerves kicking in. I mean, it's
+4,
yeah, it's
about
not completely over,
not could be
obviously,
maybe
but
+4.
it's close. I think it's a situation where Shreyas is, on the verge of becoming British champion, which I'm sure he will achieve in the future, no question about it. And this felt like such a great opportunity because he's better with black, and as you say, he's going to get white. If he loses this game, actually, that's it. It's gone. Really, because I think Mickey's possibly going to at least draw now.
Exactly, and there's going to be other players that will overtake him as well. So Peter Robertson was winning, Richard's doing well. Apparently, Yishen's in a lot of trouble as well.
Yeah,
in his
I saw
game.
that. Let's switch to the Yichen game. Huge developments, guys. Tune in. This is live. Thanks for watching. We welcome all your comments. We could get a Polish British champion. Yeah. If that makes sense.
So Black didn't really solve his problems in the opening. If we just go back to a slightly earlier stage, I think it was, say, around here. So Black's currently up by a pawn. And I think in this position here, he's supposed to play Queen F6 and just try to get those queens off the board. Obviously, he's under a bit of pressure. But he is a pawn up, so it should be roughly balanced position.
Yeah, but he made some sort of mistake.
He did. Yeah, he sort of allowed all the pressure. I mean, this is quite a nice move, bishop check, because how do you block the check? If you play c6, I guess the bishop takes c6.
Yeah, that bishop on d6 is
and
a little bit
everything's weak.
It's loose.
Yeah, the queen's attacking everything.
Yeah.
So after bishop check and bishop d7 might hang the b7 pawn.
b7, yeah. So you have to move a king, which is because it's very counterintuitive move like bishop b5 in some ways. It's easy to miss because the bishop looked good on c4. So that's possibly why I missed it. And then, so we got the current position on the board. Saulpour is playing very well in this tournament. I mean, he's really, he's actually performing, like Yi Chen is the one who's much closer to a GM now before this game. But again, might be a thing where a little bit with Shreyas, the nerves are kicking in due to the lack of experience. And the older player in Saulpour is the one who's, this is a great move, really power move, threatening the pawn. If you defend the pawn, I'm going to swing the rook across.
So how do you defend the pawn anyway?
F6.
No, you can still take it anyway.
Wow, yeah.
It feels like, I mean, white's a
winning.
pawn up, maybe about to win another pawn. Black king's in the middle.
Okay.
It's horrible for black.
Wow. So let's go back to the Peter Robertson game. Because very big developments there as well.
It's quite interesting. A lot of the players who are at the top of the table are actually struggling today. Shreyas is struggling, Yishen struggling, Amit struggling. So Daniel Fernandez struggling.
Yesterday I said that I think Stuart Conquest would be a great pairing for Mark Adams because he's got a massive score against Stuart Conquest. I know I keep going about his huge score against, but he's always beaten Conquest more or less. I think maybe Conquest has won one game against him, but huge score against Conquest. If he plays him in the final round, there is the danger though for Mickey. I think if Mickey wins today, then he might halve out tomorrow and just bank a playoff. Do you think?
I think
he'll go for it.
I think it's very likely to be a draw today. Still,
I agree with you.
Is Mickey really going to win?
No. She just looks drawish. White is it is level material actually. This is looking like it could end in a draw fairly quickly. Queen F5 is a move. So if that's a draw and people like Robertson, Stuart Conquest, your brother win, they're going to be tied for lead. Vitiugov. There's going to be a massive tie for the lead, right?
Yeah, so we're going to get a playoff.
We're going to get a playoff, right? Unless something miraculous happens, unfortunately. Saulpour as well, I forgot to mention. Like a six-way tie for lead, potentially. Somebody might get a good pairing because they can't all play Michael Adams, they can't all play Vitiugov, they can't all play... I think Shreyas might end up like upflowing your brother or something like that. Again, I'm jumping ahead. Like about half an hour ago, I was saying, who's going to get Shreyas when he's like half a point clear in the final round?
But I think also it is a little bit to do with momentum, like we talked about earlier. These players at the top have all been taking half points off each other.
Yeah.
And the ones that have come through haven't really played anybody. They're all the ones winning at the moment, so they're probably on the winning runs. Had poor starts and maybe just coming back, and now they're coming up, come to the front at the right time, aren't they?
So I
Peaking
think,
at the right time.
yeah, I think Mickey will hold this. I think he'll be happy with a draw. I don't necessarily look for anything more here. It could get a situation where a draw offer could happen fairly quickly. Black has several moves which seem to be sufficient to hold the balance. For example, e5. You probably don't want to be taking that pawn because you're allowing a queen f3 check, and the rook would come in and probably lost already. So that's certainly not a good variation.
Should we have a look at Stuart's game to see if there's any chance for Shreyas?
I think so. Rook fd8 was played, so this is a critical moment. Stuart, however, will get short time. In fact, he's down to less than 10 minutes, so this is a really key moment. Although he's winning, you know, anything can happen in a nervous, kind of anxiety-ridden game. I think he's about to make a move. He's actually moved.
Oh, he didn't even play h4.
No, that's a bad move. Knight f3.
Knight f3, but he's still got a big threat though. Big threat of knight takes g5, followed by queen h7, mate.
Very scary. Very scary. In fact, no, I said it was a bad move.
Does Black have to play knight f7 here?
Probably has to just give up the piece, which is a very sad move to make.
Yeah, because I thought h4 was supposed to be the right move. Let's just quickly look at h4. So after h4, Black would play
Knight f7 anyway.
Which knight? Which knight? This knight?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
Queen check. Still feels quite dangerous to be honest.
Yeah. Why is knight f3 winning, Nick?
Okay, let's look at knight f3. Maybe knight f3 is winning anyway.
Yeah, it's a human move, right? Because he doesn't want to go h4 because he doesn't want to weaken his own king. He feels this is just winning. But you are a piece down as white, right? So,
I mean, Black has to give it back now, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
Because otherwise it's checkmate.
So he's thinking about knight f7. Of course, I think one of the ideas in knight f3, if you play this knight f7, he wants to do this maybe, and when you take, then the knight is going to jump into h4 in some variations. Maybe even, can you even go knight h4 immediately? I'd have knight h6, right? Maybe unless that allows some sort of sack.
Yeah, maybe a sack on f6 there.
Yeah, so I think, what is the engine saying after knight f3? The best move.
Still winning.
Is totally winning.
Still winning anyway.
Completely over this game.
It's even stronger than h4.
Yeah, Stuart's going to win this one. It's a great game by Stuart. He's bringing back the 2008 vibes, right? And he's going to be bang there, assuming the top board's a draw. We're suddenly going to have a massive time. Just as well book the hotel for the final night, because otherwise, I think this playoff could go on for years, right?
Yeah, it could be a massive playoff, couldn't it?
Yeah.
If there's three people that tie, what happens? They will play each other, do they?
Yeah. And then if say they've free draw, then it carries on. But let's say one wins and the other two draw with each other, then the one who wins ends up winning.
Okay.
Something like that.
So it could go on for a while then.
It could be. I think it'd be more than 3 people in the playoff. It'd be like 7 people in the playoff, yeah?
It can't be 7 people in the playoff.
Can't it? Oh, that'd be fun.
The playoff is going to be on 7 points out of 9. 7 points will be a playoff score.
Conquest completely winning. Right. Peter Robeson's lost some of his... And Richard is actually... This is what I kept saying, you know, like... Although they're looking good, they're not over the finish line by any means. And they still have to finish... Supratit could win the game. And he's better. No, he's not, actually.
I think that's going to be a draw, that game.
Well, I'm not convinced, because look at Supratit's time.
You think Marcus is going to push for it? I mean, actually...
Come on, Marcus. Don't you remember my I'm bringing back my Marcus Harvey tip. Come on, Marcus. Come on, Marcus. Come on.
You already laid that one off at a loss.
I've already laid it. Yeah. I gave up on him too early. I thought after crushing Shreyas loss, I was just devastated.
It feels very drawish, because if the black rook moves over to the king side, white can play bishop b5 and take the a pawn. So
I agree with you. He probably shouldn't win, but you know, Supratit with not much. He's played a move, by the way. Supratit.
What did he play?
Oh no, hang on, no. It's Marcus to move here. So you think that rook here? Yeah.
If he goes for that, we can play bishop b5.
Okay, so we'll come back to that game. I think
the draw is still the favourite result on that one.
What about Vitiugov could join the playoff? Right, this is really crucial. He's just gone knight a4. I think Vitiugov could be British champion.
I mean, he still needs to win this game, doesn't he? Because I mean, his opponent's played quite passively, but
actually, it's probably a bit early to talk about the playoff, because this isn't the final round, is it? Maybe I should stop talking about the playoff. Let's think about this round and the next round, and then worry about.
If neither Shreyas or Mickey win, then I think we're guaranteed a playoff.
It's not guaranteed though, because somebody like others might draw, and somebody might decide, like, I'm going to go for it.
No, but there's going to be more than one player on 7 points, aren't there? If either of them don't win.
Well, if they draw, they're going to be on how many points? 6. 6 out of 8. So they need to. Somebody needs to
There'll be
win.
loads of players on 6 out of 8.
But that's what I mean. Somebody needs to win to get 7. You need to
Yeah.
win to get 7. What was if loads of draws? It could be a massive pile up on 6.5, like 13
20
people.
players on 6.5.
That's what I'm saying. Like somebody who's going to have to try and win a game, right? In the final round, assuming that. Okay. Knight A4, hitting the pawn. This looks better for black now, I'd say. I mean, Vitiugov is starting to take over technically. Maybe we should keep an eye on the Conquest game because that's really super critical for the tournament standings. He's playing one of the leaders. But I think also let's look at how your brother's getting on.
Yeah, let's see how he's doing because he had the pressure, didn't he? But it still hadn't won the material.
Better.
He could have tried to pick off that D pawn a bit earlier, but he's tried to keep the pressure instead.
Okay, Daniel's played a move. He's decided to take skis.
You got to take back.
And then maybe something like Queen B3 is a possibility. Yeah, it feels like Daniel is maybe not. I wouldn't say over the worst by any means, but it feels like it could be survivable now. What do you think?
I mean, I think Rich had a chance to win that deep pawn early, and he should have just done it. And
Yeah,
because then it's also free rolling, whereas now
free rolling,
there's a
I
little bit
agree
of
with you.
risk. You know,
Yeah,
you don't want to be playing with risk.
Especially against someone like Daniel Fernandez, who's known to turn around bad positions. And one of the reasons why he's very good at turning around bad positions, I believe, is because of his great mental strength and ability to stay composed under pressure. He keeps a lot of people like myself. When I start going downhill in a position, I start getting flustered. I stop calculating. I start reacting.
I mean, could Richard have won that pawn earlier? Should we just have a quick look? So
we said that, didn't we?
Yes, he played rookie. I mean, even here he could have probably just taken the pawn, I guess. But
yeah,
we were a bit worried about rookie 7, weren't we? So he played rookie 8.
Yeah, I think rookie 8 was a bit wet, right? Not the best.
You could play bishop h6 possibly. I don't know if you want to give that bishop away though, but just keep some pressure on.
If Daniel offered a draw now,
there's no way he'd take it because he's trying to become British champion as well.
No, you don't think he would ever draw now? I'm just wondering if. Oh, you don't think Richard would take it? No,
no chance.
No, I think you're right. He turned down a draw yesterday, by the way, I believe.
Yeah, he's not going to draw. He's trying to become British champions. There's no way he'll take a draw.
But we got this. This is a position on the board. Just show that position. Can you just show that?
Which one?
When you said that trick with rookie 7, just check with the engine. What was
it's probably still a bit better for black, isn't it?
It's a lot better for black.
So it was
96.
The rookie 8 was actually a better move, but we were looking at knight takes d3, weren't we?
Yeah.
And then rookie
you
7.
Said rookie 7,
which is his best response. And then if you take it,
maybe that was what he was concerned about. I reckon that's what he's. But you just go for this line. It's a free roll, isn't it?
It's slightly better for black, but okay.
Slightly better. It's clearly better.
But rookie 8 was a good move. So where did he miss a clear opportunity? So actually, +2 at this point.
That was all good.
Yeah,
but
bishop h6 now.
It's still
but
good
bishop
now.
h6, rook f3. Just that general maybe e5.
Yeah. These are the kind of key moments, really.
It's unpleasant, doesn't it? Very unpleasant for white. e4 is coming. And what do you do about it? If you move the queen somewhere, they just play it anyways. Back rank checkmate. This is actually absolutely horrible for white.
It's kind of counterintuitive go bishop h6 and e5 though.
Because if they don't put the rook on f3, then the d pawn drops.
I reckon he didn't. I wouldn't have even considered bishop h6 though. It's kind of counterintuitive.
A little bit, but it's actually when you think about it, it's quite a straightforward move.
Strong, yeah. Oh, but it does hit the rook, yeah.
Because it hits the rook. So if the rook goes out, then we can play e5, and if it goes back, then we take the pawn.
But what happened in the game? Even in the game, it's still rook d5.
It's still doing well. It's still doing very well.
It's still doing very. I think even in the game.
But here he missed that chance with knight b2 a few moves earlier. So in this position here, rook b3, e6. That's fine. Yeah. So here he could play knight b2.
Yeah, still very good. Yeah.
Queen c2.
Oh, there's a knight c4.
Knight c4 is a tricky move. Yeah, actually.
Computers just batter us.
That's a bit of a computer move, isn't it?
Let's see the position of the game. Let's see what happens in the game. Yeah.
Okay, he's still got the advantage here, hasn't he?
He's still better. No, he's taken, and then rook c6. He's taken, gone queen b. No, h4, right? Trade, and then it went queen b3. So it's still like Richard played a move.
Played knight a4.
Like
It-
start
it- it's-
repeating knight a4, knight b2, right?
White's starting to get some control, but definitely Black's got the advantage that weak deep pawn.
You're still going to have to defend very well here, Daniel. But at some point, I think the point that the computer was trying to make, at some point you need to do something tactical. Like, Daniel's controlling all the squares. And I like this idea of h4 because that sort of, it keeps his thought in your mind that maybe he wants to go knight 4 h5, and then you start to worry about how the game could. We've seen games turn around, Nick. I mean, look at that Stuart Conquest game where Shreyas was a lot better.
Yeah, I think if Richard had found bishop h6, he would have won because that was very forcing. You either just win the d pawn, or
Well, he
you
might
get the
still
e5
win.
break in.
I mean, Shawpaw is definitely on the verge of winning. He's completely winning. He's like +4. So Shawpaw's going to join the leaders, assuming.
+5. Oh, bishop takes h6.
Wow. Okay, let's turn the engine off. It's just making it too easy for us as commentators. We might as well just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's try and analyze. Obviously, you can't take with the king because it's checkmate straight away.
Yeah.
So you can only really take with the pawn.
Not sure if he'll find.
Knight check takes, queen
Yeah.
takes. But then what's the mate? I mean, I guess rook.
Well, bishop d3 is also.
Yeah, bishop
a threat.
d3 is a big threat.
Yeah. I mean, he's capable of finding that.
Yeah, rook g8 would allow bishop d3, for example.
He's had quite a cautious policy.
This is obviously a
He's
big
played,
threat.
He's thinking. No, he's played something else. He hasn't played bishop takes h6. People are missing a lot of these engine wins, Nick. He's gone h3. That's a very kind of wet
Safety
move.
first, isn't it? It's still a very strong. Long term, it's still a huge advantage here.
Shit, right? He doesn't need to. That's what I noticed about Shawpaw is he's playing very solidly and very well, but he's generally playing quite risk-free chess.
I think so.
Maybe f5, Nick. F5 with the idea that rook takes as a knight d4. Like here.
After f5, everything on the e file looks kind of shows as well. Stuart Conquest has won.
Wow, I've had a huge
Unbelievable.
moment here. Unbelievable game.
Let's
yeah,
give it.
Shreyas devastated.
It's going to repeat the 2008.
I think so. I think that it's certainly looking possible. I mean, he's still got what it takes. It's amazing that Stuart, he's such a nice guy. He does all this organising, but he can still play.
If the
He's
queen
still
goes
a proper
somewhere,
player.
you've got queen g8 check.
Queen g8 take on f7.
knight's
It's
dropping.
game. It's game. So that's a
Incredible.
massive win for Stuart. He took a risk, I think, with that whole opening, and it kind of paid off for him a little bit of a risk there. Let's have a little look in at Peter Roberson. How is he? I think Ami has actually had a good result over the last few moves.
Still, you'd say white is
Quite a lot
Better.
better, but I can see Ami maybe not winning this, but I could certainly see him holding it.
I mean, the white king is, hasn't got a safe place has it, to go to. So if the black pieces ever get into the position,
And
it's dangerous.
Actually, I suddenly realised maybe that's quite a clever move by Peter Roberson, and the idea is that let's say black did nothing, some people like, I don't know, king h8, and then I take, and then I'm somehow getting through to your position, because if you take here and take with a knight, the queen comes in. This is the idea. Open up the lines. Say, look, I'm ahead in material.
Yeah, but he can deal with that threat quite easily.
Play b6, for example.
He could play b6. He could play rook c7. He could play
c4. I mean,
c4. There's quite a lot of options. Actually, I think Ami
it's
is
actually not looking.
it's not
That's
so
what
clear.
I'm saying. I think Ami could even win this. I just feel like
I mean, it was a mistake. b4.
b4 was a shocker.
I'm not sure I'd say shocker.
But I think he's gradually outplaying Peter Roberson in quite an impressive way from a terrible position. It shows that, however, this maybe Ami should play freestyle chess. In fact, he has played freestyle chess. There's a guy called, trying to remember his name. He set up some freestyle. He invited me to some freestyle tournaments because he said he hated theory. I'll try to remember this guy's name. He's an English player. Tom something maybe. Tom Quilter, correct, very good, yeah. And he set up some because he hates all the theory in chess now. And
Yeah.
Ami, I think, won this tournament that he organised.
So he's obviously quite a naturally talented player, and he's good at blitz, so he's got a good
Naturally
feel.
talented player.
He's been struggling to win. He's been struggling to win the good positions, so maybe he'll win from a bad position.
Okay, so yeah, exactly. So Stuart has won. That's a huge win, because that really, I think that possibly take Shreyas out of it, unfortunately, but only a matter of time before he breaks through and wins that British title that he fully deserves.
Do you want to quickly check in on Mickey just to make sure he's not going to win?
You seem quite keen to.
But if he wins, then
It's more or less over, right?
all the other games are.
Well, I don't think it's over actually. Even if he wins, because you still have to win the final round. Other people could catch him up, but he's going to be under pressure to win. But I think he'll probably win with white. The thing is that's really good. If he does hold here, he's going to get that lovely pairing against Conquest. And the reason I say lovely pairing is because of his massive score against Stuart Conquest.
Why do you think he's going to play Stuart Conquest though? I mean, he could play any of the players.
True, there's loads, aren't there?
Could be
Actually,
one of the
Conquest
other
might be
ones that
too
win.
high rated. Sawpaw would be a more natural pairing, in a way, because Stuart. Because what they tend to do with pairings, don't they, Nick? They tend to pair on ranking. So essentially, you divide the players. So let's say there's 6 players on 6 out of 8. They then divide the player, into like 2 sections, say. And then Mickey be the top seed, and maybe Stuart be number 2 if Vitiugov doesn't win.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah.
So he wouldn't naturally play Stuart. He would play someone like your brother or brother's wrong colour. So they tend to go with colour a lot. But if there's somebody else,
That Chorpaw is quite a natural pairing for him.
and I think he'd just beat Chorpaw, to be honest. Well, Chorpaw, to be fair, has played pretty well. Okay, let's keep an eye. Supertit is a big developments in this game. I think Marcus is really going
Marcus
for it.
has actually got some chances now.
He's got some chances, and Supertit is very short time.
Still quite solid though. I mean, if you're not winning the A-pawn, I mean, whose move is it though? I was actually Black's move as well. Okay.
Yeah, he's better.
Yeah.
Better. He could be heading for a playoff. Marcus in the playoff, and Marcus will get white, right? He could get white against. Who could he get white against? Someone like a Stuart. It's a winnable game, right?
Your tip's back on.
My tips. Come on, Marcus. Come on, man.
Shouldn't have cashed it out.
Cashed out too early. Cashed out for a huge profit before the Shreyas game. I know it was after the Shreyas game, wasn't it? Yeah, it's funny how he's overtaken Shreyas. And Marcus looks very smart. He's wearing a sort of like he's kind of, he really means business today. And he's got Rook A2.
Yeah, sort of. Do you think some players they dress smart, don't they, for the games?
He'll be even smarter tomorrow because
do you
it'll be
think,
the Sunday, right?
Is that psychological or for sponsorship, or what do you think the reason is they dress smart?
Maybe they just got money to buy good clothes, right? Why, are you jealous?
It's just interesting because I would find it a bit uncomfortable to wear like jackets and things when I'm playing.
Yeah. Oh, he's played a minute. He played very quick. He's playing very quickly, Marcus. He's gone Rook A1 quite. Oh, so as intending, he's putting Supertit, who's not got much time, under huge pressure. Let's just get the live position on the board. Very critical moment for Supertit, who could potentially, if he wins this game, become an 11-year-old British champion, which would be a remarkable achievement. However, it doesn't look like he's realistically going to win the game. It feels like a draw at best, right?
Yeah, he's definitely under pressure. And Marcus is a very fast player himself. I think his online chess is very good, isn't it? So he's probably trying to put time pressure on Supertit. Do you ever do that if your opponent's low on time?
I do it too much, though. I do it too much.
Blitz out the moves.
And when you've got a good position, sometimes you can start playing superficially. And I think that can be dangerous. But I think Marcus is quite an experienced player these days. I don't think it's... Yeah, I made that point about Stuart Conquest. That I think you were kind of a bit negative about Stuart's Conquest last night, but I was chatting to your brother, and we were both quite keen on Stuart's chances because he's so experienced, right? He's been in this spot before, and it's such a massive advantage to have won the British before. He's won the British before in his venue, so this venue just gives him great vibes, right?
Yeah, and Mickey, obviously, he's won the British 8 times, so he's not going to have the pressure.
He's not going to feel nervous. But I don't know. I think Mickey he did look a bit nervous yesterday, but today he's looked a bit more composed. I mean, he did give Gawain that chance earlier, but that was more like an engine kind of win, right? Wasn't really that obvious. G3. So G3 is a great move by a Supertit. He's intending to maybe play F4 and create some counterplay on the king side.
Would you play Rook G1 for black now?
He's played Rook G1.
Oh, has he played it, has he?
Oh,
Okay.
so it's a very clever idea. I think Nick intends after King F2, Rook C1, and then suddenly you're in a very awkward pin. Supertit is
If you play
he's
F4
played King
now,
F2.
it's a disaster.
So I think we're going to get this position on the board.
I think White will play King back to E3.
King E2 or King E3 and just hope for a draw, right? But Marcus isn't going to want a draw. He's gone Rook C1. Is there an idea that maybe you could go knight a4 here, but it doesn't really...
Maybe then rook c7. Oh, then you bring the knight back. Maybe rook c4 is safer after knight a4. Then you play b5.
Super tip.
You could try knight a4.
He's gone king e2, by the way. Is that a
Okay.
blunder? No,
I don't know.
it's a blunder.
There's no like.
He's very close to time control. That's the thing, like as well. If you try to hustle people on the clock, and he's only got to make 2 more moves now,
Yeah.
and it's quite a simple position. This is maybe where Marcus maybe could have you think maybe keeping the queens on with super tip very low on time might have been a better policy. Still better here.
I mean, I thought we'd be quite happy with the end game, and we can. Just,
I want to do this
yeah.
here, Nick. I want to play this. If I can play this and get the king, I think this is his idea that f4 you can't play immediately because of this trick that is winning for black. So I think he's going to go king f6, and if king f6, king e5 happens, this could be like real suffering for super tip. Real suffering.
Yeah, this looks like a good try. Perhaps king e3 was slightly stronger than would have given you f4 options.
I think this is good for black. No,
Still okay for white.
f6 is the best move. King f6, you can go. Apparently, you can go. No, not that move. Sorry, king f6. You can go king d2, and after rook g1, you then go maybe f4. Yeah, it's just about holding. But if super tip is under massive pressure. Should we switch to your brother's game? Because that's also really looking serious. Yeah, he's still a lot better.
I mean, Marcus could just play that move now, super tip low on time, and hope he doesn't spot this king d2 and f4 idea.
Yeah. Knight c3 was played by white, but played by black. Yeah, big pressure for Daniel Fernandez. Very uncomfortable position. This is a great game by Richards. You know, he's playing really well. They've drawn on board 1. It's kind of not surprising.
Do you want to quickly go back to that one?
Yeah.
The playoff is guaranteed.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not guaranteed though, because I keep saying Mickey might win and others halve out. They wimp out, right?
I don't think they're going to halve out. You know, with the
so you think that? Yeah, but they might play and they might draw anyway, right?
But this round, a lot of players are going for it, aren't they?
I think Vitiugov is also. We need to keep an eye on Vitiugov because that game is getting very, very critical. We've had knight a5 by white with the idea of taking on c4.
Taking on a4 as well.
It's gone knight b6.
I mean, white's struggling to equalise, I guess, here.
Yeah, one idea by black is to go queen c5, hit the pawn. I think Vitiugov is going to love his position here.
And the only piece that's bad for black is this knight on h7.
Is that even bad? Because I'm going to quickly bring it back into the game. Knight f6, and you know, okay, you've probably got f3, but yeah, I mean it's not over. But you're a pawn up, right? You're a pawn up. I think this has gone wrong for white.
Yeah, definitely. I just thought he just put all his pieces on the queen side instead of going for kingside attack.
It actually said he's gone rook f3. Wow, that's actually the top move.
Keeps the knight out of the game, doesn't it?
Top move, and actually the game swings. It's now suddenly better for white. So
it says it's about equal, I think.
So Siva's actually that game's in the balance. Let's go back to the super tick game. He's gone king e2. No, this is Mark's still thinking. Okay, we'll come back to that game. What about the Shawpaw game? Because Shawpaw was on the verge of winning.
But super tick's quite low on time, and look at him. He's not even looking at the board. He's only got 1 minute left on the clock. He's watching my brother's game. That's the confidence.
Yeah. Okay, we had g6. Shawpaw blundered. He blundered this bishop is.
Oh wow.
Wow, that's a huge. Oh no, hang on, no, the queen's hanging. But okay, I mean, yeah, okay, maybe just knight e8, right? Take on f5, take on e6 is his idea, or
yeah. He might also be considering queen takes e6 here.
So you want to do this? This actually looks completely winning, right? And then take here, and yeah, it just looks over actually. Not even.
Because how many pawns up is he going to be?
Not even remotely.
It's going to be
yeah, this is
several pawns up.
He can find that. So So this is totally winning for Sawport. There's not much to talk about in that game. Should we go a little bit further down and look, see how people are getting on some of the other boards? What about our good friend Simon against Stanley Berlusconi? We left that a while back. We've currently got this position on the board. This looks quite good for white, but still some counterplay for Simon, I would say. It's not over by any means.
Yeah, I mean, he sacrificed that pawn earlier on, didn't he? Sacrificed the H pawn to try and get an attack.
By the way, I should put in a plug for Pierre Sprong, who apparently is a chess artist. He's done some wonderful pictures. Just hold it up to the camera. Done some wonderful pictures of some of the chess players, and she's based in is that Netherlands? Netherlands, possibly. NL, Pierre Sprong, NL. Check out her website, pierresprong.nl. Get a little advertisement. So, okay, knight e3 by Simon. Very typical Simon, very aggressive move. Knight e3. I
Yeah, I mean, where's Stanley going to go? King h2. I think they repeat.
King f2, right? Maybe we could get a draw on the board. Knight g4. But knight g4, maybe Stanley's plan is to go to
E1. King e1 and just play on.
I don't know. We've had a result. Sawport has won the game. So Sawport moves into the joint lead. So we got a Polish champion potentially brewing. Okay, we shouldn't have this debate because we'll get in trouble again. Sorry?
UK resident.
UK resident.
That's a fantastic result for him. And he's actually quite a good tournament. He must be.
He has a chance of a gem.
Well,
he has a chance of a gem. I think he has to win the final round as well. I don't think a draw would be enough.
I don't know how many foreign players he's played, but he's done very well anyway.
He's done very well. He's a young guy. I presume he's quite a young guy, probably like early 20s, mid 20s. Oh, that was a draw, yeah. It's kind of predictable. Yeah. Okay, so that is. So really the the game's still going on. It feels like
it's these ones. It's
we need
3,
to
4,
focus
5,
on these games really because it's such critical moments for the tournament. And Queen G4 was played by Peter Roberson.
It's Ami's put the rook on F8. I guess he's intending to move his F pawn then.
So you think he's gonna think about F5?
Yeah. Will he sort of start by playing B6 first? But B6 might weaken the 7th row. That's the only thing. Then a rook might come around.
Swing the rook.
Yeah.
Swing low, sweet chariot. There is CB4, rook A7, knight to F6 maybe. But then you can go rook E7, knight G4, and I guess win the ending.
You probably don't want to play B6 then in hindsight.
Okay, so go back to his position, Nick. Maybe F5, Nick, but I don't like weakening the king. Like, this feels suddenly like what Peter would be looking for, like rook takes.
You don't really want to allow Queen E6 check, do you? So you can't take
really
with the knight.
He's thinking here, Ami. He's really thinking this is very serious. And he's about to make a move. No. Okay, let's. It's funny how people have their typical posture at the board. Peter always seems a bit slumped at the board, whereas Amit's a bit more ramrod straight. He looks a bit fed up actually. Position's very good for white. Yeah.
Yeah, if rook F8 is maybe the one. Maybe just do rook A8 and just activate the rook.
Yeah, I think rook A8 was better in this position. He actually came from A8 weirdly. So
yeah.
actually,
maybe he can go back again.
He's gone Queen D8. So the best move now for white is to go here. Not obvious. There's lots of options. In fact, there's only two moves which give you a big edge. And the two moves are rook GC3.
I don't think you'll find that move. That's not very
and
logical.
B5. Why are those? This is why I really don't understand computers, because why are those? Firstly, that doesn't seem to threaten anything, because are you actually threatening to take that? I guess I think the computer maybe wants to give up back the exchange, is that?
I mean, yeah, at first sight it looks like B5 just blunders the pawn, doesn't it? No, B5 from white, which was the other the other supposed winning move.
Yeah,
off the Queen D8.
yeah.
It looks like it blunders the pawn to Queen A5 check.
I don't think he's going to find either of those two moves, Nick. I'll be honest. I wouldn't. They're very inhuman, and he's getting short of time, Peter.
Yeah, I can't see him playing either of those moves.
This game is very much in the balance, actually. I mean, objectively, the computer prefers white, but it's a murky position, right? I mean, I might practically. I think Amit's last move, he wanted to cover these squares for the rook. So his plan is to take on b4 and then bring the knight to c5. So if you play like a wet move like this, and then go here, I'm knight c5 in you, and I'm back in the game. You know, I claim that knight c5 is just as good as your rooks.
Because there's quite a nice idea there as well. If white plays after, let's say, king f1 takes, if white plays rook b3, you can play knight c5 anyway, which is quite a nice trick. If white plays rook b3 now, that's quite a nice trick.
Yeah, knight d3, and then hits. So basically, I think he played a move actually. He took, but now knight takes.
Okay.
This feels back in the game for black, and maybe potentially winning the game. I would say. Maybe winning the game is too much. I think it's unlikely, but
still looks better for white. The white's going to try to put the king on g2, isn't he?
I would go king f1, king g2, and I think your protection as white is that pawn on h6. It's so hard for black to win the game because of that pawn.
But will black now try moving the f pawn? Is now the time? King f1, would you play f5, for example?
King f1, f5, that's a nice try, and then counter attack. Queen takes, and then threatening mate. Can I just go f3 though? Maybe. But then you start to think about knight d3 actually, or queen f4. And I think Amit's over the worst here. I really do. I think he'll survive this game. Maybe not win it, but okay. I think we need to have a quick look at your brother's game because that's really becoming critical as well. And also Super Tit. Let's have a quick look at the Super Tit game.
Have they reached the time control yet? Yeah.
Not quite. So we got one. Is it one more move? One more move for Super Tit, and two more moves for Marcus Harvey.
Yeah, f4 is probably quite a good move.
Yeah, taking twice.
It's a bit, I think Marcus will be a little bit frustrated that he didn't get a bigger advantage from the, leading up to the time control.
Yeah.
Because he's still better, but he was probably hoping to get a huge advantage in the time pressure.
I think Richard is potentially going to win and join leaders, which would be a massive moment. And
Should we have a look at his game?
My nightmare is unfolding a potential Richard British champion and Keith senior champion double. Be like my worst outcome potentially.
Good. I mean, who needs enemies when they've got friends like you, Danny? Oh, he's finally won that D pawn. He's been after that D pawn for a while, hasn't he?
He's technically winning for black, right?
He looks really interested. Daniel looks a bit fed up, to be honest.
Yeah. It's technically winning for black, but you still have to convert, right?
You do. He's quite a tricky player. Is Bishop E5 on the cards
That's
or not?
what I was thinking. That's what I think. This is winning. Like Bishop E5, Rook G4, H5 maybe.
Maybe you have to play Rook F3.
That's really grim.
That's horrible, isn't it? It's absolutely horrible. Because then you can swap everything off and win the B pawn.
If you go, also there's good moves like Rook D4 here, black, or H5, even H5.
If Bishop E5 works though,
I think Bishop E5.
you would just play it, wouldn't you?
You play it, yeah.
No reason. What's Daniel going to play?
Richard's got, how much time has Richard got? He's got
about 6 minutes.
He's only got hardly any moves to play, so that's really where.
Let's look at that Rook G4 then. So Bishop E5, Rook G4.
There's even F5 here, but then Rook G5, right? Yeah, this feels like it's almost forced win.
But maybe just.
I mean, F5, Nick, and if Rook G5, Queen D4, for example, is maybe one potential line, or Rook D4.
Because the only thing about F5 is slightly weakens your king position,
yeah,
doesn't it? You probably
not
don't want to risk it.
I don't know why it's suggested.
Maybe let's try H5. So H5, Rook G5.
But that does hit the bishop. That's the only advantage of F5. But now you have Bishop F4.
And Rook C5 is kind of desperate, to be honest.
Bishop F4, Rook C5, yeah?
And it's absolutely desperate.
Yeah, it's losing. He's losing, yeah? If Nick... If Richard plays the next few moves well, he's going to win the game.
But then you still have to finish it off here, don't you? Because now you can't win on G3, you can't win the G3 pawn, or take the knight on G3 and win a pawn there. So let's just see, is there something clear?
Hang on a minute. I think you spoke too soon, because here, can I go here? And then when you take...
yeah, does that what then you want to go? You want to go...
I want to go Queen G3 and potentially mate you, right?
Yeah, so also if Rook takes Queen, the idea is Rook E3, is that it?
Yeah, this is game.
Which is winning.
Just a winning Rook and pawn. It's a winning Rook and pawn end game after this.
But what if they take your... What if they take your Rook?
You take the rook. That's the best defense, but I guess this is winning, right? You have to go here because if you
But then
go
you-
here, then it's mate immediately.
Yeah, then there might be bishop e3 ideas.
So I have to go here. Now bishop e3.
Still not 100% over this endgame, is it? But
No.
unless you can win the c pawn. If you can win the c pawn,
Richard's played a move,
you might be able to win the. Oh, it's gone for d4.
but now rook e4 fairly quickly played. But this is the big test. Is like we know that Fernandez.
I
great
actually would
defender.
probably prefer some bishop e5. Okay,
Oh, 100%.
you can take on b4.
I think
you
bishop
can,
e5 was a ball
you
swing.
can make queen takes b4 though. It still looks.
Oh, queen b4 is a good move. Yeah,
Queen
I
b4.
missed
Still,
queen
still
b4.
2 pawns up.
2 pawns out is winning, technically winning. In a simple
should be
position.
winning.
It's a simple position. It's not even that complicated. He's really outplayed Daniel, who has been up there throughout. It's kind of a bit of a shock upset because Richard hasn't really featured this tournament.
It's the same with Stuart. I mean, the players who've had the momentum of end up winning, maybe potentially Peter Robertson, although that's not so clear.
Yeah. Yeah, so how many people? Let's imagine. Let's go back to the pairings, right? So we think Vitiugov might win, but that's less clear. So currently we've got Michael Adams, Stuart Conquest, Sawport, and then just your brother. It could be a 4-way tie, right? If these other games are drawn.
Yeah, I mean, Marcus is still pushing, isn't he?
And let's imagine that happened. What would be the pairings? I think it would be, wow. You could have a situation where Michael Adams plays Sawport and your brother plays Stuart with white. Oh no.
No, he's
Oh,
played
gotta
he's
pray
Stuart,
for
he's
it.
played Stuart already.
Oh,
But
yeah.
should we have a quick look at Vitiugov, see if he's actually going to win that game or not?
Okay, yeah. Queen a3.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not so easy, is it? I mean, black here's a pawn up, but the pawn's quite weak.
Yeah, this looks better for white. Yeah,
It might just be a draw.
better for white. No, better for black maybe. No, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I mean, Vitiugov is stuck in his draw rut. You know, he's not really won a game for quite some time. Of course, he could win this game. He would try to win this game. Yeah, it's very important. But he's got one more move before the time control. He's got 6 minutes. Has there been any developments in the Marcus Harvey game? Or have they reached the time control? We had rook h5 on the board. Black is significantly better. So Marcus is another one who could potentially reach the playoff. It's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, this is an uncomfortable position now. It was a bit of a shame to take on g5 for Super Tit in that game.
I think
I don't
I
know
think
if he had
Richard
to or
is
not.
completely winning. Yeah, it's +3, so he's going to win the game and join the leaders, which
Just
is
has to be
quite
a little
remarkable.
bit
So he could have a double per British champion in a devastating development for the Gorm. let's pray that doesn't happen. Okay, Robertson, Ami, Rook C2.
Yeah, so he has actually gone on with the
line we
F5,
randomised,
yeah.
Nick, yeah.
But what can black actually do now? Push the B pawn, or you want to do something else?
Yeah, it looks a lot more comfortable visually than it did, right? Okay, you've still got this. If you snapped off that pawn, you might well win the game. If you were able to remove that pawn, so the defender of that pawn is gone. Which pawn on G5, wasn't it?
Should we just try B5? What's white actually going to play?
Yeah, I mean,
Because that obviously is a long-term distraction. If you get that pawn to B3,
you go here, I can go here, and then you can't
Yeah.
take because of the mate. So, okay,
if you get that pawn to B3, that's a pain for white, isn't it? You have to
yeah.
constantly
Should
worry
we go on
about
a
it.
break?
In fact,
Actually,
he's actually played B5. He's played B5.
I think we should go on a break. By the way, the analysis of this game, yeah, King G2 is the only move to even give you an edge. You have to play King G2. Every other move, you're not even better anymore, which is just remarkable, considering what a big,
Is there a tactical
kind of an obvious
reason?
move.
Is there? Oh, because you want to play Rook F3. That's the reason. Okay.
right. Kind of an obvious
Okay.
move. How much time has he got?
Oh yeah, I forgot about this King G2 Rook F3 idea.
Okay, I think we're going to go on a break, guys.
Is this? He's got to find this plan basically. If the black pawn gets to B3, and he hasn't achieved his King G2 Rook F3 idea, then black is right back in the game.
Well, we're looking at some playoffs. I mean, it looks like Richard's going to get in the potential. Do you think there's any possibility? If there's only 4 of them, let's say that game is in a draw, Richard wins. Okay, so there's 4 of them. Is there any possibility of half out and we're going to get this big playoff on 6.5?
Yeah, but if that did happen, who would play who? Richard's already played Stuart. Has Chalport played anyone?
I don't think he's played Adams. So so
Short forward
basically,
plays Stuart, yeah.
Jordan and Richard plays Mickey.
So you can breathe. Richard will get black against Mickey, yeah. But he might win that game. You never know.
Oh, imagine my look.
Yeah.
I'll just be like this look of horror on my face. It's
Yeah. Where Mickey blunders.
Oh no! After
Okay.
a quick short pause, conk draw. Yeah.
Okay, are we taking a break? Are we?
Yeah, I think let's go on a break, guys.
Okay.
Right? Yeah,
Okay, thanks.
brilliant. Okay, I'm devastated because it looks like some of my friends are doing well. But Roberson has a serious test here. Ami has not played well in this game, to be honest. I think he's suffering from fatigue. I think some of these players are getting tired because they've been up there every round, and obviously sometimes it helps, like you mentioned with Stuart Conquest. So you come in under the radar, you've not been playing the big boys like every tournament, you've not been up there, and somehow you come in like Richard as well. You come in a little bit fresher. Some of these guys like Ami and Daniel Fernandez have been having big games like every round, right?
Yeah, I guess Richard, Roberson, Stuart, they haven't really played any of the top players at all, have they?
Yeah, and I think we're seeing that effect in this round because obviously you still have to play well, don't get me wrong, but
Pete Roberson just played the very strong move, rook c4.
only winning move, but that's really crushes black because the problem is that when you push the pawn, Nick, I then go rook b4, and you really have no counterplay. And generally, we said that yesterday with the Shreyas game. He won a nice game against Wadsworth. The rook is so much better than the knight in the end game.
Yeah, I mean, part of the problem for black is you can't win that h6 pawn as well. So, for example, king f7, rook b4. If you tried, well, okay, g5, yeah, then they can just play rook b6, and you can't.
Very important move, tying the pawn down. Yeah, and if king e7, you can probably just
just cover him with king g4, and
king g4 does lose the pawn, but then
you win lots of pawns, don't you?
Yeah, like rook b3 maybe.
Yeah, I think this is just winning.
Yeah, so I think it's a trivial win, and it seems like Richard's fairly trivially winning as well. It's a very impressive game by both of them. Oh, hang on a minute. What's happened there? This actually doesn't look that easy anymore. Still winning.
He's making a bit hard work of it. It's still 2 pawns up. He's probably just trying to play it safe a little bit as well.
He's on 1 pawn up, that's what I'm saying.
He's only 1 pawn up?
Yeah, this is a massive turnaround. I mean,
yeah,
okay, it's still very good.
What happened? Can we just see what happened there? Because
Yeah,
it looked like he was going to be 3 pawns up, yeah?
He blundered something.
Because actually what he could have done, if you go back... If you go back a couple more moves, I think he was supposed to just...
I feel guilty now for all this.
Yeah. I thought he was supposed to just win the h-pawn as well. Was he not winning the h-pawn here?
Yeah, queen d5, he played queen a3.
He didn't win the h-pawn. I think he was supposed to take on h5 at some point.
Yeah, what was
and bang that extra pawn.
Yeah, he's actually made a mess out of this. He's making life difficult. It's still very good. However, no, he's blundered.
Mistake.
a4, that's a shocker. And Fernandez will find a4.
a4 forces off the queenside pawns.
No, so he's blown it. He's found it instantly. Oh,
yeah, because the bishop against the knight, you want the pawns split. The knight wants them all on the same side of the board. Well, he can still play bishop takes g3. They can still play bishop takes g3 and then take on a4. And that is actually some winning chances.
Real suffering.
Because you've got the passed e pawn.
But Daniel starts to look interested in the game.
Yeah, he can still take here. This must be his idea, and then take here.
Yeah, but it's not a very good idea.
There's no perpetual. Is there queen e5 or anything?
So this is
queen e5 a perpetual? Probably not. No. They've already gone for this line. This must have been his idea. I guess Daniel will just take the pawn.
But how easy is this to convert? Because I mean, it feels like really easy to convert if you just go queen d4, e4, e3.
You can get the pawn as far as e3, can't you? And then you have to work a bit after that. Because then if you move,
when you go queen d2, eventually I'll put my queen in somewhere where I can go queen e5.
Yeah, and give lots of checks.
With a computer evaluation, it must be a draw.
I actually played a game against Daniel in the British. I'm trying to remember which year it was in, and it was a similar kind of ending where I was a pawn up, and he just defended really well.
That's what I'm saying. He's so resilient. He's so unbelievably resilient, and it's really impressive. But you really should finish off from here. You're 2 pawns up at this point, and you're technically better. You've got a better position. If Richard doesn't win this game, he's going to be so devastated.
I think he should have taken on h5 at some point and banked then another pawn.
Yeah, what was it at the moment? Was there like a simple way? Like h5, I mentioned this h5, just play that and just kill all of white's play.
Yeah, but even
you're going to pick off those. Oh, careful. Okay.
Queen b4 though, I think was fine, wasn't it? Queen b4 was fine. But then you obviously swap the rook off, which is good. But now you can just take this pawn, can't you? How many pawns up is...
That's like 3 pawns up.
Yeah, 3 pawns up.
You're going to win the game. I mean, it's always so much regret when you blow really easy wins. It's not over. Don't get me wrong. It's not over. But the one thing I would say about Richard is not given away. Maybe he's bluffing. He's not given away, or maybe he just thinks this is just an easy win anyway. I can't believe that he thinks this is going to be an easy win.
But Daniel Fernandez has really picked up the pace now, so he was suffering the whole way through, and suddenly he's playing very
But
confidently.
actually, there's only one move, which is Queen B8, E4, Queen F4. Very clever idea, right? He's got a lot of time. He needs like Daniel. He needs. If you don't find that, it's over.
Yeah, but even if he misses it, okay, and Black goes E4, E3, then what's the winning move?
Yeah, but the computer's changing the evaluation now. Because Queen B8 is still like
It's
serious.
still got to find Queen B8. It's not that easy to find Queen B8.
No, I don't think so at all. I agree with you. Maybe Queen B8, Queen C3 is a try. He's thinking about his position in his head, trying to work out what.
Then maybe you go Queen back to E8 because they can't play E4.
Yeah, because Black never really wants to push the pawns because you start giving White a load of checks, effectively. Like this structure is really safe. Actually, I think he's spotted the move. He's about to play it. Seems to have like been quite confident.
I'd say it's about 50-50 if he wins or draws. What do you think?
No, he's blundered.
He blundered it. Okay,
Wow.
maybe not 50-50 anymore.
Not 50. It's a really
Oh, but I can see
blunder.
his idea is to try and go G4, G5, isn't it? He's trying to go G. Yeah, Super Tit's more interested in their game than his own game. He's fed up with his own game.
It was quite a poor blunder though to go Queen B8, Queen E7 so quickly.
He's playing very fast, and he had loads of time on the
That
clock.
was really.
But can we just look at that line quickly though? So let's just see because I can see what his idea is. So if Black plays E4, he wants to play G4. Can we just look at that line? Let's just look at that line.
Yeah.
E3, and then he probably wants to play G5.
And his idea is, but in fact, there's just so many ways. You just winning by forces, mate.
Let's just see. So Queen check. Oh yeah, because the Queen controls F6, which is quite nice.
And you go here, and then where's the perpetual? There is no perpetual.
Yeah, there's no perpetual.
So it's actually quite a bad idea. And he had 40 minutes to find Queen B8, which is a much tougher defence to break. And that's really kind of surprising. I think a lot of nerves is coming into play as well.
Because after E4, there's like, I mean,
just
it's obvious that Black was going to play
that
E4.
was always
yeah.
the plan, right, to go E4. So Richard never really looked flustered by the fact that he'd kind of blundered away this.
He probably didn't realise he blundered it away.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's easy when you're sitting there with the engine. It looks, but I would have felt like uncomfortable here. I think he missed A4 basically. I'm pretty sure he missed A4, right? You not think?
But it's also quite nice in a way when you're playing risk-free, because he would just be thinking, okay, there's no way. Now, finally, I got to that knight.
Yeah, finally
I got the
that
past
risk-free
E-pawn.
position,
Yeah.
But yeah, Queen B8. So Queen B8, I don't actually know how you break this defense. It's not so obvious. There are ways to play, but I mean, you could even play Queen D5, for example. It's not.
You can still try some things, can't you?
You keep going, but
Yeah, I think.
yeah, that's kind of shocking because Daniel's doing all this stuff in his head, like what's the best defense, and it's not really that difficult to see that G4, G5 is a losing plan, right? Okay, so let's have a look at Vitiugov game because this becomes critical because Vitiugov, who after all is the top seed, can join the leaders if he wins this game, which I think he quite possibly will win this game, even though the engine's saying all the time that White is doing well.
So White he's threatening Queen H4, isn't he? So White probably has to play G3, I guess.
But there are ideas that White can play here or Knight B7.
So you want to sack the H pawn, do you?
No. But what I mean is, yeah, like after this, I mean, you could do that, I guess. Could you do that?
I would probably just play G3.
Yeah,
but then maybe Vitiugov. Yeah,
I don't like this.
It's probably not necessary to play this way.
No. I think you're right. I think
But after Queen D8 G3, can Vitiugov just go all in with a move like G5?
Exactly. Yeah, why not?
You got to win, so you might as well give it a go.
You've got to play, yeah. You're here to play chess. He is here to play. I'm here to play. Yeah, because also there's ideas like Knight B7, Queen F6, Nick, where you're punting.
Yeah.
If you trade, I take, maybe I take again.
It's getting a bit double-edged here, isn't it?
It's getting hairy, but I think this is what Vitiugov needs. He's had too many boring technical games. He needs a bit of sharpness. And
The D pawn's weak. That's the only thing in White's favour.
but I think he's gone too technical in this tournament, to be honest. And I think sometimes you need a bit more spice, right?
If you keep it like too simple against these 2500s, it's quite hard to beat them. You need to mix it up a bit.
Okay, Richard's thinking.
Richard's blundered as well, has he?
Has he blundered?
He just played Queen E4.
Weenie for.
I think they're
Really?
not quite sure what's going on in this game.
It's a very strange move. That's a shocker.
But
No, his
sometimes,
head's in his hands.
but
Nick.
sometimes you
He's
like,
devastated. He realises what he's done.
but you've still got chances to win here. But sometimes you like trust your opponent too much, don't you? You just think, oh, the G4, G5
Yeah,
must
that's
be,
a good
must
point.
be
Yeah,
saving
because
it.
also like Fernandez is so confident, and
Exactly.
he just Queen E7, G4, G5 counterplay. But you have to visualize. I think these guys are giving up on the visualization of the game. It's starting to become more about nerves and whether you can hold it. That's what I kept saying to you earlier. That I think it comes down to nerves, right? In these situations, that's partly why Adams has won so many British titles, because he's so good at handling his nerves. That's partly why Stuart Conquest won a British title. Why you won a British title? Because you're good at handling your nerves.
I missed out quite a few times as well. But yeah, I mean, I guess his idea is to put the queen on F5, is it, and then push the E pawn. But then what happens when you get your pawn to E4? Then what do you play?
Yeah, so
And
you
then
think White can just wait here? I think he's a lot better.
Or maybe his idea is to put the queen on F5, play E4, and then try to play Queen E6. Would that possibly be his idea? I'm not sure.
That makes sense. Yeah.
But he has
Can I go there, or is that just a horror?
Queen F4
But then
check.
Queen F4 and
Yeah, I don't think you
I'm
want.
not
To be honest, it just seems like moving the G pawn is just a blunder in general in that endgame.
Queen E4 was really quite a bad move because you actually had forced mate there. With E4 was forced mate.
Yeah.
Which is kind of but it's easy when you're looking with the engine, right? I mean, these guys are playing it like a chess game over the board, right? All the emotional stuff.
But I mean, Fernandez's draw is probably the same as before. Let's say he plays Queen C5, and Richard goes Queen D4, then he has to find this Queen C7 and Queen F4 probably. So he needs to find the drawing line, which he's already missed.
I think, but he may well have understood that he's blundered already, which is quite hard to understand. But even for a strong player like Daniel, but he might well. By the way, we've had some results lower down. I think we need to quickly look at those.
Have a quick look at the ladies' title. Well,
Lan Yao had a huge win today. Well done to Lan Yao against Brandon Clark, who has not had a good tournament at all. He's had a number of shocking losses. I was very surprised at Brandon's result. I was expecting he was in my 2400. By the way, my 2400, 2500 club is very much alive.
Yeah,
I've got a number of players going.
There's
into
only
the last
Mickey
round.
to stop you, isn't there?
Yeah, come on, the 24, 2500 club. Okay. Queen D2, knight C6, castles, D5, trade skis.
This is all theory.
I mean, I don't know at what point they ran out of theory. It still feels like theory. I think I've seen this kind of thing before as well.
Yeah, I don't really like playing like loads of theory in these games, but
Nah.
he might have just got out theoried because he had another game where he played a load of theory and got in trouble, didn't he? Was it against Favo, whatever his name is?
Yeah.
And he got in trouble in that game as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
So sometimes you can just play too much theory.
So he took on B3, took that, E4 takes, rook E6, queen B7.
It feels like you can try and get the rooks into the second row, I guess.
But I think black can work. How does white stop his counter attack? Oh, okay, let's see.
Maybe just bring the king up, king A2, yeah, and then you can.
The rook B1, and then you're not white. Yeah, so
now,
at this
now
point,
white's just free rolling. Yeah.
white's just really doing well. So rook F1, rook D7, queen C6. This is a very good game by Lan Yao. She's played really well at this game. I think she recently got her IM title or something.
Yeah.
So, and queen A3, and that was game over.
Just go back a couple of moves. I just thought I
Sure.
saw something really obvious, but go back a couple of moves more.
Oh yeah, a couple of moves more, yeah.
I said there was. It's a C5. No, C5 is probably a good move actually.
I don't know where the mistake was, Nick. I mean, it felt bad even from this early stage.
Yeah, it felt quite theoretical, didn't it?
Yeah, I think she just basically. I mean,
She just out prepped him probably.
yeah, this is better for white. So possibly very good preparation by Lan Yao. So she's looking good. Roberson is Yeah, this Fernandez Richard Pert game is very close to equal now, but he has to find the right defence, like you mentioned.
Yeah, so Robertson, is Robertson definitely winning, is he?
He's completely
Let's look at that.
completely winning. Ooh, hang on a minute. No, his space is the same as it was
I mean,
before.
hasn't
It
played any moves.
hasn't moved on.
Yeah, I think Robertson looks pretty safe for the win there, doesn't he?
Mark, by the way, I just want to show a game that David Eggleston had a nice win. I just want to show a player we haven't seen the whole tournament who did well today. You know, scoring a nice win against Spearwells. Frankie Badasconi.
We actually saw his game against Daniel Fernandez where he was completely winning. Do you remember? And got swindled at the
Oh
end.
yeah, but that was so long ago. That felt like
Yeah.
a lifetime ago, right? By the way, Keith only drew today in the seniors, so that tournament's very much alive. I think Chris Baker is in the mix as well. He could potentially play Chris Baker in the final round. And also John Merriman, the local hero, is potentially going to frustrate Keith if Keith can't beat Chris Baker. So Castles B4. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Nigel Pova. I was asking about Nigel Pova.
Oh, what about Nigel Pova? Oh, is Nigel Pova playing? Oh, the over 65 maybe. Maybe he's in the over 65s, yeah?
He's in the over 65, yeah.
Well, at this point of the game, Nick, by the way.
Yeah, he won today, so he's
well
probably in
done to Nigel
good position.
Pova.
It's actually
From the Guildford area, so he's
Yeah.
like a Surrey boy. You must be
local.
familiar.
I've played him a lot of times actually over the years.
What's your
in the
record
local league.
against Nigel? Like,
Pretty heavy. I don't know. I've lost once to him before. I've got my queen
Yeah.
traps, but I think I must have won. I don't know how many times I won.
1,000 games?
Not 1,000, probably like 7 or 8, I guess, but quite a lot.
He's quite good with a tromp as well.
Yeah, he's a good player.
He loves a
Very
tromp.
good player.
Okay, this position. Oh, there's a fly trying to tap me. Yeah, this is really quite good for Peter Wells. I'm surprised he lost this game. He kind of backs up what you're saying. If you can stay in the game against Peter, it's going to give you chances because he tends to get very short time. And Frankie's defending this. Yeah, I like this move, Queen D5. Suddenly, Black looks more than back in the game at this point. Actually, Black is winning. So at some point, yeah, around about here, White started to lose the thread of the game. And apparently, yeah, this is actually more or less equalising. After King H7, he could have gone E4 immediately. It's better for White, Nick, but okay.
It's got quite good defence though.
Very good defence, I agree. And, you know, another young player. I mean, it's hard to say out of Stanley Badasconi and Frankie Badasconi who's going to turn out to be the better player. Probably the smart man is on Stanley as he's younger and he's high rated at the moment. But Frankie's also a very promising young player. I think he'd definitely make IM.
It looked like it was just a blunder at the end, was it, by Peter Wells?
Oh yeah, sorry.
You just skip past them.
Let's go back to that. Sorry, let's go back to that. I sort of phased out by that point. I think we should really focus on the top board today because the critical moments are really happening as we speak. Wow, all in on the king side stuff, right?
So it's actually happened. He's given up the H pawn.
I told you he might give up the H pawn,
trying to
right?
like win the D6 pawn.
So Queen G5 was played. I think the idea may be that if Knight D6,
Just move his rook somewhere.
just move his rook. Yeah, where would you move the rook to, Nick? Rook F8 or
You could put an F8, yeah, or maybe D8.
rook B8 is something that would tempt you. The idea, but you cover that squared, so maybe. Rook.
Yeah, there's a few different options here actually.
Yeah, I like this for black.
Rook D8 is probably a bit. Rook F8 is probably a little bit passive, but keeps your F7 pawn safe. Then you're going to play H4, aren't you, and try to create some
I feel
trouble.
like this is one of these games where white is probably better at some point, but black is going to outplay white. And maybe white is still better here, but it just feels practically like, you know, but again, you know, as I keep saying this all along, I'm like maybe too blinded by the top players, you know, I'm thinking like they're just so good. Like H4 at some point, right?
Yeah, I mean, West's still got the D pawn, but can you actually get the D pawn going? It's quite hard.
Yeah, I mean, is Knight C4 a move? But also you want to go Queen C1, but the problem is just maybe Bishop D3 a move? Nick, with the idea of defending with bishop f1, also queen c1 possible.
Yeah, I mean, it still feels okay for white, doesn't it, here?
It feels okay for white, but it feels okay for black. I mean, in the current position, the engine is saying that it's more or less equal. That's after rook f8, because he has... Yeah, no, so if he takes rook f8, rook d...
Yeah, rook d8, yeah,
I get the feeling
equal.
that Vitiugov's going to outplay him. I think Siva's going to blunder at some point. We've seen blunders in the other games. Richard's winning again.
Yeah, he started pushing that G pawn, which was a mistake.
Wow.
Yeah, because we started saying pushing the G pawn was actually quite a bad idea in general.
You mentioned that. I don't think he's going to mess this up again. It almost feels like Daniel's...
You're jinxing it.
I don't think like Daniel has really defended this well at all, which is surprising, really, given that he's normally a very good defender. Maybe I think he's a little bit demoralised at this point. Maybe he's run out of energy.
I guess he realises he can't win the British now.
Yeah, it's not over because he still has to find some accurate moves, right? I mean, practically, yeah. I mean, the engine always finds like really easy wins, but let's say you go check here. I think
I think he'll play king h3 when
he'll go king h3, but then
queen d5 threatening mate.
queen
maybe.
d5 is plus 7.
Well, g5 allows queen e6, so you can't play g5. Which I think does that win? Does that win?
I guess so.
I'm sure now.
No, g5, queen h1, queen h5.
Yeah, g5. Yeah, that's a lot more convincing. Yeah.
Yeah. What they should do, right? I just realised what they should do is put like a large amplifier piece in their ear, so they could hear the commentary. Do you know what I mean?
I thought you were against cheating, Danny.
I might do that at the British next year. Okay, yeah. So Ami is losing. It looks like Richard's going to join leaders. Incredible. Marcus Harvey, however, is. I think Vitiugov's going to join leaders. Marcus Harvey is grinding away.
Yeah, he's still got some chances, isn't he? This bishop's quite a bad bishop. Blocked him by his own pawns.
But this is how Marcus often wins games, isn't it? Because he's just such a good grinder. You know, you can rely on him to put the pressure on. I mean, let's imagine a situation where, okay, we're jumping the gun a little bit. Let's imagine a situation where 6 people are on 6, right? And then we've got Michael Adams, Stuart Conquest, and then we go down to Roberson, that's 3. Then we got Sawpaw, that's 4, and then we've got Marcus Harvey and your brother. What could be the potential pairings? We've got 3.
So you think that's assuming Vitiugov doesn't win?
Yeah, that's true. It could be 7.
Could be
It could be 7 on 6. Unbelievable. I should have really played this year. It was a poor quality British. I think I'd have won it easily.
Yeah.
I'll definitely play next year. Having said that, I think these kids like Supratit and Bodhana are just going to get stronger, and Shreyas going to get stronger over the next few years, and that's going to really make it tougher to win the British, I would say. Would you go along with that?
I think your best chance is to play next year.
Yeah, best chance. It's just going to get harder, yeah. So knight takes. He's gone rook d8, by the way, which I think was a top move.
Will White move the knight away now? Are you going to try and? I mean, you could try and attack f7. Would you play rook c7, or is that too risky? Feels quite risky.
Well, you've got to take risk in chess. I keep saying it. One idea, Nick, chopsies.
You can't resist.
Well, I think this might be strong, you know, like how do you stop this? Because g3, I've got queen c1, right?
It's true, actually, you're covering all of the...
I'm covering all the entry. Very
Covering all the
important.
entry, yeah.
This might be a trap.
Yeah, it looks like quite a good idea.
Yeah. So I think that's one of the reasons why he's gone rook d8. You think Siva's going to fall for it? Because I think rook c7 is losing.
Yeah, it felt like it was too risky to play rook c7.
Yeah, rook c7.
Well, nice move. It's your puzzle rush is coming.
Puzzle rush, yeah. I'm on form today. I found some ideas, right? I think I'm trying to recover some energy.
That's good.
I think this is unpleasant for white. Your king is loose.
If you move the knight, though, then there's less tricks. I know.
Knight c4, maybe.
Yeah, knight c4. Maybe
h4.
Maybe knight b7. Yeah, black can keep playing anyway.
Yeah, I think practically Vitiugov's going to win this. I think Siva will blunder at some point. I'm pretty confident about that, but obviously he's not nailed on. But I can't see Vitiugov blundering in that position. I mean, he's got all the pressure. So if he joins the leaders, that's really going to change possibly who is the favourite.
Yeah.
who was the favourite. Because I think going into that, you know, if Vitiugov didn't win, you'd probably make Mark Adams a big favourite because he's probably going to get in the playoff. And if he gets in the playoff, he's probably going to beat those people around him. You know, but if it's Vitiugov in that group, potentially joining him in the playoff, that might be a different kettle of fish, right?
Should we have a look at some of those other games then? So
Yeah.
how about well, let's have a look at Marcus's game again. That was quite a tight one.
Yeah, he's gone knight. He's gone king e8.
I mean, can Black just try and improve his king now? But, or actually, or do you try and fix the A pawn, but then your B pawn could become vulnerable. That's the only thing.
You have some idea of going after this.
You could do that as well and try and win that pawn.
If king, whose move is it?
It's actually White's move now.
So let's say you went king f2. So the king and pawn endgame is not winning yet, is it? I don't think, because the white king would quickly run up. So just to show everybody that this is probably not going to win. Maybe you even lose, Nick. I'm not sure, but yeah, you probably do lose actually.
Yeah, if you go that way, you probably lose.
I think you're going to lose.
Yeah.
You're just not quick
He's not
enough.
going to play that.
He's not going to play that. But this position, a knight e5 is a monster. It's a monster. So after something like this, yeah, bringing the king up makes sense. Actually, have I blundered?
Yeah, just looking at that check.
Yeah, I have to go here. And then
it might still be
C7,
drawing. I'm
right?
not sure.
So I think the one who's on the two players on the verge of winning are Richard and Peter Roberson. Okay, we've had this in King H2. And this now looks very, very critical for Daniel Fernandez, I would say.
Can you play
Queen E2?
Yeah, Queen E2 and E4 maybe?
That's
or...
what I was thinking. Queen E2 and E4, yeah. He's probably going to win this game, Richard. It's not 100% because there are some checks.
The part of the problem is that yeah, once your queen's on the F file, there's not actually that many checks for white. Once the black queen's on, say, F3, where you can get one check on the diagonal, then the king goes to H7, you haven't got any more checks.
You haven't got any more checks, yeah. I think he should. This is a technical win.
Should be straightforward, actually.
Unless he blundered, but he did make some shocking blunders earlier in the endgame. So I think he's getting tired and nervous, which is understandable given the situation. It's a huge amount of stake.
And this Daniel Fernandez is going to try and play for some stalemate trick, push the G pawns up.
I've given up predicting what's going to happen in that game. This maybe some of the other game. Wadsworth versus Freddie Gordon. This looking quite good for Wadsworth now, I would say.
Yeah, I think this feels like a winning position.
Pawn on C6 is very weak. You can maybe march the king round to B4 and then eventually play knight A5. But actually, how do you break through though? Maybe it is actually a draw. Is it a draw? I don't know. What's it saying?
If you bring the king to B4, I guess you got the idea of knight B6, but
Yeah,
it
and then
doesn't
making
feel
progress.
great, does it?
No, I think Matthew Wadsworth potentially going to win that game. Go a little bit further down. We've got Stephen Gordon had a nice win, by the way. I think we're going to have a look at that because we haven't seen a Stephen Gordon game for a while.
Yeah, this is quite an important game for the ladies' title because we saw Lanyao won, didn't she? So Elmira does need to hold the draw here to stay equal. And it looked like she was slightly worse.
Yeah.
There was always the problem with rook takes c4 as it walked in. Or does it walk into b6? I'm not sure.
Take C4, B6. So you mentioned,
Probably.
I think Lanyao's overtaken it now. But if he wins this game, he'll regain the lead. If he draws it, we'll still be tied.
I think they'll be tied if it's a draw.
Right. Does it come down to tiebreak or is it just shared?
I'm not sure actually. I think it might be shared. I'm not 100% sure though. I can't remember seeing they had a playoff for the English ladies title, didn't they? So would they have a playoff for the British ladies title? I'm not sure. They should do a playoff. I mean, they do the playoff for the men's title. Yeah, it's been quite a technical game, hasn't it? But
Seems like White is slightly getting on top here. This Bazakusta has good positional understanding, I would say. A knight C6 is a good move. And then it's just chopsies, G4.
It's gonna just be a pawn up.
White just ends up winning a pawn, and a lot of suffering here.
She's gonna have to try and defend well.
Oh, Nikita, big moment Nikita game apparently. Oh, he's
What was
blundered.
your tactic? Your tactic.
Come on. See, I was predicting he was going to blunder, didn't I? I predicted he'd blunder. Yeah.
Yeah, you called it exactly.
I can tell my players. Yeah, Bishop F3, nice tactic, and then it's game over.
Yeah, it's game over. Unbelievable.
Like resigning. Yeah, no. So that's huge for Nikita. That takes him into the potential playoff. Like, well, say playoff. I mean, tie, I should say. We keep jumping ahead to the playoff. I think there's very likely to be a playoff now, because
now you've got Nikita and Mickey in the score.
with White, more than likely they're both going to get White.
Yeah.
And they're not. They know they can't afford to play for a draw because the other one could potentially win, or somebody else could potentially win. That you know, like a Richard who's potentially maybe down floating or something like that. Also possible. Could we get a potential down float?
If there's 7 players, you could. Could there be 7 players? I mean, there could be 7 players if Richard wins and if also
Richard, I think,
if
is
Marcus
winning,
Harvey
right?
wins.
He's gone for that winning plan, I think.
Yeah, that's the plan we were discussing. Looks very strong.
It looks just a push. Sorry? What's happened?
Ward 3's resigned.
Wow, huge.
Let's have a look at Ward 3. Was that Amit?
No, Vitiugov.
okay,
Vitiugov won as I predicted he would. So he's now potentially, well, he's now tied for lead, and he's going to get a lovely White to find around. He hasn't had his best stuff. It's amazing how he hasn't had his best stuff, and yet he's in the position to win the British Championships. Unbelievable. We could get this great, ex-Russian champion becoming British champion, which would just be an amazing achievement. That's really, I think, put the pressure on Mickey Adams to win tomorrow, because he must fear that Nikita's going to win. We could get a repeat of that English Championship playoff.
Yeah, we could do. They played off the name.
I think it's going to be.
He actually won, didn't he, that time?
He won that one. I think it's going to be revenge time for Nikita. I really do. We've had a feeling about him all along. Other than my Marcus Harvey tip and my 2400, my Fernandez tip, my Amit tip. There was also, don't forget, there was a Nikita tip at some point as well.
Have you tipped Mickey or not?
Of course I've tipped Mickey. Come on. No, I think I kind of was. Well, I tipped Shreyas at some point, but I think, unfortunately, I think Shreyas is gone in terms of he can't possibly win now. Rook b4.
Is it? I mean, nothing really has happened actually. I guess. Yeah. Well, I guess White's going to probably just put the king on g4. We can play rook b6, king g4.
He's going to win this. He's going to win this, Peter. The only worrying thing is people like Richard and Peter Robertson are going to be 1 win away from winning the British. Two of my friends, and that's going to terrify him. That's terrifying me.
Let's have a quick look at Marcus's game.
Yeah, this is a huge
This
moment.
is the tightest one, isn't it?
Yeah, this is probably. I think. What would you say? I'd say it's more likely to be a draw than a win.
He's got the big time advantage as well.
Oh, is he? Oh, yeah. King d8. We need to stay with this game. This is huge.
Can you just check and put the rook where you're going to play after rook f8 check?
That's what I'm worried about, Nick. I'm worried about this. Maybe.
And then maybe
I can go king.
Yeah,
here.
then maybe the rook e8 and just
E8
annoy you.
Yeah, it's annoying. This is annoying because king here. I mean,
Or bishop b5 if you play that.
bishop b5 even worse. Yeah, so you can't necessarily do that. So you're probably going to have to play a rook move. But what rook move? Maybe rook h3.
Can we put the king on d4?
And then, yeah, you've always got. I think he's got enough to hold this.
We put the bishop on b5. Should be.
I don't feel like he's going to blunder. I was confident Siva was going to blunder. That was mainly because it was a very complicated position as well. Like, there was queens on. This is much simpler. And we said before, Super Tit is very. We've had a move, by the way. Richard's about to move. I think he's about to push his e.
He played Daniel's played g5, so he's probably trying to. We should probably play queen h5 check. Do you want to go back to that game?
Yeah,
Daniel might be trying to push both his g pawns up and set up some star matrix as well.
Right,
that's possible.
Right. Wow. What about e3 though? Why can't you go e3?
But would you? Yeah, I was thinking whether I might play queen h5.
Oh,
check.
queen h5, queen f3.
Yeah, something like that. Exactly. Yeah.
No,
He's just playing e3, is he?
Probably also winning, yeah.
Hey, there's no checks for white there.
No.
I think Daniel will play G4, set up the star matrix. What do you think? After E3,
Is that what the stale matrix? I'm sorry.
well, you just you just set them up somehow. I don't know. If black plays a
Yeah, well, what's
black
the
plays a bad
stalemate?
move.
Come on, man. I'm not seeing
If black
this.
plays a bad move,
Okay, it has to be a really bad move. He's gone E3 anyway. Daniel's got 30 minutes left. Richard's fairly short of time, but more than enough time to convert this. I think he's going to win. I think that's fairly obvious. I mean, I imagine the engine probably says.
well then let's play G4. Let's try and set up the tricks.
Yeah.
Okay, what are you gonna play?
Well, can't I just go Queen F2 anyway?
Queen F2. Okay, Queen F2, Queen E4, say.
Oh, right. And then if I. Oh, okay. Oh,
Easy,
you
then
are
I'm
setting up the tricks.
I'm going for my stalemate tricks.
He hasn't done that, by the way. He's done something else. He's gone Queen D5. No, Queen. Yeah, has he gone Queen D5?
Yeah, I would have played for the tricks.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Might as well. I guess he still can do that. I mean, if black plays Queen F2, he can still play G4 anyway, or Queen E5 check and G4.
But this is like a calculation exercise, basically. You can calculate this to a win, like something like Queen F1.
Yeah, Queen F1 and E2, there's not stalemate, is it? So
Yeah.
So yeah, I think he should be able to win.
Yeah, I think he's calculated
Just
to
go
win.
Queen
I think he's
F1
going to
check.
be resigning soon, yeah.
Yeah, because you can play E2, put the king on H7. There's no stalemate tricks. In fact, it's just over. It's just completely over now.
I think objectively, these guys who are going to be title lead, they're like one game away, right? But realistically, they're just happy to be in that spot, firstly.
He's almost about to resign, isn't he?
Yeah, no.
What can white play here?
Oh, can't you go Queen G2? Oh, but then E2 anyway. Yeah, you have to move the king, right? But then
E2.
the main point is that you just run out of checks, right? And then E2, and yeah, I think Richard is suddenly relaxing now. I think he's feeling quite confident. Let's bar him from the commentary room, though. Let's not allow him in the commentary room. We don't want to see him.
Oh, so but then how many? Because white hasn't got perpetual. There's after E2. You can play Queen D4 check, King H7, Queen H4 check, but then King G8, and you run out of checks.
Oh, nice.
So there's no
Yeah,
perpetual.
you somehow you're stuck by one of your pawns because if you had,
Yeah.
Because often the idea, Nick, would be you'd be able to use
Maybe Queen D8.
maybe if the pawn was on, say, not on G3 and the king was somewhere else, you could go, like Queen H2, right? Queen B8.
He's played E2. There's no perpetual here.
Yeah, he's.
Queen D4 was played.
But I think this is going to end fairly quickly.
He'll probably just play King H7 then, won't he?
Yeah, he's going to win the game. Well done, Richard. Great win against a tough opponent. I mean, he's going to resign the game, yeah.
Yeah.
No, he's carrying on.
G4. He's looking for a stalemate trick. Oh my goodness. You can't queen here because the Queen G7.
Wow.
I mean,
wow, this is unbelievable.
I mean, Richard's probably just like,
Richard's
why
in
could you
shock.
Why could you resign? Yeah.
Richard's in shock. Wow.
You could promote to a rook. That's a little bit.
What's that?
You could promote to a rook.
Well, that's winning.
It actually just wins.
Yeah, I'll see that surely. Yeah, it's not really...
You could promote to a rook. So just to show if you.
Yeah, or even a knight wins.
If you
as
promote
well.
to a queen.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Disaster.
Yeah. I think it is fairly obvious, that one.
So you could promote to a rook, and then this square is available.
Yeah. Yeah, it's his last. He'll resign if he does that, or even knight. Pawn equals
Or maybe
knight.
you could just do some other move. But why would you get a knight when you can get a rook?
Yeah, I mean, of course you get a rook. Yeah. Yeah, he's thinking about it, Richard. Queen F3 is also possible. But...
The thing is, you probably have that initial shock when they play G4.
well, I would.
But
Yeah.
then
He had that in reserve, right? No, yeah.
So you get
He's going to resign. He's going to resign.
You got a
yeah.
rook.
He's resigned.
You got a rook.
Well done.
And
Well done.
Daniel resigned.
Wow, huge win for Richard Pert. So he joins the leaders on 6 out of 8. Unbelievable. So he's one win away from potentially being British champion and devastating the Gorm. Okay, but fortunately he's going to have to play Vitiugov with black.
Well, he's due white, isn't he? Richard's due white.
Oh yeah. Oh no.
But there's probably quite a lot of players due white. Is Mickey's due white? Vitiugov's due white. He might end up getting.
No, he might get white against Conquest, right?
He's played Conquest already.
Oh yeah, phew. Yeah, but I think he might have to play these big boys anyway, right?
Robeson's due black. Conquest's due black. Who else is in there?
Yeah, I think he might get a double. He might get double black. Yeah,
Unless
he's had a double black earlier.
Short Paw's due black. So those three are due black.
right.
So he might get one of those three then.
Really?
If Marcus doesn't win, he'll either get Roberson or Chalpaw, I guess.
Yeah, I think Adams can definitely play Conquest.
He'll probably
right?
get Roberson. That actually be quite nice to actually avoid
great
big
pairing.
boys if he gets
And
white against Roberson.
Vitiugov, he could get into a playoff at least. Maybe they failed to win. You know, it's not inconceivable. Vitiugov, he's playing the Swordport potentially, unless they played already. Let me check.
So just looking at the seeds, go on, we'll just look at the seeds.
Let me check who people have played on the leaders. Well, in any case, even if he messes up from here, Richard, it's amazing to be tied for lead. I think that's only happened to me once in the British, where I've been tied for lead going into the final round, and I didn't convert, and I've regretted it ever since.
Yeah, I mean, this looks... Well, I guess, has Amy got any chances here? He's kind of come to E3. I would probably have gone up to G4 instead.
You're just looking at... maybe could have a double per winner, because
He might just play F3 and then try and bring his king around slowly.
How's Max getting on? How's Nina getting on?
I think Max won his game.
But is he winning in the under 12, under 16? Because he
winning
lost the
last
game
time I
yesterday.
checked. Or did he
lost
lose?
the game yesterday.
That was probably the key game then.
Okay, so no, he didn't win. Somebody else won. He only drew today, so he didn't win. Retain his under 16 championships.
I think he won against Bob Eames, didn't he, in the main championship?
Right. Okay, but he's not going to be. What about Nina in that? I think she's playing a tournament as well, right?
She was doing quite well. She was on 4 out of 5, I think. I'm not sure how she did
So
today.
if I look at the championship, I look at people like Michael Allen. Who's he played? Right.
The top seed.
He hasn't played. He's played Vitiugov, so he can't play Vitiugov on that score group. Vitiugov has played against. Yeah, he's pretty much can play any of them, right?
In seeding order, so Adams would be number 1, Vitiugov would be number 2, and then would it be Stuart would be number 3, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
And then it would be. So in theory, those 3 should be the top 3.
Right.
And then
Yeah, I think they're
and then
pretty
it would
much not
be-
played each other, right?
Then it'd be Roberson.
Oh, Richard, how you doing, man?
Yeah, came down.
Well done.
Well done.
I'm devastated. Do you guys want to do the thing together, yeah?
Do you want to look at it, or you can't be bothered?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'll have a little break. You guys go through it together.
So I guess Peter Roberson's idea is to play F3, maybe put the rook. Maybe
it's
put the rook on
completely
B6
winning,
if the king ever goes away. You can always play King D2.
Completely winning.
Should be winning. He's also got the idea if he moves his rook somewhere to bring his king back around as well. That's another idea he could go for.
It's completely winning, yeah.
But yeah, he might just be intending to use his king to stop that B pawn. F3 is quite a useful move just to protect E4.
Yeah. I think he'll win. I mean, it seems I was very confident today on Vitiugov winning, and but I'll be honest,
Yeah,
I wasn't
what's the
sure about the
difference?
Shreyas game. I wasn't sure, so I think I've actually done well with predictions today. I thought maybe Richard might lose to Fernandez. I'll be honest. Oh,
Okay,
this is still
let's
going.
have a
Yeah?
look at, so if black takes on A6,
That's the best move apparently.
Let's look at takes bishop takes.
Yeah, you're running out of material. It's going to be a draw this game.
There's no checkmating idea. So well, you know there aren't.
If nobody wins this game, then it's going to be
there'll be 6 players, won't there?
there's going to be 6 players, so potentially they're all going to play each other. So you think that Adams will play Conquest?
I'm not sure actually because Conquest will be number 3 seed, and sometimes they try and put the top 3 against the bottom 3, don't they?
Yeah, so if they try to put the top 3 against the bottom seed,
The bottom 3.
so let's say Adams played Richard.
Yeah.
Okay, Vitiugov played against say Shawpaw, which actually was a very natural pairing because they have to pair him first because he's a top seed.
Yeah.
So they pair him first.
But his natural opponent would be Roberson, yeah, because Roberson's the highest from the bottom
Right.
half.
So he plays Roberson, And then you get Adams playing against
We'd have to play Richard then because
Adams would play Richard, and then who's the other guy we said?
Stuart Conquest.
Stuart Conquest would play against. Who's he playing against in that scenario? Chorpaw. With a 6-way tie, and then do you think the top guys are nailed on to win? I'm not sure they are, because given that it's a final round, I just think anything can. Maybe their opponents can win.
I think if they get white though, that makes a big difference.
I think so. I think pretty likely Nikita's going to win, and
Mickey as well.
Mickey is white against who? Oh, Richard.
Maybe, yeah.
Richard could frustrate him. I mean, that's not inconceivable, but
he played that interesting opening, didn't he, in the English Championship? E4, D5, E takes D5, C6, sacrificing a pawn and move 2, and he got
I
a
could
draw.
see a situation where Vitiugov, actually somebody avoids a player. Can you imagine a situation where Vitiugov fails to win, right? Conquest fails to win, and Richard wins with black. That would be the most devastating. I think you just see me leave the commentary room, right?
Yeah, I think Richard he'd probably slightly rather get Mickey than Vitiugov. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think so, because also Adams is getting more tired.
So Vitiugov's actually had 2 blacks, so he has to play white.
He has to play black.
He has to be white.
It has to be white, right?
Yeah, Adams. I think Adams has played quite a few.
Yeah, I'll let you jump on, man.
We're trying to work out who you're going to play next round.
What's happened with the other games?
It's probably going to be a 6-way. So Gawain and Mickey drew. Stuart won against Shreyas. Yeah, so you're tied for the lead. And then Vitiugov won. And Chorpaw won.
Yeah, I was really curious on
that. Roberson's probably going to win as well.
Yeah.
Robertson.
So will I get one of the big
Marcus is less clear, right?
It looks like it's going to be a 6-way tie.
So I'll probably get one of the big guys, yeah.
Danny thinks you might. Okay, so I'm joined here by my brother Richard Pert, who's just managed to win with black against Daniel Fernandez to be joint leader of the British Championships with 1 round to go. So quite a good opportunity to maybe get into the playoffs.
Well, I mean, to be honest, it's a complete shock for me because the first 2 games I drew with players rated around 2,100, and I just thought this isn't going to be my tournament, but it's just gradually built and built, and now I'm feeling a bit more confident. So just going back a moment, yeah, my knowledge of this line was, okay, so he kind of thought for a while and played an anti-Sicilian, which I wasn't totally surprised by, rather than going into the open Sicilian. But after A6, the only thing I was aware of was if he goes G3, there's like a little trick where you can kind of go Queen D6 here. And then if after Knight C4, you can go Queen C6.
Yeah, because Danny was actually telling us some line with Queen C7 where you get in trouble, where white can sack a rook.
Okay.
And you get in trouble.
But this little line's quite a good line, yeah. So
yeah, because I think he was saying about Queen C7. He was saying some line like this where you can get into a lot of trouble.
Okay.
But that's probably why you have to play Queen D6 and then they sack the rook. Bishop somewhere, I'm not sure where.
Yeah, I was aware of this line, but that's kind of about where it ended really. So he played Bishop E2. I was aware of A4, and okay. So I just decided to develop Bishop F4, and now I wanted to get with that knight in the middle, so knight FD7 just felt like it was necessary to try and remove that knight really. But actually, it's quite interesting because I've played Dan a few times in the past, and like every time I've played him in the past, I've always sort of gone into the game with a mindset of, oh, let's try and make a draw. And I think twice I've made a draw and once I've lost. But I've always gone into the game with the mindset of, you know, trying to make a draw. I was happy to make a draw. But I kind of decided in advance today that I wasn't going to go in with this sort of negative mindset. And if there was an opportunity, I was going to try and win because, you know, the title is still potentially up for grabs just because of the way the tournament's unfolded.
Yeah, I mean,
so, but he was clearly wanted to win as well. So you could see how upset he was with the position he ended up getting. But
yeah, Danny was asking if you'd take a draw. I said you wouldn't take a draw.
I wouldn't take a draw, no. I actually wouldn't take a draw. So rook a7. Okay, so knight d2. So I think so here I seem to unravel quite nicely, and I thought the key moment was if you go a couple of moves forward. I've got no idea about the computer. Yeah, so a couple more moves. Knight b3, knight d4.
Maybe knight b3 is a mistake. I'm not sure.
Yeah, perhaps he's already like suffering a bit. Takes. Bishop here, and here I thought was a key moment. Like in the old days, I would have played a safe move like rook e8, thinking, well, just trying to keep a draw in hand. But I played a lot more ambitiously today because I wanted to win. I played this idea with knight e6 and c4, and there was all sorts of things to watch out for, knight d5s and queen f3s and all sorts. But I decided to sort of try and play quite ambitiously today because I really wanted to try and win the game. But if I was playing safe, I probably wouldn't have used this approach.
I think we actually checked this position and it said it was just clearly better for black.
Oh right, but I didn't know that in the game. I was panicking a bit about all these moves. Yeah, so as it turns out, he's completely gone wrong. Then hasn't
So maybe I'll just cheat and just see where he went wrong in the game. So already he's a bit worse even
It's
here.
amazing how much, because he sort of seemed to allow me to unravel quite easily, didn't he? I've no idea where he's actually gone wrong because if he's having to go back knight c1, then he really is in trouble.
Maybe bishop g5 is not the best move. Bishop h4 is a blunder. As after c4, you were already clearly better.
Yeah, I felt like it was. If you watched me at knight c1, I knew I was doing really well, but I probably made a bit of a mountain of a molehill trying to push this advantage forward. Okay, so these are all sort of sensible moves. There was one moment of so now I was just trying to play sensible moves to try and keep like a small edge.
Yeah, we thought after here his plan might be.
Yeah, I was worried about
rook
rook takes e7. Yeah, I was worried about this. What is it? Is it just?
I think it was still better, but it was a bit more unclear.
Yeah, I didn't really want to allow that, but I made a bit of a hash of it actually because I was just playing sensible moves. So he's quite tricky. He managed to find ways to sort of untangle and keep pieces on the board. I mean, I honestly think he was still trying to find ways to win the game.
Yeah, he was trying to keep his chances alive.
Yeah, even though he is obviously like in trouble, he wasn't. No, yeah, the move I was most scared about was when we started playing some moves around here, and I was thinking, okay, if I swap off, then I'm probably going to win most endings. But the point I started panicking a bit was, next move, takes, queen b3. I played knight a4. I started panicking in this position. Suddenly started panicking about him going knight f4, knight takes e6. I was like,
okay.
Who's that? Keith.
Is that regarding his game?
Is he first equal? Is he? Keith's first. Well, Keith's obviously a good seniors player, isn't he?
I think he drew today, didn't he?
Well, Keith and Mark are both brilliant seniors players. So
I think you actually had a winning move. I think, let me just check.
Oh, really?
There was something a bit tricky, maybe.
To be honest with you, I drifted a bit around this stage. I was drifting a bit. I wasn't.
It wasn't that straightforward though. There was some point I think you could put your knight on c4. Maybe it was like this. I can't remember now. The engine found something anyway.
Yeah, I started drifting a bit in the game.
I think maybe it was knight b2 here, was it?
Oh, knight
you
b2.
could play knight b2 and knight c4.
Oh yeah, use the back rank mates.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I see where I started panicking a bit was after in this position I suddenly started panicking about. I started panicking about knight f4 here. Yeah, and instead of king g1, I was actually quite happy to see king g1. I was panicking a little bit about knight f4.
So knight f4, rook back, and knight takes e6.
Yeah, something like this. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to be a little bit careful. I guess you got queen d5.
Oh yes, the key is not to put the rook on d8, put it on d7. If you put it on d8, then this is rook e8 check.
Yeah, and
rook takes rook.
Yeah, that's quite bad, isn't it?
Yeah, so I was actually looking at ideas like rook d7. Yeah. So because if I go, just to show the audience, if you actually go rook d8 there, then it leaves additional tricks open. Because now there's rook e8 check. And just take the rook and I lose. So this is I suddenly start panicking. I was quite relieved to see. I think he played king h2 trying to set this trick up, but he gave me I was kind of alert to it, so it gave me a move to move my rook away. And then after this, now I felt like he was really not happy now because basically the best way for him to play on is to kind of effectively grovel, but he wasn't going to do that. So
yeah, you actually gave him a chance to save that queen and pawn ending. I don't know if you realise that.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh god, don't say that.
Because around here you're obviously like completely in control.
Yeah, with the time control.
And you could just take that pawn and b3.
Yeah, I was even looking at f5. I know that's ridiculous. I was looking at f5.
Oh, bishop e5 was a move which I was looking at.
Yeah, I looked
here.
at bishop e5 as well. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why we look at this without the engine.
I was looking at bishop e5.
We thought it looked quite strong.
It's like I just wanted to find a way to kill a game, and I just didn't manage to do it.
Yeah, that was another move we looked at.
Oh yeah. No, I really made a right hash of this. Yeah, I was kind of. It's horrible when you're winning these games, trying to find a way to. Yeah, no, it's like that because it's so tricky. Like here, you think, oh, surely this is completely winning, but you just always find ways.
Yeah, I think Queen D3 was a mistake because you're actually supposed to stop them playing A4.
Queen's.
Because
All right.
there was actually a drawing idea for White in this line,
Is there?
where he had to play Queen B8.
No, I
here,
realised I
didn't
had to get my queen off the F file.
he? That, Queen B8 with the idea of Queen F4.
No, but I
think
needed my queen on the F file. Yeah, so I was actually drawing this position.
Yeah, so Queen E4 was a blunt. Well, he blundered. You could just play E4 now because what can you play?
Oh right, because I was trying to get my queen off the F file.
This never works because you just play like this basically.
Yeah, as soon as I get the queen on the F file, it's
You're
white.
controlling
Basically.
that and then you just
The
play
key is to
E2.
get the queen on the F file, but I just couldn't work out how to do it. Oh yeah, so what you're saying is the computer obviously came up with a way to stop the queen from getting on the F file.
Yeah, there's Queen E4 was a mistake, and then G4.
Yeah, so,
there was
and now I knew I could get my queen on the F file, so now I knew I was winning again. Yeah,
yeah, that was a mistake.
yeah because now
Yeah.
I was trying to get my queen off the F file the whole time. So G4 just allows me to go queen F4 check, doesn't it? At which point it's just winning. No, but honestly, these games are so stressful. You're trying to convert a winning position against like a. He's like a bag of tricks as well. You know, he's always even at the end he set this stalemate trick up, which I hadn't even noticed. I almost like panicked and just played a completely random. I didn't realise I could get a rook at first. I didn't see it.
Okay,
So we just had a final trick there. So
Yeah.
the final trick at the end was.
Yeah, it was quite funny because for a brief moment, it's probably like you think you've done it all.
Yeah, I'm
And
waiting
then
for him to
there-
resign. Yeah,
yeah.
and then suddenly he does this like maneuver. Yeah,
Nice little trick at the end. He
he
tried.
goes and he goes
Yeah,
G4.
G4,
And if I
right.
get a queen, he can just give up his queen at stalemate. I was like, oh my god.
That's a bit unfortunate.
I was in total panic when he played this move. I was almost thinking I've got to play Queen F3. I almost went Queen F3 because I just couldn't like work it out. Yeah,
Yeah.
and then I suddenly realised I could actually get a rook. Yeah, yeah,
Just take a minute.
yeah. I think I had that one time before against Mickey before I went to a panic. He played me what he expected, but yeah, because you see a lot of his games, he actually wins from losing positions, and
He looks confident, doesn't he? Though you're never quite sure if he means it or if he's bluffing. But yeah, so we'll just to quickly show you the scores then. So
so yeah. How does it look?
the
Who am I going to
draw,
get
so-
tomorrow then? Do you think?
well, we're not sure. Like, on colour, you should get one like.
Well, I've played
Robertson or someone,
Stuart
but
already, haven't I? Yeah.
If this game ends in a draw, which it looks like it probably will
Then
end in a draw.
they won't be in the mix.
Yeah,
will
they
they?
won't be in it. Yeah, we're still quite low on time, but
So who's left in it then?
yeah. So then we're assuming that Peter Robertson wins. Let's have a quick look at that game.
I'll probably get one of the big guys, though, won't I?
Well, yeah, he should win.
Oh yeah, he should win.
If Peter Robertson wins, then there'll be Nikita will be the top seed, then Mickey.
No, I haven't played
They're
either of
both due
those,
white. Then Stuart will be the third seed.
Yeah, I've played Stuart. Although I am due white. So.
And then yeah, I know. So that would be a double colour, which is the only thing. Then there'll be
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but I'll be even happy if I don't have to play Vitiugov or Mickey. Yeah.
we're not sure. He hasn't won. The most natural. Well, if Marcus wins, that might actually help you out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if I play one of the big guys, it's going to be very, very difficult. Yeah. But if I get someone else,
Has your colour sequence just been normal? Has it?
Yeah, I've just had a normal colour sequence. Yeah.
Because let's look at Mickey's colour sequence. If you were to play Mickey,
Well, to be honest with you, I feel like a bit. I've kind of.
he had a double white earlier, so he's gone. So I don't know whether that means you'd get white or not.
Oh yeah, but I might get white then if I played him. Yeah.
I'm not completely sure. Is Robertson messed up? Is he?
Well, he's looking a bit nervous, isn't he? Yeah, yeah. But okay, but I mean, I'm going to go get myself ready because I have some dinner, get stuff ready
Yeah,
for tomorrow because we've got to
fair
check out the hotel tonight as well. So, no, but it's stressful out there. I tell you, it's really stressful.
It looks winning. It still looks winning.
because I don't blame you.
Six.
These
Got
last
six.
rounds, they're so stressful. Yeah, trying to get it done.
Yeah, it might be Mickey. I don't even know what colour it'll be, even if you get him. So
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just wait and see who it is.
okay, well done anyway.
Yeah, but thanks anyway, guys. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Cheers.
Hello, everybody. It's a critical moment arising. Well done to Richard Pert. He's going to have a really good chance tomorrow being British champion. It's a huge game. I mean, shows how tough it is to win, though, Nick. You have to win a game against a real tough player in Daniel Fernandez, and then you have a situation where you have to win your game probably, and then you might only get a playoff anyway. So
Well, you have
it's
to beat
almost.
Mickey to get a playoff.
I think it's almost like you're a golfer and you've got to birdie your last two to get a playoff with Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy. That's essentially what he's going to have to do, right?
It's quite hard. It's quite a hard competition to win.
This looks drawish to me because the problem is that yes, you can win probably win the e-pawn. Yes, your position is dominating, but actually maybe I thought you might try for like maybe but the problem is actually King E2 because I wanted to try for some kind of like mating
Almost the
ideas.
e-pawn is now dropping, isn't it?
Yeah, so he's gone for knight. Yeah, King E3.
I mean, that rook on e8 just really ties down the black rook.
Yeah, I think he's going to survive here. I mean, he's done unbelievably well over the last few rounds. So he's going to frustrate Marcus. Ami is right. Let's go. Should we go to the Ami
Yeah,
game?
let's go to Ami's game.
Because that looks more critical. At the moment, King E7's been played. It's white to play. What would you play here, Nick? It's not an easy win, even though.
Obviously, you could obviously take the h pawn. I'm just trying to think if there's a better move than that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's. I mean, you should convert them. You've got two extra. You've got an exchange, and you've got two extra pass pawns on the king side, and you've got a D pawn. There'd be something wrong with chess, by the way. I think.
But I mean,
Wadsworth won his game. Well done to Wadsworth. That was a great in-game victory. Very impressive.
Black could win the d5 pawn. Well, let's just have a look at that line. And so let's say we go rook b7, king f6, rook takes h7.
Yeah.
I mean, black does have the option of knight c3. It doesn't feel like it's enough to draw, though.
Probably not, no. Because I'm thinking about line like knight c3, king f3, knight takes d5, rook d7 should be one way.
Rook d7 or rook g7.
Yeah, I'd probably go rook d7 with the idea of just if you go king d6, I'd take on d6.
Yeah, that's all winning.
So
or rook g7 and g5.
Robo's probably going to win this. I think.
Let's say rook takes. I mean, can you try some king move instead? King.
Yeah, king g6 feels like a better try. But then what do you do? Maybe even here rook d7 is good with the idea that after king h6 there's like some king move.
King e3 probably.
King e3 is probably going to be enough. Because there's a line I can see like king e3, and if knight f6, I go rook d6, and I win the king and pawning.
Just take, yeah.
Just take, and then king e4, and it's
quite straightforward.
It's not very complicated. He just has to be a little bit. Peter Robeson's played great chess over the last 2 or 3 games.
It's definitely the players from behind have come through with the momentum, haven't they?
Fair play. I mean, Richard played an amazing game today, and Stuart Conquest came up with an amazing conception, putting his pawn on g6. I think they've got a little bit more energy. Will that carry through till tomorrow? What do you reckon? I mean, do you think that it's just going to be too much playing the likes of Mickey and Nikita?
I mean, that's the one thing is they've won today, but they haven't beaten the top players, have they?
One thing you notice with the big guys, with the big boys, is when it comes to the critical rounds, they seem to go up a gear. I keep using golf as an analogy. It's almost like people like Jack Nicklaus or Tiger Woods. They're birdieing the 18th, right? When they need to on demand. A little bit like that with Michael Adams and Vitiugov. They're winning on demand when they need to. Really, really important.
So Peter Robeson's taken the h7 pawn as we.
Yeah, this just looks a game over. He's outplayed Ami in this game. Fair play. I think Ami had chances to get back. It's not surprising. This isn't 2800 level chess. They're obviously very strong players, but it's very rare that somebody's not going to give you any chances at all. We saw that as well in the Richard Pert game, that Richard, from a totally winning position, gave Daniel a chance to get back into the game. He didn't take it.
I mean, Peter Robeson has outprepared Amit in this game. Got a very strong position. Amit came back a bit, I would say. And now Peter Robeson has pushed on again, hasn't he? And looks like he's probably going to win.
Do you think having those defensive skills is so important? You know, about ability to hold games that are lost. I mean, Ami is generally quite a resourceful player. The one player who disappointed me a little bit today was Daniel Fernandez in terms of his defensive skills.
Yeah, he sort of rushed a bit in critical moments, but it might just be that he was just a bit down because he couldn't become British champion. He was fighting for a draw.
I also think fatigue is playing a role. You know, like you don't get a rest day. Like you say, you use up emotional energy when you're playing these tough games. He had that tough game against Mickey yesterday. He's had quite a few tough games in this tournament. I don't want to make excuses for people. But okay, we still
So have a quick look at the Super Tit game.
Super Tit game, massive. You know, Marcus is really going all in, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. I know this was Super Tit. It does give his opponent a few stares.
He seems to get quite low on time, doesn't he? But
then defend very well.
it doesn't
Maybe
make
he
any
might
difference.
win. You know, maybe Marcus will overstretch, and we could get Super Tit into this playoff. I mean, yeah.
Marcus is playing it safe now. I think he's got to the point now. He's just going to take a draw.
You think he's just going to take a draw? Yeah.
Well, I guess he could bring the king back to b6 and try and chase the rook
Doesn't
away.
look like this. The problem is that knight's on a great square, but what does it do? And if you ever move it to here, e5 is coming. Like, you know, just to show like a sample variation. Well, okay, it's white to move, but let's imagine white played something like, I don't know, bishop e6, and you went here, and then went here. What's happened?
Yeah, I mean, it's still.
Eventually, I'm going to go e5. It's just going to kill the game.
Yeah, I think it's quite drawish, isn't that Super Tit game?
It's unbelievable levels Super Tit is playing for 11-year-old. Must be one of the best 11-year-olds in the world, if not the best. What sort of standard do you think Super Tit is right now? I'd say he's like at least a 2300 player, maybe 2400, right?
Well, if you think the last 4 games he's played Marcus, Amit, Mark Hebden and Sam Williams, so 4 very established Grandmaster level players.
They're 2400, all those
Well,
players. Well,
yeah, exactly,
Mark was 2595 at his peak, and Simon's been 2550. Marcus was over 2500 recently, and Amit's, you know, obviously over 2500. So,
And he scored 3 out of 4 against them. So I mean, why is he not 2500?
I mean, Marcus is GM level. The only thing is he doesn't have that GM title, but he is GM level. He's good as most GMs, right?
Maybe Super Tit's already worth 2450.
Hard to say, but he's just it's only a matter of time before he gets there. I think Robeson's closing in on the win. He's gone rook g7. That was your idea with the idea of g5, and this
So
is
rook c8 from Super Tit's a little bit surprising. I wouldn't really take the pressure off the pawn. I would have rather left my rook on c7 and moved the king, to be honest.
yeah, but I just don't see any way
Rook
realistically.
g3 from black now.
Rook g3, yeah. And if I come up,
Not up to d4.
no.
That would allow a mate in 1.
I mean, he's still playing. He's got knight f4.
I guess rook f3 is double edged, isn't it? What are you actually going to do after rook f3? King g5. It's not that clear how you can make any progress as black. Yeah, it's probably just going to be a draw.
Yeah, I mean, he's going back to resign.
So we could quickly look at the Ami game.
He's back to resign. He's thinking about g5 with the idea of h7. Very
Yeah,
nice
it
by
looks
Robo.
all over.
So Peter Robeson could be British champion.
But it could be.
What odds would you give? No, he's carrying on King f5.
It depends on the last round pairings. The last round, we think it might be
Even rook f7.
Vitiugov
rook
again.
takes
If he
f4
plays
wins.
Vitiugov though in the last round with black,
Like this wins.
I don't think he'll win black
This
against.
wins, right?
Yeah, everything
I think
wins.
everything wins. Sorry, so what are you saying? Sorry.
If he's black
I'm
against
talking
Vitiugov
over
in the
you.
last rounds,
Yeah,
which is quite possible,
he's not going to win.
he probably won't win because you have to win that game with black just to get in a playoff with Mickey.
What odds would you give? Let's say there's 6 of them. What odds are you giving? It's going to be one of those 6, right? Nobody else. Well, I mean, there is a slight chance. Imagine if all 3 games are
Monster
draw.
playoff, yeah.
Oh my God, we could be here until next year.
But somebody said in
We
the
go
chat,
straight from here to Warwick, yeah.
someone said in the chat that apparently there's a maximum of 8 people in the playoff.
On maximum.
So
And
it must
if
be
there's
tie
more-
breaks. Must be tie breaks. Never take some of the tie break into consideration if there's more than 8.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So,
Yeah, I mean, Amit's just playing on out of desperation, but
I mean, I'll be honest. I would. I know. Okay, he's going to win, but why didn't he just go here and then instead of?
I think it all,
Why didn't he
it
just
all
go
wins,
here
doesn't
and
it?
then after this just take? No, he has resigned anyway. Yeah, well done to Peter Robertson. Well done. A brilliant game by Peter Robertson. Monster prep there. Sad for Ami, but his time will come.
Yeah, so that's 6 players already in the clubhouse. Yeah,
Incredible. Yeah.
then only the winner of this game could join them. At the moment, it looks pretty much like it's going to be a draw.
I mean, I think as this game looks like a banker draw, possibly we should wrap it up there. What do you think?
Okay, sure, yeah.
Yeah, so just to sum up, guys, another amazing day today, and we're going to start tomorrow. The broadcast starts at 10 a.m., right?
Yeah.
So effectively, we've got a situation which is probably, obviously pending the Super Tip result, which looks like it's probably going to be a draw. We've had a situation where we've got 6 people tied for lead. We've got Michael Adams, the 8-time British champion, who's looking to tie up Penrose's record. He's only 2 short. If he wins tomorrow, wins the British tomorrow, he's going to tie. He's going to be 1 behind. You've also got Vitiugov, the ex-Russian champion, who's potentially the favourite going into the playoff. They're both probably going to get white, Nick thinks.
Not guaranteed, though, because of
Not guaranteed.
the colour sequence, yeah.
He didn't have to interrupt me there. It was a very good one, right? But Richard played a great game today. He's also tied for lead, so he's potentially getting a playoff. But I think those guys need upset wins with Black, maybe Robertson, Richard. It's not inconceivable, given the pressure of the last round, that could happen. We've seen some shocking. The 2008 winner, Stuart Conquest, who actually won that title in this very same building, will be getting great vibes going into tomorrow. He's also tied for lead. And there's one other player I forgot to mention, Sorsbor from Poland, who's also tied for lead. So potentially what we don't want in that situation is where nobody wins and then we've got a monstrous playoff. So we know that Vitiugov and Michael Adams are going to go for it. That's a good situation. You could have a situation to avoid a playoff because one player wins and the other 2 games are drawn. As long as it's not Richard winning, I'm happy.
Yep.
No, I'm only kidding.
Yeah, but I think even on the other board, though, whoever's playing on the other board, they also
I think
want
so.
to win because you don't get many chances to win the British. I mean, imagine if
They're
it's
going to
Stuart
go for it.
Conquest,
They're going to roll the dice.
They're never going to get another chance to win.
He rolled the dice today. He showed a lot of guts, Stuart. He rolled the dice today. I mean, that actually kind of backs up what you were saying earlier, Nick, about William Claridge Hansen. You were surprised he took a draw because if he'd won that game, he would now be tied for the lead as well, right?
Yeah.
So that was, you've got to go for it, guys. Anyway, I think that's it for today. Thanks again to Nick Pert. Sorry?
Yeah, we're going to leave the board 6. Can we just really quickly
okay.
just talk about the women's one really quickly? I think that unfortunately
Sure.
Elmira actually lost her game.
Ah,
So with Lanyao winning, that means Lanyao is half a point clear.
half a point clear.
of
I
Elmira
think
going
she's
into the last
won the
game.
British title before, the women's title before. I'm sure, what's the prize money in the women's title? It's like 1,000, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if anybody else is in. Bodhana lost, didn't she? So she's out of it.
She's out of it. She will win that title in the future, I'm sure. Probably the actual overall title, I would say.
And the other one, Harriet Hunt, only drew. So I think it's really a 2-way fight at the moment. But anyway, we're going to leave the board 6 game going so you can see the end of the game. We think it's most likely to end as a draw.
Super Tip is getting short of time. But yeah, I think that's it for us anyway. Yeah. So thank you everyone for watching.
Thank
Cheers.
you.